Good morning, everyone. Hope you can hear me. This is Intelligent Audiovisual 21, IEV 21, and we are live from London Bridge. Actually, in the background, you'll see I'm in a nice sunny day for everyone, and my name is Chris Power. I'm the chairman of AVCF, which is the Audiovisual Cultural Forum. And we've got a really interesting day full of very interesting people who are very knowledgeable about certain things. Some things will be surprising to you, some you may know already, but this day is really to stimulate some thoughts and for you to come back. You'll see I've got my little iPad here and people are already coming in on the sort of feed Slido, which you've got access to if you want to ask any questions. And so the themes we're exploring today are hybrid, resource, and the workplace. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to our first panel presentation, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome White Light into the studio.
Hi, thank you very much, Chris.
Jason.
It's great to be here, and yeah, great to be here in person as well this year rather than online. So we're sort of starting with a small little audience out there watching us at present, which is great. Totally unrehearsed today, but rather than it being me doing a keynote presentation, we've decided to flip things around a little bit and have a few other industry people coming in via some records to talk about various sections of the industry, such as where we are at the present in terms of industry planning, where the government is, et cetera, looking at how production is evolving and changing for different styles of events, and also looking at how there are tips and techniques for some of the broadcast projects that you might well be now having to do on a more regular basis. It's been a really interesting year, but very challenging year, but a really interesting year as well over the course of the last 14 months. We've all had to gain new skills. We've all had to change the way we think, adapt to the new challenges that have been coming to us almost on a daily basis as sort of things have changed, being updated and so on. And, we've still got quite a lot of that to do over the course of the next few months to come.
I think the word challenging is definitely what we're all faced with. In fact, I just can't quite get over, actually. It's almost like meeting people, really meeting people live in a studio and the sun's out, and it's almost like, it seems like 5 years ago when I last,
Absolutely.
my impression is...
When you last actually saw people getting in, and also you have to sort of reset yourself as a human as well, don't you, in terms of being able to get back in the room with people and doing some of the things that previously you've been told you can't do. So, I think that's going to be one of the interesting challenges coming out of maybe the autumn of this year when we're all in a position.
I think people is going to be a huge challenge.
Yeah.
I think we've lost a lot of our skill base in the industry, especially in the freelance world. And as we come back to some form of normality and we reach out for the wider resource, I really fear that they are not there and they've left our industry and some will never return. And that kind of challenge, as we try and grow our industry and bring it back, is going to be really difficult.
Absolutely. And I think we're in a position now where we haven't been working in anger. We haven't been working, there's not a lot of projects that have been going on, but we hope that by sort of September, projects will be increasing and we'll be able to do far more work and far more diverse range of projects. But you're right, Richard, the skill, a lot of people have left the industry or have decided that they're going to take a break, or out of necessity, or out of their own well-being or their own decision, and getting those people back in, and also not just getting those people back in, but looking at the various skills that are now required, because the industry's moved on an awful lot through the digital side of production and broadcast, which are new skills that did exist but didn't exist in anger prior to the pandemic. So it's going to be really interesting coming up to the end of this year and where we are.
Yeah.
We have to develop a whole new mindset because things are certainly different, and we've been sort of fending for ourselves, it seems like, just as a sort of an ordinary human being, just making their way. So having to work and anticipate what is coming that's one of the things that, you know, will come up again and again, I find.
Absolutely. I think a lot of the members' organisations have been actually in survival mode for the last year, and it really has been each day as it comes. Sadly, how many individuals can we not need anymore within our organisations? But again, it comes back now to the human resource and people. As those stepping stones come back and people turn around and go, I need to do, those organisations have lost so many good people within them that we're going to struggle, I think, to start with. And already we're hearing stories where some of the skill base for large events that are taking place either in the festival world or the corporate world, there already is not enough human resource to man those events.
I thought the other day when I was just walking down the street, I was thinking, if you just stopped delivery drivers or some of the people you're just walking past, socially distanced, and if you said, do you know what, I want to put a gig on here, is there any riggers around? And you could quickly
You'll probably
gather.
find a lot of people, yes,
in one street.
It happened to me on a dog walk earlier in the year when I was wearing a white light top and somebody stopped me literally by the canal and said, I know white light. And I said, how? I said, I used to work in Ambassadors Theatre in Woking, but I'm now working in an Amazon warehouse. It sort of sums it up in a nutshell, doesn't it?
That's kind of a typical, that is what we're dealing with. You know, I have no answers. That's why we've joined this discussion, and that's what we're exploring today. So
I think the common themes are going to, as you said, are going to filter over the entire day through the various organisations and manufacturers and suppliers that are going to talk, and the other organisations that are going to come together for round tables, because we're all facing exactly the same set of challenges in our own organisation. We might have to come at those challenges a different way because of the structure of our individual organisations, but they are all there, and they're all going to start coming to head even more towards the end of this year when we're really pushing in anger in doing these projects and being expected to get back to live events and digital events or hybrid or whatever that ends up being towards the end of the year.
Exactly, and things mean, these terms mean different things for different people, so that's going to be interesting to explore as well. Now, I know you've got some very interesting content to show, and Jason, would you like to sort of introduce for us and for the viewers what exactly is you're bringing?
Absolutely. So we've got the first session we've got is Bryan Raven, Managing Director of White Light, who's going to talk about the industry. He's going to talk about where we are. He's been actively involved with a lot of work behind the scenes in the industry. So he's going to talk a little bit about where we are now, some of the future things, some of the things that will be impacting beyond COVID itself as we sort of break free of COVID a little bit, and just look at some of the trends that are currently appearing within the industry. Following that, we've got a fantastic keynote speaker from Vaughan Roberts, who's a production manager who's been working on some very large, very interesting, very challenging events such as the G7 and NATO conferences and so on. And he's talking about his approach. He's talking about how he comes to these projects and some of the challenges of these projects, and how, regardless of size and scale, etc., he has a particular way of dealing with things. And as we know, with all these projects and lots of different stakeholders and lots of people getting involved, you know, there are always challenges when you deal with these projects. And then finally, we've got Chris Hollier. And Chris is a broadcast professional who's been working on things like ITV Sport. And he's going to talk about lighting for the camera, because we've all been asked to go online. We've all been asked to try and make the best as we possibly can with the resources we have. So he's going to talk about some of the techniques of being able to, well, even if we've got limited techniques, limited resources, be able to get the best out of the picture quality through lighting for small broadcast scenarios. So I think I'll hand over and we'll go to the first session, which is Bryan Raven, Managing Director of White Light, talking about the industry.
Hi, I'm Bryan Raven, Managing Director of White Light, and I've been asked to give you a bit of an update on the current situation, both for White Light as a supplier, but also for the wider live events industry. From White Light's point of view, the pandemic pretty much slashed our income in half. The production side of the business, the live event side of the business, anything that involved mass gatherings just stopped almost overnight back in March 2020. Fortunately for us, our installations business carried on, tech service business has carried on. We also have increased our market share in broadcast work, all of which were lifesavers. But anything from a venue management point of view or from providing AV services pretty much stopped completely. Many people ask us, how do we survive? Furlough was a huge help, huge help, and it certainly saved probably between 50 and 100 jobs here at White Light. The CRF, Cultural Recovery Fund, we were fortunate we were awarded £1 million by the Arts Council in that, which sounds like a lot of money, but then you realise it only covers 75% of our rent and rates. Talking of rates, unfortunately, local council have been no help whatsoever. The total amount of support we've had from local council was £25,000 because they chose they weren't going to help any businesses over 50 staff. That's varied from council to council. So the other big thing that saved the company is going into debt. We have borrowed more money, and like most of the businesses in the supply chain have had to borrow rather large amounts of money to keep the company going, ready for the recovery. On the softer side of things, one of the big issues we think over the next few months is going to be staff retention, staff morale, mental health issues, because it's been a pretty torrid time, 18 months for most people involved in this pandemic. We think a lot of people might leave the industry, and that's going to create a skill shortage. Equally, there's a lot of people who are pretty rusty in their jobs because they haven't done their jobs for 18, 20 months. And that's going to cause us issues. And that's pretty much across the whole industry. So from the industry point of view, very early on in this pandemic, we realized that no one recognized outside of the industry the role of the suppliers and the freelancers. 3/4 of the people who work in this industry are freelance. And suppliers, companies like White Light, regularly work across multiple industries, theatre, rock and roll, TV, and so on. And we realised that virtually no one was representing us at government level and with the banks and so on. So a collective came together. We make events. It's a bunch of businesses. It's a bunch of freelancers, all basically championing the industry. So, for instance, we've run quite a few activations. You may have seen buildings being lit up in red. August the 11th, I think, we lit up about 50 buildings on the River Thames. We've also done a lot of fundraising. I believe we've raised something like £500,000 to help freelancers in hardship. And the role I've been involved in is the political lobbying side, which obviously is behind the scenes. But it's been interesting to realise just quite how little government and the authorities actually understand about the live events industry. And they certainly have absolutely no idea what the suppliers do and what the freelancers do. So that's been the biggest task of the last 18 months, is trying to get understanding. One of the examples is officially corporate events. The ministry that look after corporate events is DCMS, which is Department of Culture, Media and Sport. But in meetings with them, there is only one part-time person who looks after corporate events on behalf of the DCMS. The theatre team, I believe, is 5 or 6 people. The music team is 4 or 5 people. So you can see how much attention they pay to corporate events, because in the past, we've never needed support from government. As we make events, we're working to change that. We're asking for a full-time director for the corporate event sector. And it hasn't been rejected out of hand, which is good. One of the less interesting sides of the work we've been doing with that side is a thing called SIC codes, Standard Industrialisation Classification. There are no SIC codes for our industries. If you type into the database of SIC codes, these are the codes you put on your annual returns back to Companies House. And this gives the data to the government of how much an industry is worth. But if you type events into the database, you'll only find event catering come up. There's nothing there for corporate events. There's nothing there that talks about AV. There's only one line that talks about the whole of the performing arts industry. So we've been working with DCMS and Department of Business, Energy, Innovation and Skills to try and get some specific SIC codes created for our industry, so that in future the government will actually know how much this industry is worth. The whole live events sector is believed to be worth about 80 billion, and that doesn't include the wedding sector. Unfortunately, the DCMS tend to concentrate on the more visible sides of that industry, which is theatre, music and TV, which is worth about 55% of that 80 billion. So we've been doing a lot of work behind the scenes on that. So from a wider industry point of view, COVID has actually covered up some wider issues that are beginning to make the headlines. The first big one is Brexit. The lack of freedom of movement and goods is beginning to cause the whole industry a huge issue. Rock and roll, when that's allowed to happen again, is going to be really in trouble, because we won't be able to get people and equipment around Europe in the same way we have. There's also a skills shortage that's going to come out of COVID, where people are leaving the industry. And also people are rusty, so there is going to be a skill shortage. And just on a purely technical level, the chip shortage is so bad at the moment. We're talking to suppliers and they're quoting things like 52-week lead times when they would normally be quoting 3 or 4 weeks. So there is a real problem, and I suspect that's going to hit us quite hard as we start to recover in the autumn. So in summary, I think one of the biggest problems we have as an industry is confidence. It's confidence of organisers, promoters and producers, but it's also confidence in our customers, the punters, the people who attend conferences, the people who attend events. There's one thing saying, yes, I'd love to go and see Rocky Horror at Wimbledon Theatre with your friends, to we want you, your boss saying to you, we want you to go to a conference in Birmingham for 3 days and sit next to a bunch of strangers. So that confidence side of things is going to really affect how we recover. We've also got a problem with the level of expectations on hybrid events, which I know will be very relevant to the people in this conference, because a good hybrid event is basically a TV show and the costs that go with that. And I certainly have not yet been on a successful call where we've had a mixture of people in the room and online. It's always a compromise. So overall, I think the industry is going to face a very challenging few months. On a positive side, we're an incredibly resilient industry. We always find a way of achieving things. And we're always we always come out with a positive attitude. Equally, from a positive point of view, we have raised the recognition of the industry with the government over the last few months, and I think that's going to be a good thing. So I hope your conference goes well. If people have got my contact details, happy to answer any questions. Thank you for listening.
Brilliant. Well, it was great to see Bryan end today on a positive note, which is, obviously, given everything that's gone over the last few months, now we've got an opportunity to come back to start work again, and also start work in a slightly different place and move forward from that. One of the things that I was really pleased to see, that's been going on over the course of the last 14 months is the lobbying, is the raising the profile of our industry, because Richard said, the industry is really quite a young industry in comparison to a lot of the other industries.
We are yet really a generation old, and until we have people that are walking in the corridors of power that can knock on a door and quietly lobby and represent ourselves, which, as Bryan has talked about, has been an important part of the We Make Events strategy, where we will then fully represent ourselves as one of the biggest industries within the UK, but so underrepresented until now. I think that will be a huge positive, where we can lobby, we can influence more than we've been able to do. Bryan touched on Brexit, and again, we weren't in the right place, I think, as an industry, because we weren't understood to lobby and represent. And we're going to have some huge issues for the touring market, the theatre touring market, the rock and roll touring market, the import of goods. both for hiring and for reselling is going to be a challenge. But hopefully the relationships, Chris, that have been born through organisations like We Make Events, we will be at least be in a better place to represent what is a fantastic
represent
industry.
and have those conversations and explain our needs and explain what our industry actually is and who a freelancer is and how that relationship actually works with with suppliers and with the actual whole chain of suppliers to our industry.
I think freelancers have been woefully underrepresented and not protected in our industry. And it's interesting, already we're hearing the stories of a very reduced freelancer market actually being cherry-picked by people like Netflix, when they're starting to take especially carpenters and TV crews, and they're buying them out and really upping the daily rate way above anything the normal marketplace pays. And it's going to be an interesting time whether or not there's going to be corrections in the pay of freelancers and whether or not the rest of the industry has to come up to meet those. Now, I've felt for a long time that we as an industry have underpaid probably by a third every single role within our industry. And is this the time though we actually encourage people to come into our industry, and because we're able now to look at paying people either as a freelancer or as a salary with an increase, this may well be the time that it actually helps us compete, because before all of this we were having issues. We wanted creative digital people to come into our industry, but they were being cherry-picked by the Facebooks of this world. And if we can start to look at the remuneration packages across our whole industry, this can be in the British Museum, or this could be in a theatre, this could be for a TV studio. All of these will make a big impact to, I hope, bring the next generation into our industry, because we're going to struggle otherwise.
I think this is, I mean, just unpacking, if you like, everything that Bryan was talking about is the competition at the very end, like you're saying, that is a very overdue thing just across the board. And it's almost like, you know, coming through audiovisual, and it's like it just happens by magic, and there are no people involved. It's kind of but demystifying it like that, and when people understand it's a continuous education, and in a way, the generational thing, this is a transition period in many ways, and maybe this is one of the good things that can come out, because there are a lot of positives to pick up there, I think.
I think there are a lot of positives to pick up there, you know, and we've now got an opportunity, you know, to actually move forward and make some changes. You know, organisations have had to reset themselves, had to think very differently about their digital strategy, for example, over the course of the last few months, you know, and come up with new ways of communicating to new audiences. You know, it's become, you know, we've been unable to have the live or physical audience in the room, so we've had to engage remotely with audiences, and then the organisations have found new audiences, people that they didn't perhaps know existed, or from different demographics or different countries, that wanted to engage with that organisation.
Absolutely, especially with the lack of travel. We've seen organisations that have a global sort of brand, but maybe didn't realize it in the same way, and a global reach that they didn't realize in the same way. But because they maybe have international sponsors, they've had to find different ways to communicate with those sponsors. And I think those principles and those ways of communicating and reaching out will continue to stay now. I don't think you're going to get people doing some of the international travel that they used to do, either from a sustainable point of view, or from a financial point of view, or a health risk point of view.
Yes.
So the technologies that the members are learning to use, be it streaming or reach out sponsorship and sponsors of organisations, will continue.
I mean, let's hope that the people flying first class internationally many times, that starts to come down, because that's just good for everybody in the end, that kind of thing. So the technology will help us in that way. Maybe we'll be doing more of this. And also, you know, touching on the hybrid, and Bryan was very clear, basically you are stepping into broadcasting. Even this, although it's very simple in a way, there's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes, and the resources you have to use, because there's a much bigger team, who I'd like to thank actually for putting everything together, and Jacobs Massey, and the production side of stuff is even something that's very simple. It's not just one person, it's not just us having a chat. There are all sorts of people that get involved, and it's staggering. And when you mention people like Netflix and Facebook, the amount of resources that they're using, like I say, I'm getting a lot of people coming through on the Slido question, and a lot of response about rates should be better for freelance people. That's good. Everybody, you know, everybody will move forward. I hope that's what's going to happen.
I think to touch on one of the points Brian made as well is we are not only, I mean, it's sort of almost starting again to a certain extent with our industry. And a lot of the things we're going to have to do, especially with hybrid events, is explain to the organization that wants this hybrid event that if you want people in the room and you want all of the things you used to have, that used to cost X. If you then want a hybrid event as well, that will cost Y. You can't have that for the same budget you used to have, especially as brand guidelines start to come in for organizations or for corporates. And they say, well, we have to be represented like this. Therefore, the TV producer hat has to come on, because otherwise it's going to look very sort of entry level 101, and people are not going to want their brands represented like that.
I think that's one of the interesting things. You know, we've all had to think very differently about broadcast. You can no longer sit and watch a 2-hour presentation of something being streamed and somebody standing on stage just talking, which is what you can in a live experience. You know, is acceptable. Whereas in a broadcast, it's very much episodic. You're looking at creating little vignettes, cutting from one place to another, going to a video, creating a story in a slightly different way. And that it's not just about the technology, therefore, it's also about the creative team that's behind that. It's about the vision, it's about how people want to produce that and how you actually want to structure that. So the team expands once you bring in that creative element as well as everything else. So I think that's going to be very interesting going forward. You quite rightly picked up that, you know, we're doing well at the moment. You know, we've been doing well through White Light with our smart stage technology and so on in being able to support these events and support immersive productions. But once we get people back into the room, there are two priorities there. And those priorities are really, really hard to actually bring together really, really well. You either do a fantastic online event or you do a fantastic live event. But both audiences have very different priorities and require things.
And it will be interesting, won't it? We saw very early on with an organisation, the Methodist Church, that wanted to be able to get their message out, and they were really worried that they couldn't communicate during Easter, very important time for them. And over the last sort of year, from that first streamed, I want to call it event service, they've seen their numbers go up and up and up. So they've got now international reach far, far bigger than they would ever have done when they were just doing a normal church service. So their priorities, like other organisations, will change when they see that their reach is bigger. And where do they actually put their spend? Do they put their spend in the room, or do they start to look, actually, our international reach is far more important. So the hybrid side, the digital side of the communication is more important. I think we'll find somewhere in the middle. I think
we will find somewhere in the middle. I think it's going to be a bit of a balance. We all want to get back into the room. So live events will start, you know, we'll come back with hopefully in anger, and hopefully, you know, we will all be producing some very interesting events coming up to Christmas. But thereafter, there's got to be this balance that once we've done that and we've got that out of our system again, we've got to get back to how are we communicating? Who are what is the message? What are we trying to tell people? Who are the important? What is the importance of the various audiences, etc.
Yeah, and Brian's quite right on the confidence. We now need a good summer where people can go about almost their staycation. Let's hope it doesn't rain even more for people out camping. I feel for my friends. But this is an important time, so that when they come back into their offices in September, they've already got on public transport. They've already maybe been out to restaurants and been to a theatre show. And so therefore they feel comfortable about going back into a room, because that's what we all do in effect. The creative industry, for museums or for theatres, for corporate events, where we all work, we rely on the confidence of people coming back together and doing things within a room.
on that note, I think it would be great to move on to our next keynote, which is Vaughan Roberts. Vaughan is a freelance production manager, been working on some really interesting projects, from government projects such as G7 and G20 and NATO, through to, during the pandemic, he's been involved with some of the creation of the NHS Nightingale hospitals, etc., etc. So Vaughan joined us on a virtual Zoom a few days ago, and is going to take us through his approach to that style of project. So handing over to Vaughan.
Welcome to the AVCF conference, Vaughan. To the wider members, I'd like to introduce you to Vaughan Roberts, who has a long career as a senior technical production manager in the industry. And he's going to talk about some of the events which are wide and diverse that he's worked on. But also what I wanted to ask Vaughan was, how on earth did you get from Army Royal Engineers into the events industry? That's my first question.
Well, hi, Richard. Hello, everybody. That is a very good question, actually. And funnily enough, the Royal Engineers appealed to me because of the huge variety of the projects that you would undertake, both on exercise and also aid to the civil community, and generally the tasks that we were given. So variety was one big part of the attraction, and along with that went a whole different host of postings for me. So I was in Northern Ireland, Canada, Washington DC, Cyprus, Singapore, Hong Kong, all in a very short period of time. And not only is the training fantastic, but also you begin to see that you very quickly learn to deal with projects that are short on time. You don't have enough resource, which equates really to not having enough budget. The plan keeps changing, and you've got, as a young officer, you've got a cohort, a troop or a platoon, your team, probably older than you. They've got more experience than you, and some of them are experts who have to give you advice through all stages of the project. Now, I don't know about you, but that sounds pretty familiar to what you do as a project manager or as a project
It sounds very familiar to territory, yes.
Absolutely. And so, funnily enough, the last job that I had, because I'd over just a short career, commission of 5 years, had a great variety of postings. The MOD put me onto the officer recruitment team for the Royal Engineers. So that meant that I gave talks and presentations, nothing complicated. It was a 35mm slide projector, normally in a university polytechnic theatre. I would go to exhibitions and events, and would be involved with film shoots and photo shoots, because back then, this is early 90s, each corps headquarters would have a video team, a little edit suite, the good old pneumatic machines whirring away, and a couple of in-house photographers. And so basically I was very fortunate to get some insight into the very broadest part of, you could say, marketing services and the technical world that went around that. And so when I left the army, at least I had a broad idea of what it was that I wanted to do. I started to network from, funny enough, you know, the video team that was there on the final posting that I had, and network my way eventually to the production world of marketing services, and to a number of companies who I literally would ring them up and say, my name is Vaughan Roberts, I've recently left the army, I'd like to know about your industry, I'd like to know about your company.
So would you say that your transition from the forces into sort of live events and marketing was an accident like 95% of the people that work in this industry, or was it more of a strategic sort of how did this part of the journey come about?
You've seen through it. It was an accident, actually, but it was an accident in the general direction that I was going, if that made sense. So I could have gone into, luck could have taken me into any number of things, I suppose. At one stage, I did realize that there was the potential to work potentially in film, possibly getting to the point of being second assistant director, or for second AD, I think. That was a sort of logical move. I looked at PR world, didn't like that. I wanted to continue really with the practical side of what I'd learned. Again, in the very broadest skills, but a lot of the skills from the army are transferable in general project terms and organizational terms. So yes, it was an accident, and it just happened that one of the calls I made was to Maurice Fleming, the MD of Shelton Fleming, and he said, yep, come in and have a coffee. I haven't got any work, but I'm very happy to see you and give you some advice. And that ended up being a 2-hour chat, mostly about classic cars. And he rang me up the next week and said, we've got a freelance project. Would you like to work on it? So, it's timing, it's luck, it's all those things, really.
So Maurice gave you your first start?
He did, yes. And, the company is still around today. They've survived the pandemic well, and they were part of that cohort of small companies that were spawned out of Imagination, Richard, which I'm sure was the bedrock of White Light's sort of first corporate clients, really. And quite a few of them are still going. So I'm very grateful to that generation of industry leaders, really.
So what were your sort of first projects that Shelton Fleming sort of gave you your baby steps of entering the industry? What were?
Well, absolutely. And funny enough, they're not projects that are as common today, I don't think. I was sort of assistant to their main production manager for a period of time until I had enough experience to own my own projects. But I worked on large exhibitions. So there seem to be very large exhibition stands owned by people like Rank Xerox, and real industry events as such, heavy industry, middle industry, lighter industry. Pan-European road shows on a scale that I haven't really seen in recent years. So 4, 5, 8, 40-footers, structures, launching products and taking experiences out to major city centres. In one particular case, it was part of the European City of Culture in Antwerp. And then and product launches on a scale that you don't really see these days, although I think the sort of leisure market, cars, automotive are keeping that going. And then I got involved after a couple of years. I went freelance and got involved with the global group event circuit, so G7, G8, G20, which again is quite a unique circuit where you're dealing with quite high levels of government management in pre-production, and obviously the highest for the actual event, and levels of protocol which you wouldn't normally be used to, and they're extra overlays on top of what you'd normally do as part of a production, which you absolutely need to be aware of. So the first
Can we explore some of your sort of pre-production? Because we have actually, I must come clean to the wider audience, we have worked together. And one of the things I've always noticed about you is the sort of almost the 3 Ps of planning that the Army brings, that you mitigate against any form of risk by very, very thorough pre-production. And I just wanted you to sort of explain your thoughts on that and how you have become as thorough as you are.
Well, I think it does come from the Army, actually. And I think generally as a production manager, you get brought in after the foundation of the event has been put into place and established. So either a pitch has been won, or first sort of creative proposals have gone in. And so you it's almost as if the train has already left the station. So you're picking up the pieces and the elements that have already been put in place. And I think I just take a view of this project has been established, not necessarily how I would have done it differently, but at all phases of a project, if you look back and review, there's things that you probably would have done differently. So on establishment, I would look at what might we have done differently, or what can still be arranged to be most beneficial, because actually the pillars of putting a job together are the budget, having a program, a list of standards, however that's communicated. It might be, it was what we did last year, but we want it better, or we want it to meet these corporate standards that we hold. And then a list of deliverables. And then actually, once you've got those 4 things reasonably well defined, you pretty much know what you're doing, and you can move forward, and everything you do contributes in some way to strengthening and advancing those 4 pillars. I think the trick which I try and do regularly is just to try and sit down and make sure that I and the other members of the team are clear about what the priorities are, because it's very easy to be working on something, and let's face it, we might do something on a bad day that we want to do rather than the thing that we need to do. But you can't work on delayed gratification. You've got to be clear on what the priority items are at any one time, and they do change. It is quite dynamic, but I think I say to people, if you're not sure, just work away until you know what the priorities are. If you're working on the priorities, the project will move forward.
You mentioned the fact that you sort of, when you're working within teams and with lots of different people. One of the things from the museum circuit and then from working within historic buildings and so on is you've got a lot of stakeholders. You've got maybe curatorial teams, exhibition teams, you've got the finance consider. How do you work with all those different teams to still maintain the project vision and still make sure that we continually move forward with the aim of the project in mind?
That's really interesting, actually, Jason, because I think it's, I think, funny enough, part of the answer here is how personalities affect projects. And it's often something which isn't spoken about very much. But I think with a lot of different stakeholders, it's very easy not to engage with people, particularly if they have different levels of authority over you, or if they're quite prescriptive in what you need to do. It's very easy to get on the wrong foot. I think you've got to engage with them early up. I think you've got to find common ground, and actually, if you can prove to even quite a complicated set of stakeholders that if they back you and if they work with you, you're going to save them time and you're going to make their life easier, it's a win-win-win. And so almost, if you're the owner of the budget and the program and the resourcing plan, put drafts in place which then go out for everybody to have a look at, get that basic documentation in place, and then get people to buy in, and you've built some momentum into the project. So I think it's early engagement. It's find out, stand in their shoes, have some empathy with them, and find out where their problems are. And if by just the route of you working on the project, you can solve their problems, they will principally and generally get behind you, I think, and the resistance that's inevitably there in some parties will fall away.
So looking at some of your sort of what I would call sort of almost quasi-public sector experiences, did you use this kind of sort of experience and technique for things like NATO and for the G7 summits? Is that a technique that works for those kind of projects?
It does, Richard, and funnily enough, they're good examples, as actually was the HSBC branding project at the airport, because the agency the production staff, the production team are very much the means by which the impossible gets done to a certain extent. They are the only people who are expected to deliver. But there's normally a mismatch between the responsibility that we have and the level of authority. And again, through, so you can't actually get a lot done. You know, authority seems to follow the money. Money is the means to which things get done. And often in the agency, if we may sign off costs and we may suggest budgets, but we don't actually pay the checks. And so that early up engagement and those methods of working do help hugely. And for example, on G7 that there's just been in Cornwall, there was a huge amount of work and engagement to do with the venues, because the venues were split up because of the size of the venues available in the county. We went to far more venues than you would normally have, where you just have a press base and a delegation base. There was an unprecedented amount of liaison with the police and the local authorities for improvement of works and access, etc. So yes, those means were very, very important in establishing that project well.
And are there any sort of takeaways that you can pass on to people working in a sort of almost a closed environment of the museum and heritage sector that are useful to convey about we're all living with more security, we're all living with more people wanting to stream events in and out of buildings, that there are all sorts of similarities? Is there anything you can share from delivering those?
I wasn't involved hugely on the ICT side. However, it all starts with the available infrastructure and establishing factual information about what you've got in the ground or above ground to work with. So I would say early up, establish the facts of what's in place, who owns it, because often there's a service there, but it's not for you to use, but it's been recorded or it's accessed by some third party. The performance of any service or fiber or means between locations, and generally, again, scoping as comprehensively as you can from the beginning, because you find with these large public events, if they say, on a basic comm side, we'd like you to allow for 300 motor rollers. On the event, there will be 600. If they say we need this amount of bandwidth, you can almost triple it. You can certainly double it, because people's initial planning and expectation is nearly always below what's actually required to deliver the final job. And so I think always building in contingency and redundancy and the expectation of being flexible and coming up with other means later on, or expanding what you've got, is a key part of that. I appreciate that that's quite general, but I think those principles stand well at any level, particularly with
so am I reading between the lines that sometimes the people that put the initial brief together aren't necessarily experienced enough to know what the realities are?
You've hit the nail on the head, actually. Yes, often, and it happens a lot with government, it'll be a cut and paste from another brief. It'll be somebody too junior to understand the scope of the work that will put it together, or they're just incredibly busy and they can just take what in fact might be a minister's brief and break it down into, they'll do their interpretation of what they believe is needed. But then it goes back to your point about stakeholders. All the other delegations for an event like G7 or G20 will then be involved and put their requirements about what they would like. So actually you start off with a baseline has it's as defined as it can be at the point of setting out. However, it will change hugely as stakeholders and factual information affect the final solution.
And I take it the budget doesn't change.
Well, that's an interesting one. It does, only because as part of the tender process or as part of the response, you have to be very careful about what you allow for and the description of quantities. I'd also say, as you know, any price or any return proposal isn't complete without a list of things that are omitted or need further clarification. So there is certainly some room for manoeuvre on the budget, but it is resisted. However, I would say that any response, any tender response, any budget and proposal is only as good as the tender that's presented in the beginning. So, you know, if it's not a well-written document, you will get something which is an interpretation of that, and therefore will reflect a lot of the potential issues within it.
And that's always very tricky. You know, some of the projects we've worked on together, projects has evolved, and where you start off with the project and where you go into the project and where you end up are often really, really different things. And it's a matter of just going on that journey together and working with everybody together to achieve the varying brief or the demands that might come out of the period of production and so on.
Absolutely. And in fact, I would say I wouldn't call myself a downside planner, but what I do is take the time occasionally, and funny, this might sound a little bit odd, but as part of my routine when really busy, I occasionally just sit down with a cup of tea at 4 o'clock and open my black and red notebook and just let my mind wander across the job in very general terms. And it's amazing what drops into my mind, either things that I have not forgotten, but they've gone to the back of my mind and they need to come up with a list of priorities, or they resonate as risks or threats to the project. And it's a really great opportunity to let your mind just review the project. Certainly I do it a couple of days a week, and on a monthly basis, just look at the project and see where things might go wrong, what the risks are, what needs to come up the list of priorities. And it's highly beneficial. I mean, if you've got a little production team, or if within an organization, just brainstorming where the project might go next, and just to flesh out some of those things that pose themselves as potential threats, or cul-de-sacs that will waste time and energy, things that may or may not happen, because once they've been vocalized, once they've been put on the whiteboard or they are written down, they're not so invisible. Somebody is within the project team is likely to pick them up and go, you know, that's on my radar now, and that's quite a comforting and reassuring place to be on a project that could be small or large in scale.
Sure. Now, I'm a bit conscious of time, but some of the events that you've mentioned as your sort of most memorable ones have been the RAF, Cambridge University, and a very diverse sort of offering, the Winter Olympics at Sochi. What made those, for the last couple of minutes of the talk, the most memorable, and why?
Well, funny enough, as an ex-army man, RAF 100, I'd looked after the exhibition and the VIP facility that was built on Horse Guards Parade. And dare I say it, I would have done that job for free. It was absolutely extraordinary. It was, I think there were 78 40-footers of kit that went in there, including all the historic aircraft. So the Dakota that we built there, I think, came on 5 40-footers. It was of a scale that you would rarely find of heritage, modern equipment, and a lot of engagement with the armed forces and the RAF at a very busy time. And it was, you know, a landmark event. So that was a real high. Sochi, there I built the Coca-Cola pavilion. So it was one of the sponsors' pavilions. And again, it was a fascinating job. I found the project in Russia relentless and quite brutal. It had many highs and many lows. And as I walked out of the park for the last time, just before the Olympics opened, I was extremely glad to be leaving, but very proud of what we had built actually in the face of huge amounts of red tape, huge amounts of security issues, and it was a fascinating job. And finally, you mentioned Cambridge University there, Richard. But that was a job which we both did together actually. White Light performed like whirling dervishes to get all the kit in there so quickly. How on earth we did it, I don't know. That turnaround was amazing. But some fantastic mapping with D3. Darren did an amazing job, and it was an audience that was highly engaged by some fascinating speakers from the university, and the software and the artwork was just beautiful the way it was overlaid on the architecture of the banqueting house. And I know that the return on that investment, the amount of money that was raised by the alumni of Cambridge that evening, far exceeded their expectation. And so when you do something for a good cause and the return is beyond what they were expecting, it's really, really worthwhile to be involved. So some highs and some lows there.
Well, thank you so much for chatting quite honestly and candidly.
You're very welcome.
And hopefully more war stories will come through over the next few years. Vaughan Roberts, thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much, Vaughan. Great.
Thank you. Thanks, Jason. Thanks, Richard.
Well, I think it was great to see Vaughan there picking up on a lot of topics that we've all experienced, regardless of the sort of size and scale of project or organisation we're working in. But there's obviously lots of challenges that we know, and then that we have when we're working with various different stakeholders and various different departments. One of the interesting things that I thought that he picked up on was it's only as good as the brief or the tender that gets put out. And often we forget that often the people that are presenting the tenders to us or presenting the briefs to us aren't necessarily the knowledgeable ones about the project. And then we have a role to do in trying to educate back into the system and back into the chain about what the opportunities are and what the potential is of that project. But often, because we're not the ones that are then the ones that have the purse strings at the end of it and are able to sign the budgets off, we're sat in that middle between trying to produce the event or produce the project based on the brief and managing the outcomes, and also managing the skills over the process of the project.
Yes, it's interesting, isn't it? I think a lot of people over the years have had to struggle with the layers of bureaucracy from somebody that maybe has never really delivered an event at all, but is the initial scope of I want an event comes from them, and they're the ones that sign it off. And yet it comes down the channels of people going, well, who put this together? Because we can't deliver this event for this budget. And so then the communication goes back up. And Vaughan has touched very well on how we have to communicate through the layers of bureaucracy to try and get the expectations of the people that want that event and hit the deadlines and the budgets that have been.
I think, I mean, when I was listening to Vaughan there, many people, it will resonate with many people depending on the size. I mean, until we run the Olympics, which is don't want to do. It just shows you how that kind of planning that goes into something and the thinking ahead and kind of problem solving beforehand. I mean, it is project management.
It's project and risk management.
And risk management. Yeah. It's
one of Vaughan's, and I know he does it regularly, is he does step back once a day. Because we can all, and we've all done it, got so worked into the detail and actually not pulling ourselves back to just having a broader look at the project. And by doing that, be able to see where the risks might be coming in a day, a week, a month that haven't been thought through or haven't been put into the schedule, whatever it may be. And I think that's a really useful
useful tool, absolutely. I think he also picks up on the point of looking at contingencies as well, looking at the fact that, you say you want 300 motor rollers, but actually you want 600 motor rollers and so on, and having the confidence to go back to a client and say, this is what you will actually need to deliver this project. You might have said that, but actually, in order to deal with all the things that are going to change on the day and might develop and so on, you're going to need to put this in place. And it's often, it's a difficult challenge to be able to go back to a client and say, that's what we believe you need to do, and maybe you need to reformat your budget.
I think people forget that actually that they've been empowered
Yeah.
by the client, by the tenderer of the event or the exhibition, whatever it may be, and must sort of judge their own skill base and be able to actually go, no, I've been asked to do this. There's a reason I've been asked to do this. And so if I think there's a problem, I should have the confidence to be able to communicate back up through the channels, because I'm the one that's got the experience. I've done this before. Yeah. Regularly, the people that are involved haven't done it before. As Vaughan says, 300 Motorola's, bet your bottom, it's 600. And that comes from experience. So I think coming out of this, when organisations have got more challenges, have got bigger expectations, different expectations, the people that are being tasked with it must have their confidence to go, yes, I know what I'm doing, and I will communicate it.
And the fact that now, a lot of people are having to deal with a wider range or a different range of skills. They've been concentrating on presentation for live events, and then they haven't got any audience in the room, and are now having to concentrate on presentations for just the purely digital audience, and having to pivot their own way of thinking into this new language and into what that requires in terms of, we've talked before about the broadcast element, but it's skills that not just, they perhaps don't resonate through the organisation, or the organisation has to pivot very quickly to put in place a digital department and filter that through into what that means to the organisation and the various other stakeholders you've got.
And we can't underestimate the now financial pressures on quite a lot of these organisations. So therefore, the people that have got budgets in place, I should think a lot more return on investment will be expected. So therefore, the risk has to be looked at, because I was even on a call yesterday with the museum, and they freely admitted that they had an exhibit that wasn't generating the kind of income it needed to. And they reached out to us for help and experience to monetize that. And the monetizing of an awful lot of the things that we sort of would have done as just part of the fabric of the building, of an educational, of a whatever, is going to be far more pertinent and important, because a lot of our organizations have been hammered financially. And so they really are going to have to make sure the return on investment is right, and it's right for the brand, and it's right for the communication, and therefore it has to work all the way through the organization to hit all the individual stakeholders, but also bring those stakeholders, which sometimes is a challenge, together.
Bring everybody together, absolutely, yeah. Bringing
people together is, and dealing from experience and knowing who to talk to. I mean, it's like, I sort of joke sometimes that the Cultural Forum was built up just through contacts and people, but it is these relationships that we all build going through. And there are a lot of things. I mean, it's a very interesting. I'm going to have to watch that again. And for anybody watching, this will be on the AV Cultural Forum website, which will give you information about how to get on. And it's fascinating so far. What a start to the day. It's, and you've got more.
And it's not over yet.
It's not over yet.
So moving on now to the final session is Chris Hollier. And Chris Hollier is a broadcast professional. He's been working on a lot of the sporting programs. ITV Sport is one of his recent things. And he's going to talk about the small broadcasts. The fact that, we've all been challenged in having to sort of put presentations together of this nature relatively quickly in our individual organisations. And so from a lighting perspective, he's going to give us some tips and so on of some of the things he's got.
I must just say that one of the challenges that we've all come across in the last sort of 18 months is solid Wi-Fi. And Chris, I managed to get from a bedroom just outside Goodwood while he was covering the racing, and you will see we had our challenges.
Good morning to all the AVCF members. Very pleased to Chris Hollier, who's here to help us sort of demystify some of the things that we come across when we're lighting for a camera. We're very lucky to get Chris, because he's actually an award-winning lighting designer and won an award for a very prestigious Nights of Illumination. His background has taken him all over the world for all sorts of prestigious events for sport, and closer to home was heavily involved in Harry and Meghan's wedding a few years ago. So I'd like to welcome Chris, who's going to talk about sort of the 101s, as I said, for lighting for the camera.
Thanks, Richard. Yeah, I guess the most important thing when Richard asked me about this, I was thinking, what sort of nuggets could I give everybody? And I think it all comes down to planning. So be as prepared as you can be is the most important thing. So try and get a brief of what the objective of the shoot is going to be. Try and somehow do a recce or find some images online, or get those sent over to you so you know what to expect when you turn up. The location makes a big difference to how you shoot things. So are you shooting internally or externally or a mixture of both? That will affect the sort of type of lighting that you'll need and the sort of the cameras and the covers that you'll need to protect from the elements. So that's a big thing. Try and determine how many people are actually going to be on your shoot. So not just the crew, but how many people are going to be actually in shot. Are there one presenter, two presenters, three guests? That again will affect how much kit you need to spec and the space that you need to allow to shoot within that. And obviously in today's world, we have to be aware of social distancing and whether that needs to be spaced, and on camera that needs to be seen to be spaced. Is your show going to be live or is it going to be edited? That will affect how many cameras that you need and how you shoot it, how you approach the shoot, and obviously how you edit it thereafter. Are there going to be any set or prop elements that need to be purchased, delivered? All of that can affect the timescales of how you sort of run your day on site. Are any restrictions within the places that you shoot, sort of parking or no light on sort of sensitive paintings, things like that? All of these things are better to find out beforehand rather than an angry person running up to you and telling you to stop filming, because that can severely delay your shoot. It's helpful to know what style the shoot needs to be, and so what the director has in mind. If there is a director or if it's you, try and have a thought in your head as to how you want this to look. Is it a sort of traditional sit-down interview to camera, or is it the presenter talking off camera, asking questions to a subject, or are they both in shot? Are they talking to each other? Do you need cutaways of each of those people? Again, that will sort of determine how many cameras you need, where to place them. Is it a more sort of stylized piece where you're going to have people walking through a gallery talking to one another, or is it one person with a sort of stabilized walk and talk shot with a steady cam or a gimbal? Once you've established these things, then you can sort of get down to the nuts and bolts of what you actually need to take to site and how you're going to set it up. So my advice would be try and keep it as simple as you can, especially if there's some unknowns to that prep list. Keep it flexible so that you're not tied to one thing and then are distraught when things change, because they often change rapidly on site. So it's good to know that you have flexibility within that.
In pre-production, Chris, and then before you even get to site, are the sort of questions you should be firing off to an organisation, to a curator, to a speaker as part of pre-production?
Yeah, I guess it's really helpful to have a sort of script if you're going to if you're going to try and produce a program based on a specific subject. So, as I say, the objective of the shoot, is it is it a 5-minute piece, or is it is it a documentary piece over 30 minutes, or is it just a live stream sort of showcasing something new that's arrived in a place, or an arrival of somebody, a special guest, an opening or something like that. So the way you approach that is the same for all of them, and you find out if there are any limitations, how many people, where, and all of those things on that tick list will help you then determine technically how you go about trying to sort of shoot and edit.
Great.
So what I'd sort of say after that is, when you've got those answers, then you need to think, okay, how do I simplify this? And I've fallen foul of this before. I've tried to make things very complicated when they don't need to be. keep it simple, try and use what's around you. I mean, I'm in a hotel room at the moment with a terrible background, and I've just blurred this background because I couldn't find anywhere with stable Wi-Fi. But there's a couple of wall lights, you know, and you can see me and hear me, which is the main thing for the purpose of this. So don't try and beat yourself up if you can't achieve exactly what you want. Just do your best with it and know that you've tried, you know, and tried to find out in advance. Use natural light, take advantage of that. You know, the sun can be your friend and your enemy in certain situations. Look for sort of interesting spaces or interesting features, wall lights, things like that that can feature in the back of shot. Anything that's sort of free is always good on a shoot. It saves you time and obviously budget if you're speccing things. It'll save you rigging time as well. And on the rigging front, if you are rigging things, obviously make sure you're safe, put matting down over cables. If there's any public that are coming in and out of that space, make sure there's signs, things like that. Just think ahead to, you know, possible pitfalls, and try and spec any spares that you can, because that's important, again, to save the time on the shoot. So spare lamps or bulbs, or, you know, an extra camera or something like that.
A lot of the AVCF members actually work in heritage and museums. Is there any sort of top tips about fabrics or paintings or fine arts that you'd recommend, the do's and the don'ts when it comes to lighting?
I shooting in those spaces, it terrifies me because you never really know what you're supposed to do. But have a word with the person that is curating, or, you know, the museum staff. If you're working there, obviously you'll know those people, and find out what you can and can't do. That's the best thing. Soft light that isn't going to, you know, damage paintings or any light at all. Try and use natural light or the gallery lighting itself, and try and make it as even as possible, or bounce light off surfaces that aren't sensitive, which will mean that you won't be casting, you know, hot light onto things. Using LED sources, obviously, are a cooler alternative to something like a tungsten light, which are safer. Essentially, you're not going to sort of set a bulb's not going to blow, or things aren't going to set a light. But yeah, anything that just be sensitive to it, and obviously, as I say, take that as part of what you're shooting, and accept that, you know, some things aren't possible to do in a certain area. So move them outside and shoot into the gallery, or just be, as I say, be sensitive to the situation of where you're shooting. I was going to say, if you're trying to light a person, just to give you a brief overview of that. If you try and sort of keep your look of your shoot consistent, then if it's a single person or three people, you can light them all the same by applying a sort of key light, a fill light, and a backlight, which is called 3-point lighting, if you have or haven't heard of that before. But essentially, a key, which is your main source of light, so that could be the sun coming through the window. A fill light, which, as the name alludes, it fills the shadows from the key light, or helps to fill those shadows, so you don't get such a contrasty image, which always helps make things look a lot nicer and softer overall. And then a backlight, which can illuminate the back of the head, the shoulders, or even shining onto a wall, so the wall is bright, and that picks the subject out from that background.
That's brilliant. Now,
and that can be applied on a huge scale.
A lot of the guys will be being asked to stream these events out of their museums and spaces. Is there anything specific that when people are viewing on laptops or viewing in sort of home offices and things like that, that are slightly nuanced to maybe broadcast lighting that people should bear in mind?
The best thing to do is look at streams online and see the things that do or don't work. When you have a great signal or a terrible signal like I have here, things that are very jerky, so fast movements and things like that, sometimes don't stream particularly well, and very, very contrasty images sometimes don't read very well either. So I think that the sort of trick here is to just test. So try stream something if you have that facility already. and see what you can sort of trial and error really before you go live, and that will give you a pretty good understanding if you don't have all of the sort of the other skills around you, vision engineers like we are, lucky enough to have on live shoots to tell us, oh no, that's too blue, or that's too contrasty. Those things will help you just trial and error, and you'll soon find that your images sort of take this level of consistency. If you try these things, the 3-point lighting, try and make sure that you're not making the person that you're shooting look stuck onto the background like they've been sort of green screened on. That always helps as a rule of thumb. So just try and balance your images, foreground and background, and that will go a long way to making it look much more professional online.
Thank you, Chris. That's been really useful today. And thank you for your time, because we have dragged you away from what are you working on that we've dragged you away from?
We've been shooting for Discovery for the Olympics, a studio there, and now we've just come down to Goodwood for a shoot. So we're travelling all over. But one last thing I must say, which any operator that you'll speak to will, or maybe won't tell you this honestly, but everybody's forgotten to press record at some point. So in the excitement of it all, just make sure that red light in your viewfinder or on your recording device is red. Don't double tap like I have, where you press record and then press stop straight away and then find that you've got nothing on a card or nothing to send anywhere. So everyone's done it, and I'm sure you will too, but make that mistake early on if you can, and you won't do it again.
That's brilliant advice. Thank you, Chris. I hope the rest of the Olympics goes well, and Cheltenham for this week goes well as well. Thank you.
Nice to talk to you, Richard.
Well, I think it was great to see so many common themes coming out of that session. The planning, keeping it simple, and also pressing record, which, yes, absolutely, we have all done that.
Yes, it's interesting, isn't it? It is for all the complexity we do, from Chris talking about things that he's done with the Olympics, it is keep it simple. I think we've all, over the years, tried to overcomplicate it, put too much in, try and do too much in a day. And actually, it's keep it simple, as Vaughan said as well. It's planning, planning, planning. I think those are the takeaways I've had from the guys.
This is, yeah, everything is like, there are things that just keep doing, especially as soon when he said, don't forget, press record. I mean, I think everybody watching that would have said, oh God, I could tell you stories about pressing record. And it's true, everybody's done that. And then I was thinking about the lighting. There's so much information being given in this sort of a trio of sort of presentations, talks, with people who really know their stuff. And it's very interesting to me. All that stuff you could mix and match almost.
It's common themes, isn't it? It's common themes that whatever project you're working on, whatever industry you're in, whatever organization, they're all the challenges that you have to work with. And it's one of the things that we pride ourselves on at White Light, because we're working across industry, is trying to take an idea from broadcast and translate that into an exhibition or theatre, and take that into a corporate event, etc. And it's that sort of, we're all doing the same thing. We're all got the same outcome, and that's the processes are very similar. The just nuances are just relevant to the individual organisations or structures that you have.
And I think that's one of the biggest things I've noticed over the years. When I joined the industry, you worked in museums in heritage, or you worked in broadcast, you worked in rock and roll, or you worked in theatre. Never the twain would meet. You stayed in your own little silos. But over the 30-odd years I've been doing it, I've noticed that everybody's now working in the creative industry. And I think the skill base that we are learning, as Jason mentioned, be it broadcast, be it theatre, be it live events, be it exhibitions, if we can learn as an industry and bring those skill bases together, as we come out of COVID and out of the crisis, I think what we will have ended up doing is having one big creative industry that represents itself well, as Bryan touched on at the beginning of the hour, as it were, with a skill base that we can take and share across the industry, where we can share the people coming into the industry, because we're going to need these creative people, these digital people, just as much as any other industry. The pressures on pay that we've discussed, I think are going to be, in the end, a positive for the industry, as we've said before. But I think learning today is planning, and it's keeping it simple, but it's keeping it simple for the whole creative industry. That's what I've taken from this morning, is that we have become an industry as one, with better voices to represent as one. And I think we'll find the younger generation won't even think that 1 minute they're in a TV studio, the next minute they're trying to do an immersive event in the V&A, and the next minute they're trying to help Cameron Mackintosh do an amazing scene in a theatre. I think this is where the industry is definitely going.
It's definitely becoming, yeah, I agree. People are moving across. It's very, you start off in one thing, but very quickly, everything is coming together, like you say. And at the heart of all that, that's why, you know, the Cultural Forum says people, not boxes. I mean, we know all about the boxes side of it, you know, some better than others, certainly. But it's interesting, the people, I found very early on, just knowing the man on a gate to let something in to your, you know, everything can fail on that if that person.
Who is the most important person on an event? The truck driver. Because if he doesn't deliver it, we've got nothing to do. So it's people.
Yes.
Really is a people industry, and we've come closer together through all of this, and I think we need to remember that, because the challenges are going to be there. They're going to be financial, they're going to be human resource, they're going to be logistical. We're going to have trouble through trading barriers and all of that, and we're going to have to support ourselves. And a theatre producer might need to pick up the phone to an exhibition tour and say, how on earth did you get through customs from there to there? How did you put that structure together that meant that touring exhibition could happen, or that theatre tour could happen, and keep some of the relationships that have been born over the last 18 months together, because we're going to have to do it together.
I think that's very important, and also keeping those key staff where you can, that have the experience, that know, and to almost succession plan in a way of passing on information. So when one person vanishes, you suddenly realise there's no one else around to sort of handle that particular problem, and it can be a real shock to the system, especially if you're working, depending what kind of institution or wherever you work. That's a very important thing. That kind of, well, did they leave behind any instructions or anything? You know, I've never even heard of this person, and that's a lot of people are struggling with that. Certainly in museums, I've found, you know, with the furlough and people making a decision to sort of just change careers suddenly. You know, there is that as well, because this has given people an opportunity to do different things, and that's
reflect on where they are in life, or take up a passion, or whatever. Absolutely.
A good time to sort of explore that. And also, let's not underestimate the mental stress that everybody gets. You know, that's just as important, because that's like, if you lose any ability of what you're doing, and stress is like, it's almost hidden. It's not treated like a medical disease. It is now more. I mean, just look at the Olympics.
I was just going to touch on.
I was going to say, you know, that's, you can almost.
She's been very brave.
She's been very brave, and what was her name? I can't remember exactly, but it was the gymnast from the American team who's just said, and also we had it with the Wimbledon with the tennis star.
That's right. And well-being in our industry, I mean, people have been isolated, they've been frightened.
Yes.
And all of the sort of foundations that people are used to, their pillars where they can go to, have been removed for some time. And again, that's why we need for our industry to work together, because the challenges are going to be some unseen at the moment.
Unseen until we start going back into organising and having to do events, having to put on exhibitions, which we haven't been doing in the past, and finding we've perhaps got less people or different skills within our organisation to achieve that. So, you know, I think there are lots of hidden challenges that are still going to come to ground in over the course of the next few months, 6 months, a year, as we start working in anger again.
It's funny, a question just popped up. It said, great location, the Rose Centre, Shure HQ.
Stunning.
For the UK, I mean, and it's a sunny day. And I don't know if people
Well, you
see
ordered that, Chris, didn't you?
I did. I ordered a sunny day. I planned it. I put it into project management. You know, I don't know where that
planning.
I don't know where that went to, but it went somewhere. And the Shard is glistening in the background. So for those of you elsewhere, internationally, this is, you know, the UK. There's the Shard. There's London Bridge, and that sofa looks very comfortable. Actually, I was thinking I need to sort of I might lie on that later on. And yeah, and the serious point here, I said, what happens what happens when a budget doesn't cover the expectations? What can you do? I suppose that's part of the pre-planning of doing things.
Yeah, I think it's part of the planning. I think it's part of the communication.
It's honesty as well.
It's honesty, and as I said earlier, it's understanding the experience you have, and that person has asked you to organise that exhibition or that event or whatever it may be, and communicate it back up. I think communication, we all know, is very, very important. And if the expectations are X, but actually the budget is Y, the sooner that's communicated, the better. Otherwise, people are going to be disappointed.
It's a bit like when you're actually operating or doing something, and when someone says, "Are you okay with that?" Actually, a lot of the time, secretly, depending on where you are, you're going, "No, actually,
You're always
I'm
going
not
to say
that."
yes, but
Yeah, everybody says yes, but you're getting the sense of, "Are you sure about that? Do you want to ask any more questions?" And then, of course, you've got to be able to communicate the exact data, if we put it like that,
and
to the person.
As Chris said, also push the button.
Push the button for record. Have I done that? I don't know. I can't remember if I've pushed the button to record now. It's all making me doubt. I'm looking at the lighting. I'm looking at everything, but I'm making notes. Or I will straight after this. Well,
just before you wind up, Chris, as both Chris and Vaughan especially, and Brian mentioned, if they've got any specific questions, if they fire it through you to us, we will make sure those questions go back to Chris and Brian and Vaughan for individuals. So if there was something that you didn't want to ask in the forum about lighting, or something you wanted to ask about pre-production, or Vaughan's takeaway of stepping back, Brian and his networking and what he's been doing, we'll fire those through.
I think that's, Rich has made a very good point, and thank you, Jason and Richard, for presenting, well, allowing us to see such an interesting mixture of things and views. And your point is very well made. Everything that you see today, everybody is very accessible. If you haven't got their details already, any of these people can be contacted directly via the forum, or, you know, that's what we're for, to be able to put people together. So please reach out, as they say, and let us know, either directly or indirectly, even if it's psychically. I'm going to be sitting here after the event receiving psychic emanations, I think. Does that sound right? I don't know. Now, we're coming up to a section, it all feeds in somewhere along the line, this crazy sort of line, where I have my own pre-record to sort of play you. And this is Jack Laidlaw from Middlesbrough University. And this is very interesting on where people are going to be coming from, one of the strands, where people are going to be coming from, entering into this more diverse creative industry of audio-visual technology, broadcast, all of these things. You never know where you're going to end up when you meet people. So I've got a clip here where I talked to Jack, and we just had a little talk about his degree course in AV technology and apprenticeships, and we touch on a few things. So take it away. Hello, Jack.
Hello, Chris.
How are you? How are things up in the climes where you are?
Very nice, thanks. Yeah, lovely day today.
Yeah, it's really sunny here as well. It's like, well, under these filming conditions, I'm thinking, how long can anybody last in these? It was meant to be hot yesterday, but it rained, or it's nearly threatened to rain. So I wanted to talk to you really because it's been a while since we actually talked, and one of the themes that we're investigating today with this IEV event is what I would call one of the resource things. And actually, you and the work you've done, the project you're working on, is really feeding in the real resource in a way, because there's always been a big challenge with where are the next generation, where are people coming from? And it fits in with our people, not boxes thing, because it really is the people that are coming into the industry and doing stuff. And you are right at the core with the project you're doing up at Middlesbrough.
Yeah. Sorry, was there a question in there?
Yeah, I was sort of just.
I mean, I'm agreeing with you. We are. Yes, we are. We are right at the core of trying to bring people into the industry.
I was just curious for people who don't know exactly what you've done, because it's quite an amazing feat. Could you just sort of give us a little sketch, because you are actually, for the first time, you have a course teaching people how to do audiovisual, but also it's going to be an accredited course with the Open University and the backing of government. And it's been a huge collaborative effort, I know. But some people may not know about it, and it'd be good if you could just sketch through roughly when the idea started, how it started, and what you've actually done and what you will be achieving by next year.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So we began working on an audiovisual technology degree in 2016 slash 2017 because we were aware of all of the job opportunities and the I suppose the skills gap, you could say, and the lack of available staff that AV companies were struggling with. And at that point, that was purely on a local level to us, up in the northeast. I've soon learned that it's a national problem and indeed a global problem as well. So we wrote that degree, and it was validated by the Open University, which means that our graduates get a degree from the Open University when they finish their degree. So we teach them at the college, but they come out with an Open University degree. So we wrote that degree and we started to run it. And after we started to run it, that was when I started to meet a few more people nationally who were interested, such as yourself and Graham. And soon after starting to run it, we realized that the industry interest was huge and very welcome, but the student interest wasn't huge. And that's due to various different things. However, what we decided to do was to move over to an apprenticeship model instead. So there are a few advantages to the apprenticeship model for both employers and for students. For employers, they don't have to wait 3 years for a student to go through a 3-year degree program. It also means that they can take on entry-level staff with in the knowledge that the staff are going to be trained by a training provider, as well as learning on the job as they go. For students, they don't pay course fees. So apprentices that join us, who come to us for the training part of their apprenticeship, will eventually come out of the scheme with their apprenticeship as an audiovisual technician and a foundation degree without paying course fees, and whilst being paid to do the job at the same time. So that's a no-brainer, really, if you're a student and you're looking to get into the industry. So that was the plan. The major hole in the plan was that there didn't exist an audiovisual technology apprenticeship standard, or an apprenticeship standard that had anything to do with audiovisual technology, really. And there were a couple of others that were similar, sort of sit alongside AV, but nothing that was exactly right. And I'm sure lots of people watching will be familiar with those sorts of things. And I've spoken to a lot of AV employers who have been in the position of trying to shoehorn apprentices onto standards that just didn't work. So we needed to develop an audiovisual apprenticeship standard. So Graham and I contacted a variety of different AV employers to see who was interested. And we ended up with a group of about 30 AV employers. And over the last 2.5 years, we've been developing the apprenticeship standard. It's quite a long, drawn-out process. But that's basically done now. And it's going through the very final stages of crossing the T's and dotting the lowercase J's. And what we need to do now as a training provider is we need to have a training program to put those apprentices on. So if you're an employer, Chris, and you want to take on an apprentice,
Yep.
you need an apprenticeship standard to put that apprentice on. So that bit's taken care of because we've got the audiovisual technician apprenticeship standard. But then what you also need is you need a training provider to provide the off-the-job training for the apprentice. So that's where we come in as a college. And what we need as a college, as a training provider, is some sort of course or scheme or program or whatever to put those apprentices onto. So what we're doing is we're sort of reformulating, if you like, our pre-existing audiovisual technology degree. And it's going to be a foundation degree in audiovisual technology. And the reason for that is because the apprenticeship is level 5 and a foundation degree is also level 5. So on a normal degree, a normal 3-year degree, you join at first year and you're on level 4. You progress to second year, you do level 5. You progress to third year, you do level 6. Because the apprenticeship standard that we've written is level 5, that's equitable to the first 2 years of a degree. And those degree courses are called foundation degrees. And they're usually used for very practical vocational subjects. So it's perfect for AV. So we are currently writing and have nearly finished writing our foundation degree in audiovisual technology. And it ties in 100% with all of the information and all the specified knowledge, skills and behaviors that is on the apprenticeship standard, all of which has been specified by the employers. So the idea is that, the apprentices are working 80% of the time with their employers, and then 20% of the time they come to us for off-the-job training. However, that doesn't need to be sort of 4 days on the job and then 1 day with us every week. They can do that anytime they want. We're validating an online course. So the vast majority of the tuition and the training and the teaching will be done online so that apprentices can check in with it anytime they like, more or less. So that gives us a lot of flexibility in terms of where employers are based and where apprentices are based. Because obviously we're based in the northeast of England, and it's just not practical to expect apprentices to be visiting us regularly. Of course, they can visit us whenever they like and use all of our facilities if they want to, but realistically, they're going to be based where the employers are based, and that's where they're going to spend the majority of their time. So having the online course is great, really, because it means that they can check in with the training program when they're able to. And I think the only thing I haven't mentioned is that the apprenticeship standard is a 2-year standard, so that's 24 months. So you would normally expect each apprentice to be an apprentice for that length of time. And I think that's all the major points covered, unless there are any holes in what I've just said. There's anything more you want to know?
No. So I mean, the benefit for the students is they are actually working with someone, which is very important. So they'll be in employ, but also they can use this online facility. And as you say, it's great because they can be anywhere and do this in their own time. So, and what is the benefit for the people in taking on apprentices during this time?
Well, if you're going to take on an apprentice, obviously there's you're going to be paying them an entry-level wage. So financially, there's an incentive there. Yeah. And as I briefly touched on before, you're not only getting an entry-level member of staff, you're getting a member of staff who's got a support network around them.
Yes.
So and that support network is partially comes from us, but it will also come from other apprentices on the scheme who they'll meet and interact with.
Yeah.
And so I think that's probably the major reason for employers to get involved.
When will it be available from? Sorry, Jack, to interrupt. When is it going to be available from, this particular thing?
So all of our planning is heading for January 2022.
22. All right.
Yeah.
So it's very well. It's almost on us as we speak. So
yeah.
Obviously a huge collaborative task. I mean, can you give us an idea of some of the people that have been supporting you and who they are? And it sounds as though, and what is it that the person who learns with you and then gets the apprenticeship, what do they get at the very end of it? And what is the level and how does it compare to other training standards? Just to sort of clarify that.
Okay, so I'm going to attempt to remember as many people as possible who have been involved.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't hold you to name everybody off the top of your head.
There is a very long list, so I mean, real apologies to anyone if I don't mention you here, but you all know who you are if you've been involved in the apprenticeship development. But first of all, Graham from Jacobs Massey, who has been the chairman of the Trailblazer Group. The Trailblazer Group is what the Institute for Apprenticeships call the group of employers who put the thing together. Graham's chaired that group for us and done a fine job. Thea from the Wellcome Trust, Abdul from Broomberg, Colin and Elliot from Vis-a-Vis, or Vis-a-Vis, I'm never sure how to say that. Kevin, who's now at Sky. They're the ones that are just right off the top of my head. There are many more though.
Yeah, I know. I've seen the emails around Robbins, and I know there's a lot of people involved. So
yeah,
what I mean is it's built a great momentum behind it, and actually your aspirations at the beginning are bearing fruit. And this is going to be quite something, because this is, as I said before, both government backed and backed by employers, and it's in the UK, anywhere, and it's a global problem, as you've said before. The resource of actually getting the right people into a job. So this is a very, big thing, from my point of view, and looking at it overall, because it has to be, that is where the fresh talent will come from.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's as I say, when we first started, I wasn't aware that this was a global thing, but hopefully this should help to entice some new people into the industry, and hopefully it gives the employers impetus to reach out to people that they may not have reached out in the past, because now we have this apprenticeship standard that they can put people onto. It's a bit more of a formal process that you can put apprentices onto, rather than I don't know, like an internal sort of self-governed apprenticeship. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but
yeah,
because it's going to be backed by the Institute for Apprenticeships, and because the apprentices who come to us they're gonna. By the way, I didn't answer your question before, I've just remembered. So apprentices who come to us as a training provider, they will finish the process with their apprenticeship as an audiovisual technician, but they'll also have a foundation degree from the Open University, and that's all without paying any fees. So they get two qualifications at the same time, and it might sound a little bit weird at first, two qualifications at the same time, but the way that we've built the foundation degree is that they do a bunch of work with us, and they build a portfolio of work, and then that portfolio helps them to get through their apprenticeship assessment. So that's the plan. And then what we're also doing is we are validating what's called a BSc top-up audiovisual technology program. So that's the level 6 that's missing from the foundation degree. So before I was talking about level 4, level 5, level 6 for a normal degree.
Yeah.
So that's a 1-year top-up program. So anyone that finishes the foundation degree, or any other foundation degree that's associated, so say you might have people who've done some work in media, or they've done some work in film or in audio. They can come and they can do their top degree and get a full degree, which Gabe is involved with, incidentally. I should have mentioned Gabe on the list of people who've helped before. Considering I can see his face right now, it's terrible that I forgot. Sorry about that, Gabe. Gabe's been very, very helpful.
So that's Gabriel Thorpe over at Jacobs Massey Production. And so he's going to be one of the people helping you out, teaching part of the modules. I mean, I know that will be that's very helpful. And I mean, I've watched it grow. I mean, this is, to me, it's kind of quite a big change. It's like I say, it's the first real recognized course in this country and elsewhere that you're actually going to be qualified. I mean, there is no other audio-visual technology standard. Is that correct?
No, there's not. No, to the best of my knowledge, when we validated our original audiovisual degree, it was the only one in the country. A couple have popped up since.
Yeah.
But we were certainly the first.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if there was a few that popped up or even still going, to be honest. But there's certainly never been an audiovisual apprenticeship standard before, which was why the problem I mentioned before, where employers were having to shoehorn apprentices onto standards that didn't really fit. I should also mention, by the way, Chris Burrows, who's been he's going to be teaching on the degree as well, who's been extremely helpful and given a lot of time, as Gabe has, to the process. Liam Helm as well, Dan Crompton, Sam at Shure, they've all been really, really helpful as well.
Yeah, it sounds like a remarkable project. I mean, I can't emphasize it enough, and I hope we can explore this at a later date in a kind of chairman chat or another thing, even an IAV event, so everybody will be there. I mean, so if anybody gets in touch with you at Middlesbrough, I mean, we'll have the information and we'll keep putting it out. And it's very kind of you to come in and sort of do this sort of pre-record session. And it's, can they get in touch with you? What's the best way for people to get in touch with you, for example? And I get the details off of you afterwards, and then we'll just promote that through the day.
Yeah, sure. Just my email address at the college. I'll pass that on to you, Chris, and then just feel free to send it out to whoever you like. I'm always very happy to receive expressions of interest in what we're doing.
I mean, we hope to be getting a lot of people on the day, and I think, you know, students were then about getting into, and the thing about the AV industry, if I can call it that, which I will, is once you actually get in and you meet other people, it changes completely, because then you realize all the opportunities you can get just meeting people. You never know where it's going to lead, because you might start off at one stage thinking you were going to be doing a music thing and working in a recording studio. The next minute you could be working in the film industry. I mean, it's a great pathway to a huge world that really, it's a great opportunity.
Yeah, that's right. And I think that the thing that makes AV so unique is that how broad it is. And that was one of the major challenges in writing the apprenticeship standard. And that what we wanted to do is to create an apprenticeship standard. You can't write an apprenticeship standard for one employer. No. You have to write one that's suitable for as many different AV employers as possible. And that's hard. It's hard. So what we've done is we've written a standard that gives apprentices a very broad introduction, although it's not just an introduction, it does take them up to quite a high level, but a very broad understanding of the different facets of AV and what's involved, so that once they're finished with us, they've had a good overview of the industry, and then they can specialize if they want to.
That's fantastic. I think this is an ongoing thing, as you've no doubt that's what's happened, and I think we'll let you get away, because you'll be going away on holiday sort of shortly, and having a well-deserved break, because I know how much work has gone into it, and I just think it's a fantastic thing. So congratulations to all, and I'll be talking to other people through the day, and I'll be mentioning this and and then we'll get back to it, you know, as a rolling program, and I'll be very happy to see how it all turns out at the end of the process at the beginning of next year.
All right, cheers, Chris. We really appreciate the support.
Thank you. Cheers, Jack.
Cheers.
And we will certainly be pumping out some information to you as we go forward. And what we're going to do now is we're just going to have a quick break before around midday when we're coming back, and I am going to be talking to some people from Shure UK who kindly built this building for me over the weekend. I don't know how they did it actually. It's probably still a little bit wet around the edges, but fantastic location. So why don't you just go away, have a comfort break, put the kettle on, and I'll meet you back here around midday. Yep. Welcome back, everybody, to Intelligent Audiovisual 21. And whenever I hear that music, actually, I have an insane urge to jump into a boxing ring because it sounds as though you're getting ready for a warm-up. And, well, it's nicely air-conditioned here. And on the sofa are the people responsible for building this building. Just a joke.
Builders.
The builders are coming in. So I'd like to introduce you to Pepe.
That's right.
And Stuart.
Thanks, Chris.
So
everyone.
They can see you. What have you, well, actually, I know what's coming. I should know what's coming, but this is an area that I always found interesting when I was working, doing things, the wireless frequencies, the broadband. I kind of got it, but then again, sometimes I didn't quite get it. So I'm in the right place now for you to update us because it's changing all the time, and certainly now it really has changed.
Yeah. Well, you're in the home of RF, Chris, and
yeah, we've seen some big changes that have happened over the past year as well. So that's what we sort of wanted to talk about and just make sure that everyone's sort of up to date and up to speed with what's sort of happened with Spectrum over the past 12 months.
It's much needed. There's a few surprises for people. Please take it away.
Okay. Well, I think we start. We've got a presentation that's going to run at the same time. My name's Stuart. I head up the Pro team here at Shure in the UK. It's my colleague Pepe. He's one of the managers who looks after some of the accounts. We get to arguably look after the good stuff. So we look after all sort of the broadcast side of things, film, studio, and then obviously live events, theatre, anything where there's a performance space. We tend to look after that. So without further ado, we're just going to give you a little bit of history on where we are with wireless and how we got to this point. So if you can see that on the screen, what we've got there is actually a memo from Ben Bauer, who was one of the founder inventor, one of the engineers at Shure. He was responsible for a lot of the technology that we started offshore, and that's a memo to Mr. Knowles, who was the patent officer at Shure back in 1947, and it's basically given the idea that we wanted to add a wireless transmission to the microphones that we were producing. So you can see we were doing that back in 1947 and roll forward a few years. And there we have it. That was the very first Shure wireless system that was in use in 1953, I think.
Early 50s, yeah.
Early 50s. It was a very unique system. I'll say it was the first of its kind. It was based on a sort of induction loop. That's right. Yeah.
So we know it today as induction loop technology.
So as you can see there on the stage, we've got performer on the stage, and just round that stage was the wire that worked with that. That handheld as well actually had valves in it at the time. We used the technology that we had available, but even then, this was the sort of the blur behind it. And if you can see that on the screen, even then we were talking about using having to share that spectrum with radio and TV frequencies. So even back then, back in the 50s, it was a...
Well, it's always been a bit of a give and take relationship. You know, we'd always shared since day one of radio frequencies, wherever it was radio broadcast or TV or entertainment, we'd always shared. The spectrum is a finite space of landscape, so we can't make any more of it.
No.
So we have to share it. We have to be good neighbors.
Yeah, we have to work with what we've got. That's right. So, yeah, again, we'll just do a very brief sort of overview of where we see sort of wireless in use. I mean, again, given that the space that we're in, obviously we do a lot of work with public address. Those important speeches that have to be done. There's no room for dropout.
Absolutely. There are scenarios and situations where you only literally have one shot. Let's say, a sad situation like a funeral broadcasting live from St. Paul, those, or Queen's speech, or, the President of the United States, those, you can't stop the take and say, excuse me, Your Majesty, could you, can we have another go? So those environments are, the redundancy and the technology and the reliability of it is paramount, and
it's critical.
it simply has to work.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
across sort of multiple platforms, I guess, as well. So we see a lot of use in TV, as we've got on here. I think that's from Britain's Got Talent. Yeah. A multiple use case. I mean, you're up to hundreds of channel counts of wireless on there, and it's all got to work. And given the location of it as well, and given where the location where we are today, we've got a fairly congested environment, and the amount of wireless that's in use.
Indeed, indeed.
So just a few more examples. Obviously, we've got the studio broadcast, again, critical elements there. What else have we got? We've got field broadcast. All these are just, it's just the multiverse that we live in at the moment where wireless is in use. And I think this is sort of one of the prime examples that you were talking about there, Pepe. We've got Emily Sunday there from, well, a bit pertinent at the moment.
Yeah, that was a bit of a unique scenario, really. That was a very early technology. That obviously, for people that haven't recognized yet the live event, that's the London 2012 London Olympics. And Emily Sunday did this incredibly moving piece of just her and just her voice. We were using frequency diversity technology. So actually, that microphone you see on the presentation, that was at the time transmitting on two carriers, on two individual frequencies, which makes it in a way, safer than a cable. A scenario like that, production would say, well, actually, if the artist is not moving, why not use a cable? Well, actually, that's safer than a cable. Cable is one single failing point. A frequency diversity technology gives you, well, in order for that to fail, you have to have a really bad day at the office. Let's put it that way.
And again, we're just some more examples of where we see this. Typically, I think anyone who sort of uses wireless expects it to be sort of used in those scenarios where there's, it's concerts, live events, and you ask the average person maybe how many channels of wireless, like on that example where Bruce is on there singing, how many channels of wireless is on there? I mean, everyone sees that handheld mic, but it's everything else that goes with it. It's the comms, it's the in-ear monitors, it's the instruments.
Yeah, an average tour these days, I would be not. It would not surprise me to see a very small tour today in West End, the Broadway show, less than 32, 40 RF channels between transmission from the stage to IEMs and return. So, yeah.
Well, I think with the last count of X Factor, which the news today, if anyone's seen it, has just been axed. That's going to free up a little bit of space in
Can we say that is official?
It is official, yeah. But yeah, the last count, that was up to 106, I think it's 162 channels of wireless in use on that
shy
one,
of 200
one
channels of RF, yes. Yeah, huge bandwidth, a lot of space.
Again, these are just more and more examples of the sort of like shared applications that we see wireless in use. And again, theatre over the past sort of 5 years, 6 years for us has been seeing the huge increase in production values and what wireless allows you to do.
The shows have developed with the arrival of miniaturized transmitters, have allowed sound designers and costume designers to hide microphones in some very personal spaces, and the number of channels that's gone up in theatres as well. I mean, talking to sound designers in the West End, they will tell you that there have been shows in the West End that would have not been possible 20 years ago because of the number of radios.
Yeah, that's right. So we're getting to a stage where, well, there's more channels and there's less spectrum. And you spoke about 2012 and the Olympics. That was the reason we all shifted at that point. That's right. Because of that event and DTV having to shift because we share that space with.
That was when we lost 800 megahertz in the spectrum, and May last year we have lost 700 megahertz.
So we're getting to we're losing spectrum. We need to, shows aren't getting any less complex. There's more wireless required on shows, as we've seen. There's more potential from interference, not just from each other, but also from now
Absolutely.
mobile operators.
And I like this slide a lot because it goes really the regulation and the client requirements, they do go hand in hand. So we have, on one side, we have less spectrum to play with, and the number of radio channels is going up. Shows are getting more and more complicated, and the number of radios is going up. And at the same time, that obviously will generate potential for interference and intermodulation amongst the transmitters. And at the same time, we have literally a zero tolerance to failure. We're all guilty of it. The second something goes wrong on a stage, we're all there commenting on Facebook and Twitter. I put my hands up, guilty. And so that can happen. That's the zero tolerance to failure is because the second something goes wrong, it's immediately posted on networking sites, and with the consequences of production, having to justify what happened, and
so it's probably
retaliate, go back to the rental, as if it's a fault for your fault, my fault. Yeah.
So it's a good idea that we know sort of how that works and how that operates, and how these frequencies, how the wireless sort of interacts with each other, and what issues that might arise. So a little bit of physics, I think, is what's coming next. So we're going to talk a little bit about how a transmitter works. We are sending a signal out on a single carrier wave. Our transmitter that we're wearing on our backs today to transmit our audio is sent to a receiver, and that's picked up and then demodulated. And there's different ways of doing that, and we're seeing a change and a shift to different ways of doing that as well.
I think the major shift we've seen in the last 5-6 years is the now almost complete switched over to digital transmission, or to digital RF. I think the important thing to understand, due to the physics of how a carrier moves through the air, is we used to have technology built into our analog transmitters where we needed to, in order to use less transmission power, in order to trying to get our signal reach further, we used to compress it a little bit and then expand it at the other end. That was called the compounder, because we used to compress and expand. Those days are gone now. With digital, we are transmitting zeros and ones, so we don't have to do that. Which means the dynamic range of the microphone is better, and we can transmit 20K frequency response, which is what engineers want, really.
I guess it's, the reason we're talking about why we, knowing about the wavelength and properties is important is, we can talk about the propagation characteristics of it, and why it's so valuable to people, not just obviously from our industry and the industry that we work in, but it's valuable to mobile operators.
Absolutely, Stuart. I mean, just looking at the slide is on the screen now, we could talk for weeks about wave theory and wave properties. Well, the way the waves are structured, RF waves are not, the theory behind it are not very different than sound waves or ocean waves or light waves in a point. They do interact with each other. And this is what's important to understand, why sometimes we have to have a visual understanding on the wavelength of the frequency of the transmitter that we're dealing with. I believe there's a slide later showing roughly the length of a carrier tuned around 600 megahertz. And why? Because waves do interact with each other. And not only they interact with each other, they interact with the environment around them, especially if there's metal structures around it, or they can be reflected, they can be stopped altogether. So it's important to have an understanding. And obviously, today we only have 45 minutes to go through something that we normally takes a whole day. But this is an opportunity actually to tell the viewers, tell people at home that we do regular training. We have the wireless masterclass, and Chris, if there's an opportunity perhaps to share the link later on, I think we should tell people where to go and find more training.
I think we'll find out later on in a second.
This is the slide that I was just
so we tend to operate, as we do the program making and special events, which covers all that multiverse that we spoke about earlier on. Broadcast events, conferencing, public address, all those things is covered by that program making and special events, and we operate in that UHF spectrum, and it's a valuable spectrum, as you talked about, because it requires a very low, in relative terms, very low power to transmit very, very long ranges. So we start down at the VHF range, where you can see there, we're dealing in megahertz. So just that wavelength is down to 3 meters. But if you move up the bandwidth, if you go to that sort of midpoint, the 600 meg mark in the UHF spectrum, that actual space is very, very short. So. And that in turn speaks to size of antennas. It's the sweet spot where we can, where you can transmit a lot of data using relatively small amounts of power. And then conversely, as we move up the spectrum, you move into the 2.4 gig, 5 gig range, which is traditionally known as Wi-Fi.
Yes.
Consumer world. People talk, well, why can't we use that? For exactly the reasons that we said. It requires a lot more power to transmit the same distance. So where it can be very good in controlled environments, it's not suitable for those broadcast situations.
Yeah, there are applications where 2.4 gigs is very acceptable, and we have equipment that tunes into that range. But if we are talking about a live broadcast or live show, a tour, a festival, things of that nature, you need more power. You need to cover longer distance, and that's where it's important to understand about 600 megahertz and why 600 megahertz, because that's where channel 38 is, which is our shared license PMSC.
We'll talk about that shortly.
Yeah.
So we just want to show on this. I mean, this is all the radio spectrum that's in use globally, and you can see there we run all the way down from 300k all the way up to 500 gigahertz, and the little space that we actually use is right here in sort of the middle.
That's it.
And that's that chunk of UHF spectrum that we use. So given the picture where we've got all that spectrum, this is our sweet spot. This is where we live and where we have to play, and where we have to play nicely with our neighbours from various disciplines now.
Absolutely.
So what does that look like, on a normal day-to-day basis? Pat, maybe you could explain a little bit about.
This is a slide of pre 700 megahertz. So this was the real estate that we had before we lost 700 megahertz. So as you can see, the channel that was dedicated for program making and special events was at the time channel 69. So 700 megahertz was freed of PMSC for mobile telephony. So that's now being occupied by Vodafone and Three.
I think, well, the auction happened last year. Just on that, just to add to that, Pep. So we've got on there at the bottom where you can see that channel 61. I should say that. So all these, this is the UHF spectrum that we're talking about. That tiny chunk that we were using before. And in the UK and in Europe, we break those chunks down into 8 megahertz bands. And traditionally, we could license any of those 8 megahertz bands. We had, as you say, we had the shared license, the license-free section down in 70, and then 69 was our shared license that we could all use. But anything that's green on there that allowed us to license for bigger events, for TV broadcast, for the Olympics. The purple chunks, the purple blocks that are in there, that's the DTV's transmitters. So that being North London, that's all Crystal Palace. So you can see there 22, 23. My eyes are kind of giving up now. 25. All those are what Crystal Palace kicks out.
Those were the boxes in purple. Those were the 8 megahertz chunks that were used by the digital TV or TV at the time. So if you were to do a scan in that postcode, you will see those TV channel 22, 23, 25, 26 being unavailable, being blocked out by your scanner.
But at this point, it looks pretty healthy because, you know, given this was pre last year, May 2020, all that green real estate, all that RF spectrum there, we could utilize to put a show on. And given that, you know, we're in the realms of digital now, we can put multiple channels in that. You know, we talked about X Factor, you know, going back without, we've got 162 channels. Traditionally, you'd be able to fit maybe 10, 12 channels in there of an analog system. So you can see how quickly we would use all that real estate up. Well, that, as I say, that was as of May last year, and that, sorry, sort of April last year, and then May it all changed, and we lost access to that 700 meg. So you can see there we've almost lost access to almost half of it. And at the same time, you know, the DTV hasn't disappeared. Everyone still wants their BBC One HD, ITV HD, and everything else that goes with it. That moves up into the spectrum.
Channels, and then you know, it's going up, so they need more and more digital TV space as well. But yeah, the problem that we had was that digital TV channels have simply moved out of 700 into the lower UHF, so into the space that we liked.
And I think that's you know, probably important to talk about that today. Is many people might not be operating in that 700 meg chunk, because you can see there, you know, you might be operating using the shared license, or you might be operating elsewhere. But the issue you've got is all that other stuff that was there has had to move. So it might be moving into a space where you are. And
if anything, if I would love for people at home watching this to take a message away from it today, is exactly that. We are now slowly but surely getting back into doing live shows, and just by owning 700 megahertz equipment, you might do a quick test in your warehouse when you're preparing your equipment to go out and do a live event. It might work in your warehouse, it might work where you're prepping it. But it's very important to get in touch with Ofcom, do a local scan the second you turn up, because, well, we are not allowed to use 700 megahertz anymore.
Things have changed.
And just because you own the equipment and you are now operating on illegal frequencies.
There's also a good chance that you might not even be able to operate.
And there's a good chance that it might not work altogether. Yes, absolutely.
So this is what it sort of looked like. This is from the Ofcom website. So this was a pre-May 2020 channels that are available versus what was available after May 2020. And this was from Media City. We were up there doing a show a few weeks ago. So you can see pre the sell-off of 700 meg, we had 18 DTV channels available, almost 144 meg worth of space. Yeah. You know, you can put on a big show. Plenty to do with that. Post 2020, you can see we've got, well, as half, doesn't it? We've got eight DTV channels left. Yeah. And this is the case across the country, isn't it? It's not just, it changes everywhere.
This is a good average of what's happening throughout the United Kingdom. Yes, yeah. Actually, there are areas within the south of the country where it's a lot worse than that. We are aware of Bristol, being one of the worst shape of the country. They literally have no space left. They have 2 8 megahertz gaps throughout the whole UHF spectrum, which is not a lot.
And that's obviously, of course, as we said there, that puts a lot of pressure on us as a manufacturer to try and find that space and use the technology that we've got to hand to try and adapt to what we've got and take it forwards and allow those productions to continue. And subsequently, we've got to a point now where we can use digital systems. I think there was some hesitancy when everyone talked about going digital, but you know, it's been proven now for the past sort of 5 years that they are much better than an analog system. It offers so many benefits.
They're more spectral efficient. They are easy to predict how the frequencies are going to interact with each other. What we call IMD, or intermodulation, which is the byproduct of 2 carriers being close to each other, it's it's a lot more forgiving, or is buried back low into the noise floor of the spectrum, so we can use more channel and get them closer to each other. And well, yeah, this is exactly the 9 transmitters in an analog world, and next to it with digital, and go on, turn them on, and that's what happened when you. So when you start singing into it, that's what happened when.
So basically using, well, probably the amount of space that we need, the footprint that that analog system needs, you know, just for 9 transmitters is huge. Whereas where you can see on the right hand side of the screen, that those digital transmitters, they stay, their footprint is consistent, and that's just the way that we use the modulation scheme. So we can very quickly start to build bigger systems using a digital system. And again, just some of the examples that we use in the Shure systems, the high density mode there. So we can do a lot of things with the digital modulation scheme. So we can drop the power, we can increase that channel count as well. So, you know, for spaces like this, for the Shure London office, we can pack in a lot of, you know, we can use that high density mode, taking into account what's around, and pack in a lot more channels.
And encryption, which is a really important point. I remember in the olden days, people used to sit outside Elstree and trying to listen into the live recording of shows like EastEnders and trying to sell it to newspapers. And you know, those days are now frankly quite gone, because of course, you know, you can encrypt the transmission, and you can have a completely safe transmission. But more importantly, you know, that's entertainment industry, but we're talking also scenarios where, you know, big corporate banks and financial institutions talking about what they do, talking about deals, and you know, and not just financials, but you know, even a company like ourselves, manufacturers, you know, talking about new products coming out. You don't want the your competition to find out. So encryption in certain installation is actually one of the very first box that needs to be ticked when you get that tender saying, okay, yeah, forget about everything else. Can the system be encrypted? And the answer is yes, and quite safely. These are now this slide shows the regulators. Ofcom, of course, is the UK regulator. Is a company that looks after the RF spectrum. I would invite people to create an account.
It's free.
It's free. The account is free.
You can look up the spectrum that's used in your area. It's a very, very useful tool.
Absolutely. Shall we talk about the fact that actually PMSC and Channel 38, even though it's called free shared license, it's not free. It's important to
yeah, there's a shared license that you can use, which is £75, and that gives you access to sort of the interleave spectrum. But certainly for things like fixed installs, that might not be the best solution. You might be wanting to look at fixed frequencies within the other spectrum. But the other things on there that we've got, because I know we're kind of running short on time there. So BERG are the British Entertainment Industry Radio Group. That's something that we're part of. It's made up by a lot of the industry, and they were the people who lobbied on our behalf in order to protect, you know, to recognise that we were a vital part of a cog in the wheel, for want of a better phrase, for having the necessary requirements to use that spectrum. You know, we were important piece of the industry. And on there at the bottom as well, we've got the Commission Comms Reg, which are the Irish regulators.
Yes.
And APWPT, which rolls off the tongue, is a really useful resource if you are, you know, any installations, any touring, anything that goes on in Europe. That's a very, very useful website to have a look at, to know what's going on frequency across Europe as well.
Absolutely. It's a little German-centric, but it's a very useful website. Especially if you're touring, you know, Italy, Spain, France, etc. It's a good place to get information and resources. Yes.
And then we've also got you know, the stuff that we do as well. We've got our, well, we're getting back to now, maybe face-to-face wireless masterclasses.
We've seen people less than 2 meters away from you without masks. It's incredible. It's a great feeling. And we are getting back into the swing of things. We have, for the last 18 months, carried out wireless masterclass from home, all in our individual little studios. So yeah, stay in touch with us. Follow us on the various networking sites, and look out for new dates for the wireless masterclass, which is done by Dave Phillips, my colleague Dave Phillips, and wireless workbench training, which is done by Jack Drury. I've seen the letter and the word questions coming up on the screen.
That's probably, I've got to ask you some questions on behalf of other. We don't have any questions coming through just yet, but I'm sure there will be questions coming through. That's very informative, and I'm particularly interested in the training aspect that Shure offer. So it sounds like something that needs regular topping up in a sense. I think with the, well, when you understand the principles, the physics principles of the bandwidths, just like you say, waves and everything and how they interact, and you can see on those examples how the benefits that digital have brought. It becomes clearer, because it's always seemed like a mystic art, even amongst audiovisual people. You can't see it, and it's certainly, you've demystified it a little bit there. It's interesting, and the graphic representations of how little space there is. It's almost like you feel like if you were operating, it's almost like being pushed closer to the edge of the cliff. All the big guys are coming in and saying, just get out of the way, we're moving in, and you're going, I mean, that's a constant battle, surely. It
has felt a time like that.
It is, we are small fish, really, in the grand scheme of it. I mean, there are, well, the amount of users that are out there, which is why we sort of talk about if we're not visible, then other people are going to come in and take that space, which is what we've seen. We saw it in 2012 when the DTV needed to be moved. That big chunk of spectrum was sold off at the time for 4G use to the mobile networks. Yeah. Again, last year, 2020 kind of disappeared under the radar for obvious reasons, but the same thing happened again. The 700 meg got auctioned off. Some of it is going to go to use to 5G, no doubt. We don't know exactly where it's all going to go as yet, but they've been announced. And so, yeah, we have just got to keep, waving that flag. And again, we talk about this, and you're right, we update this on a regular basis because of what happens. But the big takeaway is no matter what wireless user you are, be it from a down the pub to doing a huge install, to the conference work, to doing anything of that ilk, just make sure you're licensed, because if you don't have that visibility with that amount of with the users that are on there, you're right, we are just going to get pushed closer and closer to the edge.
One of the questions just come in, actually. It's a relevant question in many ways, it speaks to the importance of this. Someone's said, do we really have to buy a license in the UK? It's a lot of admin. Well,
you can start. You can take that one.
Yeah,
I would disagree with that. It's not a lot of admin. It's an email and a phone call.
It really is. I mean,
but the reason behind having a license is not, okay, I'm licensed now, so I own these 8 megahertz for today, and nobody can disturb me. That's not the point. The point that it's like Stuart said, is making yourself visible. Yes, by having a license, you could actually, contact Ofcom and trying to enforce it should you get to be in that situation. But it's important to be visible. It's important to make company like Ofcom to have a visibility of how many users there are in the UK and the rest of Europe. I mean, the numbers that we have, we were looking at 15 million users, and we know by talking to other manufacturers and competitors, and the numbers, the units that we've sold, the numbers could be almost twice that. So the 50 millions are actually the users that have licensed their frequencies.
The other thing to remember as well is, like, it's a requirement. It's a legal requirement.
And it's a legal requirement.
If you're operating, say we are today, we're operating here. There might be someone downstairs. If we've not got a license and they've got a license downstairs, they're completely within their rights to, speak to Ofcom, and we have to move. And if there's nowhere to move to, then what do you do?
You have no voice.
Exactly that.
Literally, you have no voice. Yeah. And it sounds to me, from what you're saying, Pepe, is it's a lot less bureaucratic than it used to be, because you're saying it doesn't take much. So, and really, it's, you want to be seen. That's the thing. You need to be visible. And so that's a very good thing, in my opinion. And it seems to me, this is probably just a sort of folk memory, it always seemed to be quite difficult within an institution to say, this is particularly important, we need to do this, especially when you weren't completely clear yourself, but you knew you needed it because you've got some, what in your terms would be a big event. And actually, the other question came in that said, are the master classes now available again? And how does a company go about booking? Maybe you could just...
we haven't stopped making wireless masterclass.
Yeah, we've
actually done several throughout lockdown. I would guess if this gentleman or lady is working for a company and they're interested in doing some specific training for themselves, I think we would be happily to...
Yeah, well, we're on a bit of a hiatus at the moment. We ran a session every month during last year. We started in April. We're actually updating it. So we're actually we did it. It was normally a class that we presented face to face. We quickly adapted that. But yeah, we'll be starting those again in September. We're just taking sort of summer off to replan and just change it up a little bit. But if anyone wants to get in contact, I mean, the registration's available on the Shure UK website, so you can go on there and register your interest for when the next sessions will be.
And at the moment, while things are just sort of starting up again, you're probably, would it be possible if an institution, for example, or a museum or somewhere that really wanted to get a handle on this, would you be available? Would people, is Shure available to maybe go to the site and pre-arranged, if you're free, to advise, what is needed and what you should be thinking about?
We're always more than happy to help to do that if we're available.
That's a very important.
100%. We all felt a little rusty getting back into, and I understand it can be scary, not having used equipment for a year and a half. You forget about things, if you don't use not just our equipment, any equipment, you lose the muscle memory. And that's it. And that's what we're here for. We're happy to get in touch with anybody that wish to be trained. We're happy to supply the training.
And we are quite agnostic when it comes to the actual, the wireless masterclasses. The sales hat does come off. This is an education. It's
RF is RF, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly that.
I mean, I personally liken it to if you've used a computer program software and you haven't used it for a while. Like going back into any like X or any of them, you go, now what did I used to press again to do this? And then you have to sort of think. And so if I put kind of devil's advocate hat on here and say, because I like the analogy of being pushed to the edge by the bigger, what is there a possibility? What does the future hold? Because it sounds to me as though it's like a black hole. The event horizon for radio wireless is right on the edge and you're clinging. So what happens when you've actually gone off the ledge, but you're clinging and you've got to drop down to the next floor? Like all good films, Hollywood films. Where are you looking? What are the possibilities of?
Well, obviously we're not stopping developing anything. No. The UHF spectrum still, as it stands, is still the most viable spectrum to use. That might develop into different way of using it maybe down the line. I don't know, but it's still the most sort of valuable piece of spectrum. As I said, you know, if we moved up the spectrum, if we moved higher up, we've had the issues of where we've got to use, you know, higher power, and nobody wants to go from a tiny belt pack to a belt pack with now a brick of a battery on there.
A battery attached to it, absolutely.
Yeah, nobody wants to, in general, in human society now, everything is about using less power, if possible. LED lighting and
absolutely
old lighting, you know, it's a very important consideration. I know, for example, when people are buying all kinds of equipment, whether it be sound, screen, everything is all, what's the green footprint, shall we say?
Green and efficient.
And that's a big deal now. You know, it's coming into, it's starting, and it should be looked at, and that's something to take into consideration. And many people buying things like this, whether it be a kettle in your kitchen or 17 back sort of racks worth of, you know, they're saying, well, how much power is this consuming? And will my lifetime fuse trip out? And I haven't got another one. I hope that won't happen. But I think that's excellent stuff. And, you know, I think I'll come along myself at some point and just, maybe we'll do an IV type thing or something with the forum. Maybe we'll come live from one of the training sessions and, you know, just see what's going on. That'd be very good. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Pepe.
You're welcome.
And thank you, Stuart.
Thanks.
It's a great presentation, very informative, and again, a lot to pick out. So far in the day, we're not even up to the midpoint yet. There's a lot of stuff to digest and take in, so that's good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to invite the man who's responsible for getting the Cultural Forum in league with Shure UK and Shure in general, who I met many years ago. And I'd like to welcome John Ellis to the sofa. It's his sofa. This is his chair. I look at everything going on. It has to be, you know, I just actually look at one person, being a people person, and I say, well, you're responsible. You know everything. And I'm always surprised when sometimes say, well, no, actually, you don't know about that. You need to talk to, I'm going, but don't you know everything? Because when I'm sitting with this man, I think he knows everything and I know nothing. And any sarcastic comments coming from you now or you're thinking, don't. That's all I'm saying. Welcome to the sofa. Feels like a breakfast TV show. John Ellis from Shure UK. John.
Thank you, Chris. It's really great to see you here. I mean, obviously this is one of my home in a sense because I'm here quite regularly, but it's really great to see you here and IAV coming from the Rose Shure Experience Centre. Thanks for coming. It's absolutely brilliant. And I've really enjoyed the session so far.
Thank you. Thank you. I suppose going along the themes that we've been talking about, people not boxes, personal relationship contacts, and the whole, if we sort of look maybe at the resource side, with an expectation of people moving from a home environment where possible, and it won't be possible for everybody, of course, the sort of, how are we going to be looking at, how are you planning for the future in terms of spaces, office spaces, rooms? I don't know, have you got any thoughts?
Yeah, good question. And it's something which crops up daily for us because obviously we're a microphone manufacturer, so we're involved in all sorts of rooms, scale and type of rooms. And it's interesting, we've been hearing about hybrid conferences, we've been hearing about the return to work, the work from home, we've been hearing about wireless spectrum and wireless microphones, how they're important, but the spectrum is being really squeezed. And for me, one of the most important aspects of people coming back to work, in a sense, is the room they're going to work in. If you're going to have a conference or a meeting in a room, the room needs to have decent acoustics. It needs to be a good quality room. But your experience, Chris, from working in like the museum, when you were trying to rent, hire out rooms for AV, were the acoustics any good?
I think in a lot of things that wasn't a priority for people. I always had this battle where people wanted to use certain rooms, and I was saying, well, this is a big echoey space. We've got to, it's not, can you have your meeting here? Because there are a few places you knew that you could get some, well, not perfect, but you could get a better response. But you know, when people say we want to have it here in this corridor that's echoey with loads of people walking by, you're thinking, are you mad? Well, you're thinking that, and you're saying, well, we'll see what we can do. That's where I was. That's the kind of thing. I think even now people are having this dilemma of being asked to place things in areas that are not really fitted for purpose. So
yes,
this is obviously something that you've thought about a lot.
It's well, I think we first met down at REBA, and it was a constant discussion there, even with the architects as well as interior designers, that, you know, a room has to be fit for purpose. And so often we see that rooms for AV, whether it's in an old Royal Society, whether it's a room in a museum that's fairly been around for a long time, or whether it's a corporate boardroom that's being designed new, people often don't take into account the room acoustics. Which one of my colleagues went up the road here in the city to a large international organization recently, and 3 sides of the room were glass. And they were complaining about, you know, every sort of microphone that they had tried was picking up echoes from the room. Well, unless you've got a microphone like this, a gooseneck, and it's sort of like 2 inches from your mouth, then obviously you're going to get room pickup. So room acoustics are essential. You know, people returning from their home where they've got a small room and they can probably hear the audio very well, and probably the audio they're transmitting is pretty good. When they get back to an office space, obviously the room needs to be fit for purpose and it needs to sound good.
So in theory, shall we say, the sound, again, I think I spoke about this before and we talked when Richard and Jason were here, and, you know, everything so far leads to, you've got to realize how important sound quality is, the intelligibility of what you're hearing and picking up from someone else. I mean, we've all had calls where someone's on the other end of a Zoom chat with you, say, for example, we've all had that, and they haven't really got a very good, they're not aware that actually the microphone they're using is in the next door house. So that's why they're a little bit muffled. I'm exaggerating for emphasis, obviously, but it's worth saying, you know, I always think, you know, getting things closer, better microphones are going to help you. And now we're here in Shure UK, the headquarters, Rose Centre. This is obviously where you've given a lot of thought to this kind of dilemma. And can you give us any kind of general tips with people collaborating? Can you just fill us in where Shure fits into this picture?
Yeah, certainly. We take the whole thing very seriously, and we want to give the best tools possible and the best, we always talk about intelligibility, you know, the quality of the sound. And quite often you look at the budgets for AV rooms and they spend a lot of money on screens, and quite often directors want the latest 4 or 8K screens. And then in the past, when it's come to the budget for microphones, it's been, oh, well, you know, that's sort of a bolt on. But I think people are realizing now more and more. I mean, we're engaged in a thought leadership program with people where it's not about selling, it's just about educating managers and people high up as to the whole thing about intelligibility and the fatigue it gives, etc. So we've developed a range of microphones. We talked earlier about the wireless mics, and, you know, traditionally you have like boundary mics, which may have been wired. Now we've got wireless boundary mics, and we've got these wireless goosenecks, which can go on the table, which are very popular. But obviously since COVID, people don't really want to handle things. They don't want to have to plug them back into chargers. So we've had to come up with new ideas. And for many years, people have said, why can't you put something in the ceiling? And that has been a challenge, but we've been working on that. And we've come up with some fairly good tools to help that, which can actually be in the ceiling, out of the way, practically invisible.
So you have to, yeah, like you say, it's kind of a process of educating the people. I mean, I'm sure, like when you walk into a room, I mean, everybody expects to, you know, a general meeting room area, everybody expects to see the screen, but they don't want to see other things. And actually, that's a good way of approaching it. You say you don't need. I think you mentioned to me earlier, you have had certain things which I suppose is more to do with the psychoacoustic or giving people confidence until they realise that things work, of having a lav mic clipped to them. And even if you don't need it, it's the kind of, people want to see something, you know, you're used to seeing a microphone on a lectern in front of you, for example. Could you explain something about that, kind of convincing people, I suppose, that this is, and I've seen your ceiling mic system in action and it's excellent. So maybe you want to sort of talk about that a little?
So this is not to hit you over the head, Chris.
Oh, goodness.
This is a linear array which sits in the ceiling. Okay? It could sit on the wall, it could sit either side of a screen, but essentially they're designed for ceiling mount. And we do a larger one, which is like a ceiling tile array as well. And with these, you can aim the direction, you can aim the lobes to the people. So potentially, you can have a lobe, especially with our largest ceiling array microphone, which has 8 lobes, you could aim a couple of lobes along the front where the presenter will be presenting from. But the issue quite often is, as we have said, is that the presenter is used to standing at his lectern with the gooseneck in front of him or with a tie clip as we have here. So sometimes the AV techs and operators have found that when they've put the new system in, it works absolutely perfectly fine for the far end, for the lecture capture and for recording, works absolutely fine. But the presenter is very concerned because they do not have a lavalier, they do not have the security of a gooseneck in front of them. So what often happens is they actually give the presenter a lavalier microphone, but they don't turn it on. So the presenter still has that comfort factor and that psychological fact that he thinks that he is being picked up from this microphone. In fact, he is being picked up from a ceiling microphone that is tracking him. You could have 3 or 4 lobes across the front of the stage, and the auto mix is opening and closing the lobes. That's tracking him across the stage.
So this is, I guess, in many ways, from my experience, and I see that, this is something that probably younger people, a generational thing, they're not worried about, because just walking down the street, sometimes you see someone and you think they're talking to themselves, and they're talking to people wirelessly in the street without any means of communication. And you think, is that person troubled in some way? Or usually they're just chatting to their friends, and they would walk into a boardroom, like you mentioned, and wouldn't think anything of it, I suppose. I mean, that looks to me just like something you would put in your ceiling, and you know, when you tell what's in it, that's quite remarkable in many ways. So this is both a help and a hindrance, I suppose.
Yeah, everything is networked. I think the amusing thing is that integrators who put these systems in, sometimes they get the comment when the system has been being handed over, and you've got the director come in, and he's just spent £100,000 or so on his room, which does include video, control systems, audio, cameras. And he's basically saying, well, where's all the equipment? Because these days, yes, you want it to be hidden. And in top quality, well, wherever, not in top quality boardrooms, but wherever you want to hide the equipment. But also, in terms of that as well, it's like having old-fashioned PA loudspeakers. You don't want big loudspeakers now in a boardroom or a lecture theatre, either side of the stage necessarily. You really want to hide them. And again, you can put the speakers in the ceiling and you can hide them. And we can incorporate the camera tracking, we can incorporate what we call voice lift, all into the ceiling void or the ceiling area, which takes everything off the table, everything out of the line of sight in a sense.
Which is probably a great advantage, especially post-pandemic, when we're getting back to normal, and people, they don't want a lot of clutter around them. So that I would say is an advantage, and a good one. And certainly made leaps and bounds there, as I've evidenced myself. And just like the education with the wireless and the frequencies, this is something that you would deliver. You can also go on the Shure website to classes and learn more about this online. And I would assume, obviously, again, with big institutions, you would go in and advise people on how they should be approaching something like that, because it seems to cover a lot of, again, it comes down to that preparation, getting that stuff ready, and you've tested it and you know.
Sure.
And that's, I think that's very good.
Yeah. Well, we have this Rose Shore Centre here, and in case you don't know, I think you probably do, the reason we call it the Rose is because Sydney and Shaw Rose were the couple who started Shure many, many years ago, back in the 30s. And Rose Shaw was a wonderful lady. She was the business brains, he was the engineer, so an ideal couple. And she outlived him, and even in the early 2000s, even in her 80s, she was still going into the Shure offices in Niles in Chicago once a week. So this centre is named after her. That's why we call it the Rose Shore Centre. And yeah, we have various rooms here, which is quite interesting because we try to give like best practice in audiovisual. And I know quite a few AVCF members have been in, and anybody's welcome to visit us here. We have a range of rooms at different sizes, and we've got decent screens in, we've got good acoustics, and we've got our microphone systems here as well as and cameras as well, which we can show camera tracking. And this whole thing about voice lift is very subtle because when we can demonstrate it, it's hard to demonstrate it online. You can't hear voice lift online. But the whole aspect of voice lift is that you've got the microphone that's picking up elements across the room, and then in other sides of the room, that is being amplified. So the loudspeakers immediately near you where you're speaking are turned off and muted automatically, and the loudspeakers on the other side of the room are turned on. So that means that anybody having a conversation across the room can actually hear each other. It's very subtle, it's not loud, but it's at a subtle level so that people can just pick it up. But yes, we have a lot of information online. We have a lot of white papers, and we have the Shure Audio Institute, and we have a certification program, which I would encourage folks to get involved in. We do level 1, level 2. It is actually a certificate. It is recognized by AVCF. And if you need any further information on that, then please do get in touch with us. And as I say, you're very welcome to come here as well.
Yeah, thank you, John. I'm thinking of hiring one of your, I'd just like to come and live here on that sofa, especially with duvets. Don't forget the duvet idea for your marketing.
Yeah.
Sure, sort of,
Chris, I will
branded hats, little candles that you can walk around with like a Dickens novel, except it should be an LED, I think, for safety and low power usage. That's just my thought.
Well,
anyway.
Chris, that's a good idea, and you know that our logo is black with a green stripe. We've got ignition green stripe on it, and I'll put the idea forward in terms of swag. We've got good science on the marketing people here today, and I think a black duvet with a nice ignition green stripe across it and Shure printed on it. Do you think that would work? Would you buy one?
I think that is definitely a way. Well, I'd road test it for you, and I'd give you feedback. So I wouldn't buy it instantly, but I think it could be one of your best sellers. And it's been really great to chat to you. And I should sort of point out that now we're just coming up to, let me see, what is the time now? I'm just double checking this is an iPad. It's not just a prop for me to use. I am checking. Okay, it's coming up to 1 o'clock. And now it's an opportunity for people because you're going to be in one of our exhibition areas. Is that correct? And
we have a room where people can go to ask any questions.
Because I know there are people out there, because I've seen some questions, and you always know you're in trouble when you can't understand the question itself, because you're saying, actually, that person needs to talk to this person. So that's the place to go for people who want to dig a little bit deeper into that particular, anything that's been discussed, especially with Shure. Right now, well, not right now, because I've got to move from the sofa. So this is live, I am live. We are just so.
So during lunchtime, Chris, are you going to have a snooze on the sofa? Do we need to come and wake you up in an hour's time?
It doesn't. I've got to get myself together for whatever's coming next, which I know what's coming next. So I'll announce it and leave you to get into place. Thanks very much, John.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Chris. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody.
So our next pre-record I did with a gentleman called Bart van Geldrop. He's in Eindhoven, and he is leading AV there in this contemporary art museum. Very lovely space that I hope to visit, and very informative. He's kind of new. He's got a very interesting background, which I won't give anything away, any spoilers. No spoilers here. So I'd like to sort of just say, this is Bart van Geldrop from the Abbemuseum in Eindhoven. Hi, Bart. How are you?
Good. Up in the home office for today, so that's a good place to be.
How are things?
Good coffee.
Good coffee is a necessary. In fact, I've just been drinking a strong coffee before this just to keep me going, so that's good. That's what you need. I'm not showing my hands too much, otherwise they'll be shaking. But so far, I haven't drunk that much coffee. But so how's life in the Netherlands?
How's life in the Netherlands? I think it's basically like life is everywhere at the moment. We sort of went out of the most strict restrictions we had on COVID, and we're going back probably to restrictions.
Yeah.
Because a lot of new cases. Okay. So exciting times.
Excellent. I just wanted to, for people who don't know, can you give us a sort of a breakdown of what your museum, what it's about, and kind of just give us a sort of general impression of what the Van Abbemuseum, is it Ab or is it Abbe?
Van Abbe.
Van Abbe.
Abbe, yeah. Abbey, like, but then different. Abbe.
Abbe.
Like you're drowning. That's what it sounds like.
Okay. So I don't know. When did you first start there, as a matter of interest?
Well, 2 years ago.
Yeah.
To be honest, that was my first step into museum life, because before then I've been in live theatre and events for 25 years, as both as a freelancer and as a steady employee of the theatre here in Eindhoven and in Utrecht, where I started. Mm-hmm. But 2 years ago, I saw this vacancy for the Van Abbemuseum, looking for an AV specialist. And I thought, well, I still like theatre, but it would be nice to see what other people are doing. So I thought I'd just apply and see
the other side.
If I had a no, in Holland there's a saying, you have a no, you can get a yes. So that's basically the way I went in there, and this ad, like, hey, maybe it's good to just see how you're doing in the marketplace.
Yes.
And I got hired, and I've been there now for 2 years. So,
and you've never stopped working since, every day, for as far as I can recall from the time we talked.
Yeah.
So it is. I mean, how many people work at the museum overall, the staff level? Not in audiovisual, just generally.
Audiovisual is basically just me.
Just basically it's you, yeah. And
that's a good question, because we haven't seen all of them for a while in the offices, because most people are working from home. So I really have to.
Yeah.
Let's say
an approximate figure.
40, 50.
Okay,
I mean, if you look at the website of the museum, you'll see, and probably people will say, you are so wrong about this. There's 100. But I think it will be something like that. Yeah. And of course, the security and people just do the tickets, and that's a different, that's not offices, but that's also employees in a way.
From what I've seen looking at the website, it seems to be quite an innovative approach to things. I know you've got that wonderful garden, and constantly, and you've got the thing with the robots going around with people who've got Alzheimer's, and it seems to be embracing a lot of things where people will be moving to, may have been already experimenting. It's kind of, would it be right to say that it's quite an adventurous kind of approach, and it's a contemporary art museum, so would it be correct to say that you've got quite an innovative approach to things there?
Well, to be honest, I've only been in this museum world for 2 years, so I don't really have much reference. For me, this is a normal situation because when I started in museum 2 years ago, I started with this museum, and the robot has always been there. But what I do know and what I do know from our managing director Charles Asher in his talks and the things he explains when he's talking about the mission of the museum, it is to and the entire city of Eindhoven is like that. I used to work at a theater and they do the same thing. They want to try and have a sort of contact or thing between the city, between the inhabitants of the city and the museum. So it's not like the museum and the theater are up on a hill. Yes. And you people are down there somewhere and you can come up to us and view high art. No, you can just come in. We can be your living room and you can come in and explore. And I think that's a thing that's been going because obviously they also had to. I mean, it's been happening in theater for a long time, to get people.
Yes.
Well, how do you get an audience? So more involvement, and now museums start to do that as well. And of course we have Design Academy. Yes. And so,
it's becoming inclusive. Thing. Yeah, I get because the community, the people are what make everything work really. And I know museums, in my background in museums and the people I talk to, it's all about getting your audience in, attracting them and just being as flexible as possible to encompass all sorts of people. You find, you say, well, these people don't come to our museum. Why? What interests them? And as you say, there's often an impression with museums that, feature art, for example, that it's only for a certain section of people. Yeah. But really, it's I mean, museums, I remember saying to someone that they're like churches of the mind. You go there just to sort of sit back and you can look at something and you can look at nothing really. You can just sit there and be in the space, which is what particularly impressed me about your garden area and what you're doing there. And, to have the person who designed the garden bridge in New York City, for example, consulting with him. I don't know what part he's playing there, but it seems to me as though you're really experimenting with stuff.
Yeah, that's true. And also on the technical part of things, most museums, as far as I understand from colleagues and most museums, at least in Holland, if they do something with lights of video, whatever, they'll just get a company in to, they'll say, okay, we want this projection should be that large, the room is that big, just come and install it, and a company will come and install it, and if anything's wrong, basically a technician will pop by and fix it and leave. We do everything in-house, and apparently that's, I don't know if that's special, but it was sort of given to me like, okay, most museums don't do that.
Yes.
Which also gives you a lot of room to try things, to see, okay, if you look, there's an upside and a downside to it. The upside is you get to create your own problems, and the downside is you have to fix them yourself as well. So you keep on challenging yourself, which is good, which keeps you sharp. You don't get stuck in a rut like, okay, I'll do this and then I'll do that. Now you're like, okay, they want that. Cool. Yeah. How? Let's find out.
I mean, every institution and museum approaches it slightly differently, but I think I think it's essential to have most of the people I know, they're working within this system. And I think the problem comes when you're trying to explain to both your audience and the people within your structure about how important it is to think about these things properly, because on the whole,
try it before you start, please.
Exactly. Well, that's something that a lot of people are very poor at, because they think you can just fix something instantly. In the morning, someone will say, well, we want to do this. And you say, well,
hold my beer. I'll be back in a second. Yeah.
Yes, I'll fix that. I'll fix that for you. Which kind of, I mean, really, it's because I want to sort of talk a little bit about resource, and because there you're within the museum, and are you finding because I wanted to sort of touch on the fact that you're in what is now from the UK, you're kind of mainland Europe, not very far from the UK, because I remember going over to Eindhoven many years ago, several times on the ferry. But do you find that you have problems with your suppliers or anything in Europe, or is it much smoother? I mean, there's a big, in the supply chain, whether it's people, screens, I mean, that's something that's hitting manufacturers now, and just people. If you wanted to order an LED screen, for example, you might not be able to get it, and there's the chip shortage for computing coming up. How are you finding that in your area, just from your specific museum?
Well, I 3 weeks ago or something, I finished the lighting design for the new exhibition, and I hope the lights will be in 2 weeks before opening, which is in September. So that's one thing. And yeah, there's a general shortage of things. I mean, a neighbor of mine, 2 houses away, he's a builder. And he says, you know, if you want to do anything with wood now, just get it now, because prices are going to rise, because Canada doesn't sell wood to the US anymore. So the US is going to get wood elsewhere, which means prices will rise. The same thing goes for plastics. The same thing goes for chips and screens. I don't think that's a huge difference between the UK and mainland Europe in those. It's just, you know, it's supplies, it's plastic, it's wood, it's things like lights, which I, to be honest, found a bit odd, because I'm used, where I come from, okay, there can be a sort of delivery times on certain fixtures. But 8 weeks, that's, you know, it was a bit, you know, I need to get used to that a bit. And
I think it's a wider problem with everybody, but, you know, I'm thinking specifically about EV. I know people want to do certain projects. I've heard from certain people, they want to do something and achieve something, but they've sorted out the finance depending on the scale, but they just can't get the actual thing that they want. And it's kind of the same anywhere, supply and demand. But and it's a global problem. It's the same as if you just go into your local market and try and get apples or strawberries, if they're in, you know, things, the prices are going up for everything. And of course, the scarcer things become, the pricing and everything, the resource. So that's all you know, that's the kind of thing that you have to factor into the things that you're trying to achieve at your museum.
Yeah, I mean, you know, apart from the things like, usually when you come up with a plan or a design for something, there will be, the first hurdle to take will be money. I mean, I'm not taking into account the hurdles you need to take in terms of creative thinking and concepts and stuff like that. I mean, that's evident. The next jump you have to take is the money, because the production manager will come along and say, looks lovely, but no can do. So, you know, we have to cut it down by then. So that's step one. And you have to go through these steps, and then you think, okay, this is the list. And then the manufacturer says, yeah, well, it'll take me 8 weeks. Like, why? You know, it's a lot of hurdles to take. You have to stay really flexible. You need to have a plan B for every plan A you come up with. So you have a plan A, like, which is the ideal, perfect situation, and then it's like, no, you know, this is what we have. This is what we can do. Okay, so you cut down to size and think, okay, what image do I want to create? What do I need? What do I want to convey to the audiences together, of course, with the designer of the exhibition? What's the route? What's the story? What's the narrative? What do we really, really need to do? And then if the manufacturer says, no, it can do, I have to think, okay, can I get other lights? Can I do something with gel so I can get lights, which I don't really like and which I hate the look of, but they'll be up on the ceiling. So hopefully nobody will look up, and we can do something with gels and, you know, so you have to keep, it's never like, okay, this is it. I'll be back during loading.
That's why I think AV people, especially, I mean, it happens in other areas, obviously, but I think most of the people that I consider are very good at doing AV within museums or anywhere, to be honest, they're all working, and they're great problem solvers, because sometimes you have to make workarounds to make things work. And that's almost an essential part of what we try to achieve, and also it helps if you can get on with the people. So you have to be a people person as well.
Yeah.
And you have to have a, I mean, you know, it's no secret to all of us here. It's like you have to have a lot of diplomacy in dealing with all the different people that you have to deal with. You've been there 2 years now, and I'm just thinking, do you have a rough idea? I mean, you will have been thinking about this already, about the future plans of what you'd like AV to achieve there in the next couple of years. Do you have any, or are you driven, you just waiting to see what demand is, or do you have your own personal aspirations to move things forward in a certain way?
Yeah, well, actually, I started doing that with this exhibition.
Yes.
The way things are being run now, for instance, with turning on the power, it's with little remote controls and everything. And I installed an entire network with power supply, so everything can be done from the office as long as you're logged into the correct network.
Yeah.
Things which are common to theater and events, things like AD-based T, you know, HD-based T, to send HDMI signals over network cable instead of, so you can have your players in another location.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was a big part of what I wanted to do, and I'm also developed my own websites and software and plugins for it to make it work. So it was a massive job.
Yeah.
But I enjoy doing that immensely because
where
I come from, I did a lot of troubleshooting.
Yeah.
That was, you know, it's great to have 5 minutes before showtime and something goes wrong.
Yeah.
I couldn't be happier when that happened. It's like, okay, we got 2,000 people in the audience. Shit, okay, this isn't work. We can see if we can fix it. Okay, where's this? Where's that?
Yeah.
And I love that. I don't like the, you know, to just sit and wait. And, you know, that's...
you sound just the kind of person that is perfect for what you're doing at the, you know, what you're doing within the system. What's the exhibition, by the way? Sorry, I don't know if you mentioned before, but what is the exhibition itself that's just coming to fruition in September?
The new one. It's it's actually, there are two parts to our building. We've got an old part and a new part. And in the new part, we have a collection which is changed every 4 or 5 years. And it has all sorts of artwork from the inventory, and you know, it's just putting artworks on display from from what we have from the collection.
Yes.
So it's everything basically. There's paintings and sculptures, and there is a concept to it, but it's not like one artist or one one period, or no, it's just your total concept. Yeah,
you're presenting the best of your in-house collection.
Yeah.
And you have another space as well that's a rolling program of exhibitions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the old part of the building, and usually every 4 or 5 months we change it. Not now, however, because most people won't have seen it yet.
Yes.
Because we've been closed, and that also had a lot of challenges because there's a lot of equipment in there that I thought I would use for the new exhibition.
Yes.
But nobody really thought about it. It was like, okay, so we can use that equipment, and I thought, okay, I need to do some software tests with some projectors. When can I do that? When are we going to take out the other exhibition in the old building? And I was like, hang on. We're not, are we? By September 27th. Okay, which means I'm 8 projectors short, and but we discovered that in time. But that's basically what happens in the old building. It's an ongoing program, and usually with either a theme or just a single artist exhibiting. So yeah.
There's a lot of talk in the UK and everywhere, really. I mean, we can't avoid it. What this, you know, the use of hybrid. I remember Dan Crompton, who introduced us. You know, he's saying people who don't really know are just saying, well, they're ordering a speaker, thinking that's what you need for a hybrid event. But I just wanted to know what your reflection, because we talked about this before, about how much is involved and how it just has to be tailored. Because coming from your theatre background, what's your kind of view on that? With the hybrid in quotation marks, and how that seems to be one of the things that everybody is talking about at the moment.
You mean hybrid is in multi-applicable for, like, you can use a speaker for this or that, or for live events?
Yeah, just for live events, for everything. Just
okay.
the general term hybrid
Mm-hmm.
means a lot. I mean, truth be told, it means lots of different things to different people depending what you're talking to. But it's become a buzzword. So people say, for example, they come to you and say, we'd like to do a hybrid event. And you say, well, what do you mean? What is it you want to achieve? Taking them back to this. And it's become a buzzword for everything from, can I have an extra speaker or can I have a huge live event that's broadcast to the rest of the world, etc., etc.
Yeah, we did discuss that. That's true. Well, first thing, we are the museum is part of the city, which means and the city, of course, is part of the bigger political system, which means things like big live events go through very, very big security checks, because there's always a risk of someone getting their hands on some information or data which allows them to break into the system.
Yes.
So you have to go through, like, I think 6 offices and a huge pile of paperwork to even be allowed to broadcast anything.
Yes.
And then, of course, in Holland, we now have there's a new law. It's been in place for like 2 years, which doesn't allow you to record or anybody on a screen or on film or on photography unless they stated that they agree that you do that.
Yeah.
That also makes things difficult. But we do get that a lot, especially in the there's this thing about the inclusivity that they wanted for the new exhibition. There were certain rooms where they also wanted to be able to hold workshops, reading, stuff like that. And the manager of events came in and said, like, we can't do that in that room. I mean, we can't have any drinks or anything. But there's a lot of will to do these things.
Yes.
But that's a huge practical, like, okay, well, you're going to be dining in front of Hogarth etches? I don't think so. Someone fills with a glass of wine.
The practical considerations are immense, depending on where. And a lot of time, people want things in a space that's not designed for what they want, and they say no.
And that's why with this exhibition, they want to include that in the design before.
Exactly. Yes.
But then the manager of events, she was the funny thing was she was only notified about this like 2 months before we started putting it up, and she was like, "Excuse me, what? Yes, great, you'll have a couple of rooms. Okay, can I see the plans, please?" And she was like, "No." Especially with new COVID restrictions. Okay, we can hold, this room can hold 3 people.
Yes.
This room can hold 2 people. What are you going to do there? Yeah, you can have meetings. No, you can't. I mean, it's impossible.
I know. I think everybody's facing similar problems.
Yeah.
And it's just like, I think it's going to be a topic that's just going to be discussed, because some people just don't understand what is needed, both before and also after. It's like it takes, and especially you're working on your own, mostly, especially in AV. Some people are lucky enough to have more people, but really it's a whole separate discipline planning this. And it's a bit like, I always use the analogy of, like, I can't, through all of my career, I can only a handful of times has someone delivered me a PowerPoint a week before to put up.
A week before?
Yeah,
Lucky
I know.
You.
But that's like 5 times in like 30 odd years. So that's not very much at all. And usually people want to change it at the last second, 10 minutes before you go on to air. And those are the kind of problems that always hit with live events and stuff. But it seems to me as though, well, you've got both a challenge, but it's also you're embracing that challenge in your particular area and in that museum, and that's great. But it's very interesting to get a view from elsewhere in the European sort of.
Well, we do have an auditorium where we can do which is with a screen and a projector and an audio installation and some wireless lav mics and everything. But of course, what we discussed before about being inclusive, and
Yes.
we don't want put people in the room that was designed to do that. No, we want to be inclusive. So the art should meet the people. So the people should be allowed to go near to the art and just have talks in front of it, because it will make it less distant and less, less highbrow. And where I, when I was in theater, we had this a lot, but the theater is a different place. It's a place where you can have a play or music or whatever. And so can we host a Congress? Definitely. Can we have PowerPoints and screens with the teleprompters? Absolutely. Because that's what the venue was made for.
Yeah.
Just in a museum, not so. I mean,
because
it's a different beast.
Exactly. I mean, in the UK, the theatres are just starting to open experimentally. We're in the same boat. I mean, everybody's in the same boat here. And that will be a test about how these things are received, because there is nothing like the real life encounter between art and if you see a play, you want to see it in life. From your point of view of promotion, have you ever used sort of live streaming for the museum's collection to gain access to people, just so they can sort of click on links to see resources and stuff like that? Have you ever kind of experimented with that? Forgive me,
I think
probably you've got links, but I just wanted to sort
well, we do have a department which is about preservation and collection, and they do that. So they have like a media bank where you can, if you send an email request, can I see that video, you will get a link to obviously a low res version.
Yes.
But you gotta, not for all videos, because some of the videos like war are restricted.
Yes. But
you'll get a link and you can view the video. So that's already in place. That already video preservation is very much that but it's also part of that department already. Yeah.
Well, it seems to me as though you're really, they're in safe hands with you there. Stay there, because we'll want to talk more another time. And it's really good to chat to you. And like I said in one of my newsletters, I'd love to come over and visit, and also have a look at your nice, lovely garden. I really like that kind of idea. It seems like a very restful place to sit and just take in things. And it's, like I say, it's been over 20 years or so since I actually went to Eindhoven itself, and I'm sure I'd look at it with new eyes. And at your museum, I think that would be the icing on the cake.
There's a small mini exhibition going on now. We installed it last week about Aalborg, the man who designed the garden.
Yeah,
very, with a video, and it's very small, but it's nice to to give that some attention next to the huge, big art explosions that are going on. To have a small, nice mini exhibition about plants, which is good. Yeah,
it's all good. Well, it's been great to chat to you, and I'm glad we've managed to fit you in. And we'll, as we go forward, as we know more, we'll have we'll pick on something, and then we'll chat about it, and then we'll get you on a panel and stuff. But it's been really good to chat again, and look forward to doing it again.
Yes, thanks
you very much, Bart. Thank you.
And talk soon.
Absolutely.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So that was a little catch up with Bart, and I do intend to get over to that garden. Maybe we'll do something from his museum at a certain point. Anything can happen. So what we're going to do now is we're going to have a little break. So you can go and put the kettle on again and get a sandwich, comfort break. I can see someone's laid out a couple of sandwiches for me, which is nice. And then we're going to resume procedures from the sofa with a set of presentations from Sharp NEC with the help for Jonathan Cooper, who some of you will know. And I won't spoil any surprises, but I think there's some very interesting stuff coming up. So make sure you come back and join us at 2 o'clock when we have a really interesting session and something I've been looking forward to. Thank you. One more cycle. Welcome back. I hope you're suitably refreshed. I know I am, and I can't get that music out of my head now. I don't know if you've been listening to it, but I'm becoming hypnotized by it. Now, I am going to introduce a good friend of mine who's bringing some very interesting things from their particular perspective. I'd like to bring onto the stage Jonathan Cooper from Sharp NEC. Hello, Jonathan.
Good afternoon, Chris. Great to see you.
You're looking good.
Thank you, you too. And I've got the same problem with the music.
I feel as though there'd be good things to warm up an Olympic if, you know, you were taking your bike on the road. You're in there, that kind of gets you motivated, I hope.
Yeah, for a time trial.
For a time trial, yes. So we've obviously known each other for quite some time and used to come to the museum, I believe, and we've had lots of different things. Now, I'm very interested because you're going to talk about your signage and the introduction of NDI and Bird Dog, what they're bringing with you, the relationship. And, well, can you just fill us in, and I'll just hand over to you. I think you know best on what you've got, and you've got a very interesting presentation for us, I believe.
Sure, yes. Well, firstly, thank you very much for inviting us and allowing us to join you at this virtual conference exhibition. We've got some exciting topics to cover, and I'm pleased to announce I'm joined by three eminent people. Simon Hayes, from our solutions side of the business in meeting and conferences, Graham Kirkpatrick as solutions architect, and Phil Lane, VP of sales for EMEAR for Bird Dog. So we're going to share the presentation today. Firstly, I'll give a brief introduction about Sharp NEC and what we're up to at the moment, and then hand over to Simon. Then talk about some of the solutions that we offer for the museums and art galleries and cultural venues world. And then really hand over to Graham and Phil, who'll do a double act on NDI. So that's the running order. If you have any questions, please put them in the chat or the Q&A, and we'll either take them now or in the exhibition area from 3 o'clock. So that's the plan. So I'll crack on if that's okay. So first thing to say is you may or may not be aware, but Sharp and NEC announced back in November 2020 that they're forming a new joint venture in displays, and two very well established and well-known Japanese brands coming together to tackle the display solutions market. One of the things that I thought would be helpful was just give you a few pointers as to what makes us tick as an organization. And there are a few slides I've got sort of covering that. Firstly, we're very much focused on the environment, and certainly at the moment with all the news about the weather and global warming, sustainable future, I think, is very key for all of us personally and in our businesses. So the design of our products reflects this. So we're very careful in the components we choose. We try and limit the amount of plastic that we use in our products. So we have a lot of metal in our products. The packaging we use is very key, and we also have given a lot of thought to recycling at the end of a product's life. And we try and ensure that the products are built with longevity in mind. We also, secondly, think that display technology is, of course, used by humans, not machines. So we try and make sure that the design of our products is ergonomically sound, that we have a lot of products which reduce the amount of time that you need to spend maintaining them. So whether it's our projectors with sealed engines and filter-free design, or whether it's just the quality of the longevity of the product again, then these are products that you should be able to use and give you the best result for your particular application. The partnering with Sharp NEC, we believe, puts you in safe hands. There are big decisions made, particularly with new galleries or refresh of museums. So you need to make safe audiovisual solutions which give you peace of mind. And we recognize that AV in many situations is business critical. So in telling your story in your museum, you need to have very good quality content, which you can arrive at the museum at the beginning of the day and know the technology is, as far as possible, is working. So that's very, very key. We also focus on key markets, and leisure museums is one that we pay a lot of attention to, as well as meeting and conferences, transportation, control rooms, higher education. These are what we call our main business segments that we look after. The other thing I think which is worth just highlighting is that it's not the technology that ultimately is important, it's the quality of the image. So the content that you want to show, the technology is there to deliver those content, those messages, those stories. So we endeavour to help ensure that the technology is going to be the best that you can hope for, whether it's viewing angles, reduced reflection, brightness. We can help talk to you about the options that we can deliver and give some advice on what technology is probably the best for your particular environment, so that all your visitors can enjoy and go away with a memory of the story, and not the fact that the technology was not working or there was an issue with it. So one of the things that we've noticed during the pandemic is an acceleration in the move to hybrid working, and we've been developing collaborative displays for many years, but it's accelerated our focus in this area, and certainly the expectation from the main people in the business world is that hybrid working is going to continue. So 98% of meetings, according to Cisco, they think they'll have at least one remote participant. 50% of employees will want to return to work, but suggest that more will want to also work from home at least part of the week. So having good technology, which you can then share information, whether it's within your business or with peer group businesses or organizations, in a very clear and way which enables good decision making, is very important. And linked to that, we've got a very exciting new product, which I'm now going to hand over to Simon to talk about, which is our WD551 display. So without further ado, Simon, I'll hand the word to you.
Okay, thanks, Jonathan. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you've been enjoying the event so far. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about this new product we've just launched. So Windows Collaboration Display is actually a category from Microsoft. So it means that we actually certify our display with them to work within a Microsoft Teams environment, essentially. And our big marketing message around this is really about connecting teams. Jonathan has just talked about hybrid meetings and what this means, and all these, the ways of going back to work. And every company is looking at different ratios of how long we're going to be in the office and how we're going to be able to meet. And I think everyone's going to look to benefit from working in different locations more frequently as we move forward. Before I go into some of the technical detail, I'm just going to run a video. Hopefully this is going to play through, and I'll talk to you after this.
Introducing the NEC WD551. Seamless collaboration for a hybrid world. An all-in-one solution that brings your office-based and remote teams together. Start meetings in seconds. Use your favorite tools. And benefit from built-in IoT room sensors. Hybrid working is no longer a challenge. Introducing NEC's first Windows collaboration display, the WD551. Relax in the confidence of a Microsoft certified solution. The NEC WD551, connecting teams.
Okay, great. So that is music that I also cannot get rid of in my head, just for any consolation. It's it's something that goes round and round for me as well. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the certification. I just want to try and sort of put some context around this certification from Microsoft. So this is really all about what they define as a collaboration display and what's required. So our display, our solution needs to have these key elements. It's all about being high resolution, touch-enabled display, built-in stereo speakers, a microphone, camera to enable video communication at a high level. It also needs to have built-in sensors that will enable connectivity to Microsoft Azure and IoT, and that then enables the management of space, which is going to be a huge part, I think, of work and meeting spaces moving forward. And it must enable both connecting personal devices, so laptops, walking into rooms, connecting and just being able to hold meetings instantly, but also external PCs that might also be connected in the room, and other things such as MTRs or Microsoft Teams room systems. So a little bit more detail on that, what Microsoft define and how we've certified our device. So Microsoft have 6 room definitions, from a phone room, which is a one-person small space, all the way up to this XL room of 16 persons plus. Our solution at the moment, it's a 55-inch display, so this has been certified in what we believe is really the sweet spot for our particular solution, and that's for the small room, which is highlighted. So 4 to 6 person space, and the camera and the mics and the speaker must enable high quality level experience within Teams within that space. So that's where our certification essentially fits. However, it does not mean this product won't work in some of the other sizes. It certainly is capable of working in the focus room, but also probably almost up to a large room where it can be used very effectively. The mics still have very good pickup, the audio is still high quality, and the camera will certainly do a great job. Just a little bit from Microsoft. So we've actually had no finer endorsement than actually from one of their main guys there. So Albert Koeman, who's Senior Director, Microsoft Teams Devices, Partner Engineering and Certification for Microsoft. He actually said, we're pleased that the WD551 is certified for Microsoft Teams. The WD551 connected to a laptop or to a Microsoft Teams room offers great audio and video, as well as interactive inking and touch experiences through Teams. So you know, I think that really is a fantastic endorsement for us. And just to add a bit more context around some of the numbers, I'm sure everyone's seen, you know, the rise of Teams and the rise of Zoom. Well, some really interesting numbers that have just been released this week, actually, from Microsoft. They're now up to 250 million plus monthly users of Teams globally. They've actually started measuring by the month now, an average number. They were measuring daily, but actually the numbers are getting so big that they're just looking at monthly figures now. I think that just obviously speaks volumes to how many people are actually using Teams daily, both just for meetings, but also for collaboration. And to break that down a little bit further, I thought these were quite powerful. 124 organizations now have 100,000 plus users, you know, globally. 3,000 organizations have more than 10,000 users. So just to put that into context, I hope that just helps with, you know, these devices. It's all about enabling people to come back into the workspace and very simply be able to connect and have meetings and to be able to collaborate across multiple offices, multiple locations, bring people in from home and still be able to have a very powerful experience whilst using the technology. So let's just drill into the tech a little bit. Unfortunately, I'm not able to physically show you a screen today. I was hoping we might be able to do that, but we still aren't launching until August in terms of shipments. So all our demo displays are with customers for evaluation at the moment. That's more important than my home office, unfortunately. So 55-inch PCAP multi-touch display, 400 candela of brightness, 2 active pens and supporting palm ejection. So that's all about the pens must work with Microsoft Ink across the Office 365 platform. Those pens are active. They charge in 2 minutes to 80% and then will last, I think, up to 6 hours. And just put them back in, carry on charging. The big piece in the middle, the 4K camera, the 113 specifically is what we've been measured at in terms of the field of view of the camera, and the 6-way microphone with a distance of 8 meters, 180-degree pickup, and the speakers. That's all form part of that certification for Microsoft to work within Teams. In terms of connectivity, 2 USB-Cs, each one carrying 65 watts of power, fully tested. So that means once you plug your device in your laptop on that one cable, you're getting everything. You're getting the comms, the touch, and actually powering your device at the same time. So really powerful in terms of that simplicity of walking in and just using this device without having to plug in multiple cables, try and manage control systems, you know, work out how the room works. This will just do that job very simply and almost transfer what we've all learned so well to do at home back into a meeting space environment. There is HDMI as well, which means you can connect external PCs and things like Microsoft Teams rooms. And it's a smart source switching experience. So when you plug in a new device, it automatically switches up and then drops back as you unplug it. So just super simple, easy to use. So a little bit around some of the additional controls. You can see at the bottom there's a highlighted touch panel with some buttons on there. Very simple: power, volume. There's a Windows button to take you back home to that comfortable place if you do, you know, get into a bit of a muddle with where you are in your environment. And there's actually a button there for switching, so you could manually select between inputs if you've got more than one device connected. And just around the sensors, so the sensors sit at the top, left and right of the camera, and they actually work in the room by picking up humidity. They work around occupancy, but that's for managing people when they walk in the room, turning display on and off, air quality, temperature, and actually ambient light. All of that data can be collected and pushed up to Azure Cloud. And then from NEC, we have a room management service releasing later this year, which will enable a dashboard for management of that data, giving you the ability to kind of manage your buildings more effectively, more efficiently, therefore managing meeting spaces and so on and so forth. That's our service. It is available and could be used in multiple smart building management services. So just to sort of recap on the user cases. So the first one is the key. This is all about your device from home, walking into an office or a mobile space, a huddle space, connect your laptop, launch your meeting from your calendar, which you know how to do, and away you go. It's just going to work. Secondly, external PC. So PC in the room could be a mini NUC or another format of PC. Could be connected permanently, and then the display could be used as an in-room walk-up and use solution, as well as being able to connect your laptop separately if you needed to. And then thirdly, MTRs. So there's multiple different MTRs. For those that don't know what an MTR actually is, that is also a certified peripheral device from Microsoft, which runs Teams on its own compute. So these can be connected to this display as well, and used in the same instance. And going back to Albert Kuhlmann's endorsement earlier of what he's seen from the certification, this works equally as well as connecting your laptop and just using the device for meetings. So really powerful, three very powerful user cases, can be used in isolation of each other, or they can be used all together. Just a little bit on some of the types of spaces that you can expect this product to be used. So in a BYOM, or BYOD, bring your own device experience, which is really where this is aimed at first and foremost. But ad hoc meetings, we're seeing a lot of demand for these being mobile on trolleys, even with battery packs, so they don't even have to be plugged in, and they can be rolled in and out spaces. So big open areas you might have in museums, for example, where you want to have little breakout zones, people to connect devices to have meetings quickly, or just do some digital whiteboarding, then it will lend itself very well to that type of environment. Digital whiteboarding in meeting spaces and other areas as well. Also, primarily using Microsoft Ink and Microsoft Windows Whiteboard, but multiple different digital whiteboarding platforms can be used. Any digital tool on your device, once connected, will work on this endpoint. And last but not least, the executive home office. I'm not executive enough, so I don't currently have one, but I certainly will be getting a device, hopefully, because it's incredibly useful to be able to obviously remotely talk to our customers and demonstrate the solution. But it's a very compelling position in terms of price, and actually we think this type of experience for certain home offices will add so much more to that home working environment for certain people and certain businesses. And just as a bit of a recap, really, just to cover off really what we've talked about. Sorry, just checking, I'm clicking through the slides. So bring your own meeting, bring your own device. That is what this product's all about. Familiar tools, so I've talked about it, touched on it. This is about everything you're so used to using, you've got at your fingertips at home. Once you connect to this device, it all just works seamlessly. Team certified, we've talked about that. Just on the team certification, that does not mean this device won't work with Zoom or with WebEx, any other video platform. As long as it's running off that connected PC or your personal device, the peripherals, the camera, the mic speakers will all work as well. Incredibly natural writing experience with the pens, but also with finger if needed. Incredibly nice, sleek, modern design. I have to say I'm testament to that. It does look very nice, super light, really fits into that corporate environment, but also multiple other types of environments where this type of solution is needed. Smart space management, we've talked about. This is all about the IoT sensors and the feedback and being able to manage your spaces more efficiently. Incredibly user-friendly, simple controls. Not much can go wrong when connecting and wanting to use this solution. So it saves a hell of an amount of time and just empowers people to just get on and work and collaborate. Maximum flexibility, just that simplicity. Again, that's the final point. So I think I'm pretty much on time. So that's my final slide. I've dropped out already. So yeah, thank you guys. Thanks for listening. I'll be around afterwards in obviously in the event space, and happy to take questions, and yeah, look forward to speaking to you all a bit later. Thanks.
Brilliant. Thank you, Simon. That's perfect. If we could revert back to the setup for the presentation again, that would be superb. While we're doing that, Simon, is there a place people can see the WD551?
Yeah, so if there is some interest and you really would like to see more, I've already talked about that. We do have some demo units in and around the UK and in the wider European areas. We've got a unit currently in our demo room in Ruislip, so that's in North London, and we have something in London as well near King's Cross. So lots of options to see demonstration. Happy to help with that and support as needed. So yeah, come to me afterwards and let me know. Thanks.
Brilliant. Thanks, Simon. So I think you'll see very exciting new product. We've had quite a significant number of orders already for a product that's hasn't hit the streets yet. So if you're interested, do let us know, and we'd be delighted to show you it in the metal, as they say. Right. So having sort of talked a bit more about the strategic thoughts of the business and where we're focusing, I thought it'd be useful just to quickly run through some of the display products and solutions that we have on offer, which are particularly relevant for the museum world. Installation projection, we actually were fortunate. We actually saw good growth, believe it or not, in sales of our projectors in the higher education and leisure market during the pandemic. So in the graph in front of you, you can see there's a dip for 2020, and then there's good steady growth for the next 4 or 5 years. So it's a strong market, and particularly in the 6,000 to 15,000 ANSI lumen projection area. There's a good future ahead of us, hopefully, for projection. On the right hand side, we've got the 3 of our projectors which might be of interest. The P506QL. So this is a 4K fixed lens projector. We have a range of LCD projectors with interchangeable lenses, the PA range. This is the 10K product. We do a white version and a black version, and the same color options are available for our single chip DLP PX range. This is a 4K 1005QL. So lots of good projector products. This is just a small selection. One thing I would like to draw your attention to is that we've recently announced a 5-year warranty, a standard for higher education, house of worship and museum applications. So there's more information available online, or do get in touch with myself or any of my colleagues, and we can give you more information on that. On the LED side, we've been active in LED now for 10 years, and since 2018, when we acquired a very high-end LED company, S-Quadrat from Germany, we've been developing our own range of fine pitch products from 0.95 mil up to 2.5. And we also have a range of outdoor products as well. And on the right-hand side image, you can see a digital poster, which is either 1.9 or 2.5 mil, which is a very useful tool to remind people as they walk around your organization in public areas of the social distancing sort of topics that we've been considering over the last 18 months, or any advertising or promotions for a particular exhibition or something, you might want to use that device for. This is the range of fine pitch products. So we do what we call a bundle. So you can get an HD or a 4K display, UHD display, from 0.95mm up to 2.5. And this illustrates the sort of viewing distances that you would expect to would be ideal for any visitors to your venue. This product might be suitable for video wall replacements, obviously no bezels, perfect in high ambient, bright environments. Again, we use metal cabinets, so do come and explore and find out more about our LED product range. The product range that we've been most well known for is large format displays. And at ISE 2020, which is probably when I saw many of you on the call, we announced this for the first time. And this is a product range which is split into 3 series. So we have the ME, the M, and the MA. The ME, the E stands for essential. So this is ideal for sort of signage applications in retail and museums. The M is the mainstream product, which has got a slightly brighter performance, and then the MA is more mission critical and sort of advanced series of products. With the message range, we also offer protected glass, coloured bezels, and touch options. The message series sits within a broader range of products, so it's in the middle, as you can see from this slide. So we have the E, or the entry level series, which is 16 hours, 7 days a week, 350 candela product. And then to the right of it, we have some high-end products, which are 700 candela brightness, a bar type 42-inch, half a screen, and then some high bright products as well. The feature that we've already mentioned, or I've mentioned a couple of times, is metal matters. So we have a full metal frame, a full metal back cover, good installation handles for helping the humans install it, and a removable logo. So if you want to have a blank brand, then that's very easily resolved with our one quick screwdriver turn, and it's removed. The desktop range, we still have a very interesting range of desktops, and we've recently added the EA242 and the EA272F products. These have USB Type-C for powering a device straight from the desktop. So a really nice, clean, 3-sided narrow bezel product available in black and white with full height adjustability, tilt and pivot. So that is new from our desktop range. I'd like to draw your attention to a number of blogs that have been written during the pandemic. So we've been releasing blogs on all sorts of topics, from desktop to just how to tackle complex problems, LED opportunities in museums, ROI for digital signage. So encourage you to go and look online at some of the blogs. You'll find these on LinkedIn and on the website. But they're general topics of discussion, which hopefully you'll find interesting. I thought it'd be good to have a case study. So this is a project which was installed during COVID in just outside Moscow. It's a heroine from the Second World War in Russia. So Zoya, I won't try and pronounce her surname, but she's a very important heroine in Russia. And we've installed LED. So bottom left of these photographs is some customized pillars using our 1.9mm LED modules. And these are descendants of peer group members who were in Zoya's class at school, recounting their lives, etc. top right, we have a edge blended 2 walls with 5 edge blended projectors on either side, and some LCD products as well. So it's a nice example of all our products in use. And now I'd like to suggest we do look at something completely different. And I'm going to hand the word to Graham and Phil to talk about NDI. Thank you.
Thank you, JC. So this next part of the presentation is going to be a little bit of a understanding of a discovery journey that started between NEC and Bird Dog around 2 years ago. And primarily, the idea was funded by a key university with an influencer in the AV User Group and also as part of the AV Culture Forum in Marcus Saunders. So we're going to just start with a very quick overview about what the technology is. I'll start with the inclusion from where we see it from NEC. So as it shows on the screen, NDI, or Network Device Interface, if we were to remove the acronym, it's a royalty-free standard which was developed by a company called NewTek in late 2015, with the simple idea of delivering and receiving high-definition video over a standard 1 gigabit Ethernet computer network, offering high-quality but low-latency video with accurate frame rating, which can be used in pre-production, post-production, or pro-AV environments. Phil, do you want to just maybe elaborate on that slightly?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thanks, Graham, and hello, everybody. So yeah, NDI is a protocol for delivering video and audio over traditional 1 gig Ethernet networks. It was designed by NewTek. It was released in 2016. And we're now on the 5th iteration with NDI 5 having been released last week. I think the beauty of NDI for those that haven't used it is the simplicity that it can bring to installations and projects. We use standard gigabit Ethernet networks. We're using off-the-shelf standard switches from Cisco, Netgear, Ubiquity. So there's nothing particularly special about it. So it's not cost prohibitive. We don't need 10 gig networks like some of the other AV over IP solutions that are out there at the moment. And the beauty is that once your content, your videos, your audio is actually on the network, you can then distribute it anywhere that you want using various different methods, one of which is the new product that we're here to talk to you about today in the SDM module that we've developed in conjunction with the team of Sharp NEC.
Brilliant. Thanks for that, Phil. So just to quickly summarize before we run through the presentation, NDI, as we've highlighted, makes video simple, has infinite capabilities and scale-up capacity. It allows you as the users to be able to mix different types of media, and more importantly, it allows you to connect all activities and all stages of production from the start to the finish of the whole presentation. So with the SDM, which is an Intel Smart Display Module standard, this in our 6th generation of displays, which is our now message lineup, which is available as an ME series, an M, an MA, or a P series, as highlighted by JC in his slides earlier, allows us to embed the world's first NDI endpoint directly into a display. The Smart Display Module has replaced our legacy standard, which was OPS, where NEC were one of the fundamental and founding members alongside Intel and Microsoft back in 2010, and has done very well to serve us over the last 11.5 years. But now where there is the thirst and the need for screens to do more, display higher resolutions, be able to do greater color depths, etc., we've had to evolve with the market. So we're now in the UHD displays, we've now paired them with the SDM modules. We will launch, the Bird Dog will launch, and we will host 2 different versions. We'll have the M1, which is based on an SDM-L standard, so that's a large format version, which is a full height SDM plugin in the back of the screen. And we'll also do the M2, which is based on an SDM-S standard. The M1 will be a decode and an encode endpoint, which will allow you to deliver and receive up to 4K UHD at 30 Hertz. That will be utilized in either an MA or a P series display, and the video out of the display will be able to allow any connected sources to be transmitted across the network and picked up by anybody on the Bonjour network. And the SDM-S will become a decode only endpoint, which we traditionally will see fill in spaces such as digital signage or endpoints for long distance learning, capture and presentation environments. Phil, if you don't mind, I'll hand over to you and we can talk about the Dante integration, as I say.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the key things that we have and have been developing over the last year is Dante integration for all of our products, from our cameras through to our hardware encoder and decoders, and then obviously into the SDM module. Dante is widely used in both broadcast and AV installations, and having the ability to move the Dante audio along with the NDI video and signals around the network and then to decode it is proving to be extremely popular. And we have user cases from all different sectors, including theatres, universities, house of worship. They're actually doing this now. So Dante integration for the SDM module will be by an additional Dante license, which is going to be roughly around about $99 US, and could be then applied to the SDM module or to any of our other devices at any point. It's not something that somebody would have to buy immediately. It's something that you can come back and add at a later date, but it gives you the ability to send high quality video and audio over a network together.
Thanks, Phil. So as highlighted previously, because we will be utilizing a standard 1 gigabit Ethernet network, the simplicity of integrating BirdDog as an NDI endpoint into any of our compatible displays is as simple as plugging the Ethernet cable into a computer. Resulting from the architecture between the display and the BirdDog SDM modules, that means you'll simply have video, audio, USB, and control down a single cable, which can be controlled via the remote or via the BirdDog OS. It also means that when looking at project standards, simply all that we'll need behind any screen is a single switch socket outlet and a single RJ45 outlet to be able to connect any of the displays across this network. As I mentioned, we have the two options that will be available, which is the M1 and the M2. We are already looking at the future integration of a 4K UHD 60 environment, so where color depth or image processing at 60 Hertz becomes a little bit more important. And we expect that to be in the market probably somewhere in about 6 months' time. In addition to that, we'll also be looking at some lower cost endpoints, including FPGA solutions for future technologies, or alternative technologies, maybe like our NEC compute module powered by Raspberry Pi. But that's not to forget that on top of having integrated solutions, there are a wide range of solutions that can already be integrated within the display, with the display and into your network, which BirdDog will offer above and beyond these two SDM options. So if I hand that back over to Phil, Phil will give you an overview of the OS and also of some of the compatible technologies. Phil?
Thanks, Rad. Yeah, so we developed an OS that sits on all of our products, regardless of whether it's an SDM module, a hardware encoder, decoder, or a camera. We've tried to make the interface as simple as possible so that even non-technical people can jump into a system and then utilize it, change, make error corrections, change camera positions, and do all kinds of different things over the internet. So they don't have to be near the products. It could be anywhere on the network. So from a control room, you can access using the web UI or various other pieces of software that we produce for some of our other products. SDM module will be exactly the same. The OS that you can see on the slide here will be available from the NEC screen directly. And we are working with NEC, Sharp NEC, should I say at the moment, sorry, to integrate further with additional controls using CEC functionality directly from the remote control, which will ultimately include things like PTZ camera control. So the ability to move the camera will be a lot simpler. You won't need to use a third-party device, a controller or a computer. You can eventually just use the control itself.
Brilliant. Thanks for that, Phil. I'll take over and then hand back to you. So Jonathan politely, during his presentation, advised on the new message lineup. This was launched and has started delivering as we've come out of COVID. But the new message lineup is a whole new range of 4K UHD displays, ranging from applications for digital signage, educational facilities, all the way through to some of the more demanding environments like manufacturing and airports. So across the 4 sub-ranges, which, as I mentioned, are the ME series, the M, the MA, and the P series, we have the ability to deliver a message on screens at 43 through to 65 inches at the moment, with the larger sizes coming in 2022. We also have the ability to utilize the M1 and the M2 with legacy screens as well. So Sharp NEC have got an SDM standalone adapter, which will allow you to integrate a native M1 or M2 connection directly into an off-board adapter module, and then simply you connect it to an existing display via a HDMI or via a DisplayPort cable. So that you do really have endless power when looking at upgrading your existing distribution network, changing it maybe from legacy analog SDI connectivity. But ultimately, if there's anything that we can do to assist you with this, whether it's for the endpoints or from the source devices, we have a solution that will be able to match. Phil, if I hand it back over to you, I believe now this is on the product lineup for other products which are compatible with the M1 and M2 SDM modules.
Thanks, Graham. Yeah, absolutely. As a company, BirdDog started the NDI journey right at the beginning with NewTek in 2016. And one of the things that we wanted to do was actually produce an ecosystem, so a complete product lineup where we could go from glass to glass. There are other manufacturers, obviously, that produce NDI products, but they tend to do this in isolation. So they'll just produce cameras or encoders. We wanted to do everything. So we have a range of products that can fit together to produce a complete system and a complete system design, which now would include the SDM modules. We have a full range of PTZ cameras going from a box camera through HD into 4K NDI cameras, and also IP67 rated cameras as well that are designed to live outside in all weather conditions. We also have a full product lineup of hardware encoder and decoders as well. Again, we have HD, we have 4K, and we started looking more at products in line with AV installation. So at ISC last year, along with the SDM module, we also announced our wall plates. So these are designed for fixed installations to go into walls for new builds. They can be embedded into lecterns and meeting tables, anywhere really where you'd like to either have a decode point or an encode point. So in a Zoom room environment, these would work perfectly in tandem with an SDM module linking your computer, your Zoom outputs, your video content, your PowerPoint presentations all in one place. And the last piece of the jigsaw puzzle that we have as well is the software that actually links all of this together. Having a museum or a theatre or a boardroom that has SDM modules and NDI running, it is great. But we also have the solutions in terms of software to be able to point any NDI source at a destination, and that could be a single screen or it could be a group of screens as well. So we wanted to have a fully rounded solution that caters for all scenarios and multiple different types of installations. Any questions you have about any of our products, I'll also be in the breakout room with the NEC team later as well. I'd be happy to answer.
Brilliant. Thank you, Phil. So that concludes on the slides. As we just close, Phil has just shared a couple of customers which are in the same vertical spaces that we are talking to you as obviously valued customers of Sharp NEC and Bird Dog. So if you need to speak with Phil or I about any more detail around these customers and the case studies, please obviously catch up with myself and Phil in the breakout rooms at the end of the session as well. JC, back to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Graham and Phil. That was very informative. So that concludes the presentation from our side. If you are free, please join us in the exhibition room. I know probably a lot of you are looking forward to the museum's presentation, which I'm sure will be equally fascinating and very rewarding to attend as well. But thank you for your time. I think all that remains for us to all say is appreciate your commitment, and if you have any questions at all, please get in touch with us, and we look forward to seeing you maybe in the snug for a drink later on. Thank you very much. Can't hear you, Chris.
I am live now. Oh my God.
That's working now.
Jonathan. This was just to prove the point that we are live.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Because some people are thinking, you know, it's like a madhouse out there of people queuing up and getting ready.
I can see them all
behind there.
A lot of people I know. It's
Yes.
nice to see you. Hi.
So that was a very interesting presentation. Lots of information there to digest and unpack. Now, I think you're going to go into one of our exhibition areas. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. So we'll be in the NEC exhibition area. I guess there's a separate link I need to.
Yeah, that's right. Because I think people are going to be asking a lot of questions, and it's very good the way that, you know, especially with this Bird Dog NDI, you've managed to sort of simplify things down, and the main thing is get them inside your display monitors. I mean, that's going to be quite an advantage for people, just users generally.
Absolutely, and this is what we found with the OPS product that we've had, as Graham said, for the last 10 years. For airports, they've been very big users of OPS and other applications. It just simplifies it, and it also, because you can lock it, you can protect the device from being interfered with, and you still have all the connectivity that you need.
Right, and this is also for those, if anybody has to repair something, you have to do something, switching out, it makes things a lot easier for you, I would imagine. Absolutely. In the practical applications of it. And
also you can upgrade. So if there is an upgrade solution, particularly with our OPS PCs, it wasn't sort of hardwired into the device. It was just a very 2-minute slot in and out. And we have a whole range of Raspberry Pi and other devices which can be sort of installed in a similar way.
That's good. So if anybody,
one of many.
Yeah, I know there are a lot of people with some sort of very in-depth questions, and some of them are coming up. Everybody's very impressed, but you'll be able to elaborate on this in the exhibition area. If people have got specific questions, how to learn more, where to go, who to contact, because that's very important as well.
Yes.
So we'll put that information up and we'll make it available for people to sort of get. And I think this has been again, there's so much going on during the day. The content of everybody that's been contributing to it, it's quite, it's almost like I want to watch it myself, but you can't. So I'm going to have to watch on the rewind again to see, because there's been a lot of interesting stuff to unpack. Yeah. So I hope you've been very happy with what's been going on, and contributions from Bird Dog and your team and your collaborators. I'd just like to say thank you for coming in and helping us, and thank you all for contributing. It's been a very impressive lineup, I must say. very top level.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. The whole event's been excellent. I must admit, the sound and the audio and the video has been top class.
Thank you. Yes, we're
thank you, Gabe and Josie, for their help in the background.
Yes, the production it's like quite something, and it's managed to look. Well, I don't know. It's not for me to judge, but I'm impressed myself. The difference between last year and this year, it's definitely moving forward. And I'd also like to invite some of the panel later on to probably have a chairman chat with me where we can go into a bit more depth and it's a bit more personal, and we can expand on some of the things, if that would be okay, if I arrange that through you, or I'll just get in touch. Is that?
Sure. Yeah,
sound
good?
Excellent. Well, thank you everybody for taking part, contributing such interesting content. And in a moment, what you'll be able to do is go to the exhibition area under Sharp NEC, and any questions, anything that you need to ask those guys, that's what will happen. And now we are going to move into a section called Museums and Galleries and Heritage. This is a lot of people who've formed the core of AVCF. And so I'm sort of welcoming now to my sofa. I'm calling it my sofa. John Harris, first of all, who's from the Birmingham Museums Trust, who's come down to join us in London. And joining him on the sofa, you'll see in a second, is the one and only Dan Crompton from Tate. Welcome, gentlemen.
Hello, thank you very much, Chris. Thanks for having us.
So, how is everybody going, and how is it going with your institutions? Maybe Dan, at the moment, Tate seems to be going from strength to strength. It seems you've got a very good publicity, lots of interesting stuff going on, and quite a big empire to sort of deliver AV for.
Yes, I'm not sure about the empire bit, but there's a lot to do, that's for sure. We're back up and running, as most museums and galleries are, I hope. Welcoming the public back in. When the recent restriction lift, what do they call it, Freedom Day or something silly, we had an internal debate about this, and we decided not to radically change how we deal with access and distancing and all the rest of it, just to provide a bit of sort of a buffer zone. And I think we also find most visitors feel more comfortable with masks and distancing and all the rest of it. So basically it's working the same as it has been for a few months. But what's happening, what I'm discovered, is the summer is probably, I haven't measured the stats or anything boring like that, but it's probably the busiest I can remember ever.
Oh, very
from
interesting.
an AV point of view. So we have daily activities. We've got a big thing in the Turbine Hall for kids at the moment. A huge amount of AV, but there's PA and stuff happening there. There are all sorts of activations with DJs and screens and projectors and all the rest of it. Big program of performance stuff happening at weekends over the summer, both London sites, Modern, Tate Britain. So yeah, super busy and great for it, love it.
Perfect. Well, your profile's definitely out there, you know. And John, what's your story? Bring us up to date, because I think the last time we met, when we came up to a visit, on a visit. I mean, it seems a long time ago, but it's probably 2 years ago, maybe?
Can't even think when that was. Was it like probably 2.5 years ago?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, and a great day we had, didn't we? Yeah, it seems like such a long time ago, doesn't it?
I know, everything's sort of, you must have had, well, I know Birmingham and how important it is with lots of other big projects that are going on in the UK. That must have impacted you as well. So even before the pandemic hit, things were going on.
Sure,
behind the scenes.
I mean, as Dan has said, we're slowly coming back to life as a museums trust. As you know, we run 9 sites, and off the top of my head, pretty much they're all now back open, bar 3. So Museum and Art Gallery remains closed for rewiring. Phase 1 has begun on that rewiring, but apart from Soho House and the Museum of the Jewellery Quarter, all our sites are now reopened as of last week. So Sarehole Mill and Blakesley Hall reopened last week. I think I've got those dates exactly right, yeah. So yeah, we're getting there. Think Tank's been open for quite a while, since we were allowed to, basically. Yes. But as I've probably said to you, during lockdown, we've used lockdown much to our advantage to refresh and move entrances. So we've refreshed, changed the entrance from where it was on level 2, which has always been a big problem for us, moved that down to 0, which is the absolute obvious place for it to be. Installed new digital signage, had a brand new shop, brand new gallery, done a full redisplay on some of our transport exhibits on level 0, and introduced some new exhibits. So generally, we've benefited heavily from Cultural Recovery Fund monies,
yeah,
which has allowed us to do some great refresh.
I think everybody thinks, maybe this is a perception, and it's been there all the time, that nothing is going on. Whereas really,
yeah,
everybody I've spoken to, especially in museums, galleries, they're working double behind the scenes, trying to get things. Yeah. It takes quite a lot, which brings us to one of the themes that we're going to sort of discuss. The themes through the day are like hybrid, resource. Resource can be people. If you've got any people, if you haven't got people, then you can't do certain things. And the workplace, obviously, will people come back into the office, or in your case, into areas where you may work? Kind of exclusive. I think we're in the kind of thing where you can't sort of work from home. It's not possible. You have to go in and do things. Yeah. So that's an interesting.
Yeah, I think especially with museums, people think you can just lock the door and walk away, but it sadly, as you probably know, Dan, it doesn't quite work like that. There's still things to keep an eye on, you know, environmental conditions to check, make sure there's no leaks, etc., etc. So during lockdown, like you said, I was super busy with all my team furloughed, and yeah, it's I don't think, like you say, I don't think people do realise just how much is involved in keeping the building closed but open, if you know what I mean. We still have to do.
I'm surprised. Well, I'm not surprised, but there isn't. It's like a duck going across. You're paddling furiously to get things.
The iceberg analogy.
And then now, also, there's probably extra things that people who are planning something are just dropping onto you now, dropping generally, of like, oh, you'd feel like saying, well, you've had 2 years to get this ready, and you're telling me you want it when? Exactly.
Absolutely.
So, well, what I'd like to do is invite, there are a few people waiting to come in remotely, and one of the people I know who's been very busy is John Sheldon, if he's managed to negotiate parts of his internet things. And John Sheldon is leads on AV at the National Gallery in London. I mean, we are in London, so it's kind of, you know, John, are you there?
There he is.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I'm surprised.
I can hear you loud and clear, Chris.
I'm surprised you're not a robot. You know, I remember that.
You never sent me that video clip to.
I know, that's hilarious, and I remember. So, John got a request. Like, was it the day before or a couple of days, where they wanted a robot to go round, and you said, "Do you know how much it costs to hire a robot? If I knew where to get a robot from," and you had an elegant solution.
Yeah, bring in some VIPs from Poland into an exhibition opening with a hybrid robot presence, which
we've got to share that.
It was just going to happen, apparently, but it didn't happen in the end.
I know.
We went more traditional, and it worked.
So I know you've been very busy behind the scenes. Just what we're talking about, of like getting things prepared. How has it affected then? You know, this period. How has it affected your work leading?
Yeah, like Dan and John have just said, we've been really busy throughout. So we just when everything shut, we worked from home a lot. We made a lot of online content. We did a lot of online events, and then now we're kind of back on site more and trying to juggle both on-site requests and the online program as well. And on top of that, the gallery staff are all moving into a newly built staff accommodation hub, and that's where I'm talking to you from today. So we've been fitting out a whole new suite of meeting rooms.
Yeah, because you've got some building works going on, is that right?
There's a bit of Turner on the vinyl on the window there. There's I think some ceiling tiles on the floor behind me, just to show you that it's not quite ready yet.
I thought it looked very, very new, John, where you were.
It's super shiny. Although this meeting room seems to have a load of noisy plant room controls in there, so that might be a less favourable room in the future.
It might not be the ideal room.
Yeah.
You're making note of that already, pre-planning.
So yeah, we've come up with a whole new, basically like video conference support system for gallery staff, because now when people started coming back on site, they just expected to be able to walk into any space and make a video call, whereas prior to any lockdown, no matter how many times I'd suggested it, no one wanted to do video calls. And there was probably 3 people out of the, like 300, 400, 500 staff at the time that would make a video call every now and again. So we never really had any video conferencing facilities, and now every room is expected to have that capability. So all these new meeting rooms have been designed in that way. A large screen, we've got Logitech meetup cameras underneath the screens, and everything goes through a hub and everything.
Hello, John's frozen up for a second. John's vanished. He's fed. He can't make. Well, if he can't make the system work,
it's about to pull the wire
I
out,
know,
wasn't
yeah.
it? So that's what's happened. Oh dear.
Well, let's call in. We've got Caroline Carter from Imperial College London.
Sorry about that.
And oh, John's back. This is a bit like the Today program or the radio.
A quick recovery.
You can come in.
Are you the Piers Morgan of AVCF?
I think I would eschew that kind of power. Yes. No, let's not go there.
Let's not
go there.
So
Caroline's there. So hi, Caroline. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Have you seen any of the day so far, or you're very busy? Yes. I know that, and so I feel really sort of hesitant when I mention, because I was particularly thinking of you when mentioning resource. So
yes. No, I haven't managed to see any of the day yet. I've literally just logged in, so that's it. So I've heard John speak, which has been great.
Yeah. So how many rooms have you got? What's your campus like? It must be huge, kind of.
We've got 9 campuses with over 600 rooms.
So, and how many technical staff to make sure that's all ticking on your side?
I look after two technicians, and that's it. So we have a lot of rooms, and we do have some local staff, but they have other jobs as well. Yeah, so we're very thin on the ground, which doesn't help.
So are you finding, what's the perception from the outside when people are requesting things? Because also you're delivering stuff for students on the higher education end of things, and that must be an interesting, well, I'm saying it's interesting like in a Chinese curse way, but
it's interesting. It's interesting because I'm finding it's a bit like ordering a cup of tea. People say, I want a hybrid room. It's like saying, I want a cup of tea. Yes. They don't really understand it. And they expect everything to be how they want it to be, which they don't really know what they want anyway. So it's starting to dig down to find out how they want rooms to be used is quite a challenge, because everybody thinks it's just like logging onto Zoom or logging onto Teams from a room, when it's not, when you're presenting to, kind of possibly 500 plus students. And it's how to engage them all. Some faculties have got it down to a T. Other faculties are really not sure what they want to do. So even now I'm trying to work out and talking to people about what they want to achieve, how they want to do it for the October autumn term. because we know we're going to have students who don't make it across, who get COVID, can't make it in for certain other reasons, visa issues, which are going to be a nightmare as well, now that Brexit's hit. So we are kind of up against it. So it is going to be very challenging, but interesting. How we're going to support people, I don't know. It's going to be a lot of training.
It's like, I remember Dan was saying that people have very little understanding of what the word hybrid means in that sense when they're asking for things. And I think you, Dan, said it's like people asking, like a cup of tea is a good analogy, or an extra screen, or one
Absolutely.
speaker.
I have to just pick up on something there. But my boss is director of technology for Tate, and he uses the term broadcast. So when we're talking about hybrid technology and everything that goes along with all of that, he thinks in terms of broadcast television. And I think we've got a kind of a learning piece to do, if that's right, with our colleagues to get them into that mindset. I was in a conversation with a colleague in St Ives and we're saying the same thing. For example, how many of you AV people have seen people move out of the light on a stage because they don't like this glaring light coming down on them? And we were saying, you need to develop the instinct to move into the light for broadcast.
Well, it's...
doesn't come naturally to everybody, does it?
No. Especially when people don't. I mean, Caroline, are you finding people just don't quite know what they're asking for? Basically.
Yeah. They don't know what they're asking for. And I think the real challenge we're going to have is how they make the people who are remote feel part of the room and how they are not ignored, which is going to be a real challenge. So some departments are actually employing what we're calling co-pilots, which people who run the online session. So they're sitting in front of a computer so they can then see what questions, or somebody's got a hand up, so the people online don't get ignored. And because the people in the room obviously can shout and ask the questions.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be the challenge for a lot of departments.
I mean, from a point of view, I don't know exactly, but I would expect. It's like going to the theatre. You'd want to see something live. There are certain things that you can't do just via a remote screen. So what's the situation? Is there a big take-up of people wanting to be in the room, sort of hearing lectures from real people? Or
it kind of depends on what faculty, really. So if we're talking about the business school, we've really got a half and half. But we're talking about much more mature students. Medicine obviously is a tricky one. You can't really do ward rounds very easily without being there. We are testing out the Microsoft HoloLens and to do ward rounds at the moment, which is quite an interesting way of looking at it. And then you've got Faculty of Natural Sciences, where if you're looking at rocks, things like that, you can't really get it when you're just doing it online or remoting into a room. So the departments are very much saying to people, we expect you back unless you have a valid reason why you can't come back. But whether that will happen, because the younger generation of academics are really enjoying the flexible freedom of working, where they want. The older generation are really want to do chalk and talk.
Right. So it's you'd say it's a generational thing, really, and maybe they'll be more accepting of things remote going forward. The younger students, well, that's interesting. And also, I'll touch upon the COVID thing. I hear Imperial College London mentioned a lot of times on broadcasts and things. What has been your part in what part has your college played in doing that? I hear a lot about the vaccines and people that are doing things there. Is there actual practical work going on around you at the same time?
Yes, a huge amount.
That must have been. I mean, that's obviously been prioritised over a lot of things. How does that? I don't quite understand. It just seems like such a huge job. There must be so many people involved.
Yes, a massive amount of people involved. We've been heavily involved through Track and Trace. We do PCR tests every week in college, and we're all not told to do it, but we should do it. So, and then we are also at the moment, they're doing testing to see how well the the lateral flow tests are with the PCR tests and see, you know, kind of how accurate they are. So the staff are part of the testing, which is great. You know, you feel as though you're doing your bit. But a lot of the labs have been taken over by COVID testing. We haven't released our own vaccine, but we have helped with vaccines. We are looking at releasing our own vaccine, but it hasn't happened yet.
Okay, so that's very interesting. I want to call someone, if Ian Smart from the Royal College of Anaesthetists is on the line. Are you there, Mr. Ian? Ian, can you hear me? You're looking very. You need to. Are you unmuted? Are you muted? I'm talking. I think
they have unmuted me now, I believe.
Oh, that's You've been allowed. You've been given a voice. You've been given. So, where you are, the Royal College of Anaesthetists, have you been involved at all? Because there's another medical body. Have you been involved at all in this COVID? Have you got collaborations with different people going?
So one of the things that I've worked on a lot, we've been doing a lot of podcasts, obviously because of our membership based, are anaesthetists, and a lot of them work in intensive care departments and critical care. They've been at the absolute forefront of dealing with people with COVID in hospital, which has been very, very stressful for them. And it's been, it's almost unimaginable what they've been having to go through. So we've been producing podcasts for them to listen to give them more understanding. We've been producing video content for them to do. We've had to devise ways of people being able to take exams as they're part of their training to be an anaesthetist without having to leave the hospital, because they just can't do it. So we've had to ramp up our kind of output of video and the kind of associated fields that go with it, just so they can keep going and we can support them as much as possible. And it's been very, very hard. It's been the colleges. It's been very, very difficult, but we've done quite a lot. So yeah, there's something to be proud of.
They're getting very busy, and I know at the Royal College of Anaesthetists, your AV provision and what you're expected to do, is there a lot of demand there? Are you being called on? It sounds as though, doing this broadcasting, the podcasts and things, how are you finding that, just from being on the ground as a technician?
Well, as I am, as you know, and probably a lot of people know, that I am on my own in this building. So going from looking after 18 rooms with a lecture theatre and halls and galleries and continuing events, meetings, to suddenly working from home, I actually end up being busier simply because we're producing so many videos. And in my previous life, I used to be a video editor. So I just spent for 8 or 9 months was doing nothing but video editing and showing people how to do stuff and developing content platforms.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's been massively busy. Now the flip side of that is I'm coming back, and now I'm trying to prepare the building for that, the H word, the hybrid word, but we don't know what that really means. So it's been very, very, it's been quite challenging at times.
Yeah, I don't think, hybrid, well, because I was clued into this earlier when we're talking about hybrid and what we're doing now. And basically, it's not just a video call. We are moving into the broadcasting arena, because that's what this is, if it makes any sense. Broadcasting light, depending on the level you're doing it. So that's quite, we already know of the huge amount of resource you need. So people are just expecting to sort of use this technology, but they don't know what they're asking for. And especially where in an institution where you are on your own, as you say, that must be a huge mental stress, and just the investment of what you've got to do. Does anybody actually understand what they're grasping, what they're asking for?
I don't. I think some do. Certainly, people with a technical background, so the IT team that I'm part of now, kind of get it. I still have to explain things to them, and I think there's a point of what people see. I think people have seen so much of this on television. They've gone, well, that's easy. We can do what they do. But fundamentally, you want to do that, okay, then you're going to have to bring in serious amounts of money to do it. And we're just not able to. I'm not able to because I just don't have the resources, either financial or physical, or my brain capacity to bring it all in. And it's been a real challenge to kind of meet those needs and understand what people want to do and get them to understand what's possible. And I've had conversations today where I've had to say, no, we can't do that. That requires 3 people and X and X amount of money. So it's been very challenging with that, trying to get people to understand it.
Yeah. So what I'd like to do actually is just sort of cut away from this. Apparently, you've got a presentation that is going to be inserted. I've been hearing from Mission Control.
Slightly news to me,
Yes.
but I think if it's one we had previously, is that the one?
I believe so.
But I don't know. I think the conversation is pertinent, but from the previous one, and picking up on what's just been said, what I would say is that in our context, the people who are devising the public program, what we put out to the public, are pretty switched on about the challenges. And they understand, they don't necessarily understand how to do it, but they understand that it doesn't happen just automatically, and that there's effort involved. And an example would be, we have to do rehearsals for run up to live online events, where in a live in-person event, we never did rehearsals before. But the people who are really problematic, because they don't understand it at all, are the administrative business side of the organization, because they've got no connection with public performance or display or presentation. So they haven't quite got yet that broadcast concept of how hybrid should work. That's my challenge. One side are great to work with, the other side are a lot harder work.
Right. So you finding that, Ian, particularly, saying as I was just talking to you last, is that the kind of, is it an education process? Do we need to sort of spread more news about more information, or are you finding you're butting heads against people that just either they're not interested or they, just don't know? How are we getting that message out?
I think it's a case of, it is an educational piece, but education as far as kind of steering them almost into not where we want them to be, or steering them into an understanding of it, because they see how it's conducted and they think, oh, okay, I understand that. And then when you start delving into the depths of it and you say, well, you've got to do X, Y, Z, network and whatever that it might be, it's suddenly they don't understand. So there is definitely an educational piece, and it's taking people on that journey with you to give them some sort of ownership of it, so they are engaged in it and actually they become part of it, which is really, a really positive thing to do. And without that engagement, you're not going to get the follow-on, which is, oh, well, if it's really good, can we do more of this? Can we invest in it? So without the engagement of the actual users and the people taking part, you're not going to get that investment. You don't have that kind of connection between the two.
And the thing is, it's always different between different areas. I mean, everybody I talk to and we're talking to in this whole thing, everybody's got a slight twist on it. So you, for example, have got your angle, and Caroline's just been explaining hers. I feel it's almost like you want to fill up a theatre with people and make it mandatory almost, and explain to them, okay, if you're asking for this is what you've got to think about. Slide 1, for example, this is what you're all familiar with. This is something off of Netflix, So I run the equivalent, but it's just me. Do you know how many people run this? And kind of almost give a bit like White Light we're doing this morning with us. It's a lot more complicated. Is that's the kind of, I don't know how you get that message across.
It's a comms thing, it's a communications thing, and it is something that I've been doing all the way through the summer, is trying to impart knowledge in others to be able to support themselves with this. But until you start showing, it's a bit like, I have described it as like making sausages. They know the end result, but they don't know what goes into it. And if they saw what went into it, you'd think, oh, blimey, that's quite a scary thing. But that's what it's like. It's about making sausages.
It's a good, I'm
good analogy.
Collecting a lot of good examples of, like Caroline's cup of tea. People asking for a cup of tea, they just expect it to be brought to them.
They're all food and drink
They're all
related,
food and
though.
drink, yes, funny enough,
Icebergs.
Can someone bring me a sandwich, please? Can with some caviar and fish, salmon? Yes. What is that exactly? Okay, they have to give them an extra book with a lexicon. So in terms of exhibitions, which is another thing that interests me, I don't know if Sian's there from the British Museum. If she'd like to come in, she's very involved there with the delivery of exhibitions. Sian, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. I've been running from pillar to post today, but I am here and settled now.
Do you know what? A small piece of trivia. I've got a feeling that looks like my old office.
Yes, it is. It is. I am slightly shamed by how neat and tidy everyone's background is, and I'm here. But I like to run by the adage that a messy office means a tidy mind.
Well, thank God I wasn't doing something from my office when I was in there. Otherwise, it would have been a complete, I'm exact opposite.
Yeah.
Yes, but I have a tidy mind.
Yeah, exactly.
My office was not so good. But I see the cups up at the very back on the top shelf, the cups.
Oh, yes. I thought you were going to say coffee cups, and I was going to be extremely embarrassed.
No.
No, yes, the trophy.
They're my cups. They're my AV Award cups and things for past. That's my history. So just make sure you don't throw those out on the.
Are they in the British Museum collection?
They should be. Can you get them put on the British Museum collection?
Yeah, I keep meaning to get my silver polish out and give them a bit of a going over, but no.
I think I like them when they're all a bit tarnished, a bit like me. So, how are things at the old shop, the British Museum, and how have you been doing? Because I know I went to see a couple of exhibitions. I came in to see you a little while ago, and you've got Beckett, and you've got
Nero.
Which one?
Nero.
That's it. So how are you operating? How's it going with all of those? How are you sort of delivering this stuff? It must be quite again, I bet you've been working hard behind the scenes, and you've just never stopped from the beginning to now.
Yeah, I mean, we've been, as everyone's been saying, we have been pretty much gunning throughout all of the lockdowns, working maybe not so much on events, but really going for it in terms of exhibitions, online stuff, online production, online events, and so on. So we haven't stopped, which has in one way been really, really nice, and in another one been extremely stressful. But the exhibitions have been a source of joy and stress, I would say. We've had some really nice things going into, firstly it was Tantra, and then I can't even remember, but yes, as you say now, it's Beckett and Nero, and it's been really interesting to see how people are thinking about AV within those spaces and how that affects how people react and move around those spaces, how they can interact with technology when they're not allowed to touch it or stop and look at it. But still recognizing the absolute importance of having that there to make it as much of an experience to the audience as possible. And I think that's been especially important in Nero, which is quite a drama-laden exhibition, because that so much was part of his life. So having these kind of large and impressive displays has been so key to that experience of the exhibition.
Yeah. it's always been with the British Museum. I found my experience was there that it's not an obvious place where you would think technology is being used and sort of to the advantage, but it's becoming more so. And I think probably the exhibition spaces are where it's being highlighted more these days. Are there many examples? Is there anything in the permanent collections that have been upgraded or had this kind of approach or not?
So in recent years, we have had a refurbishment of the Sir Joseph Houghton Gallery of China and South Asia, and also the Al-Bukhari Foundation Gallery of the Islamic World, to give them their full monikers. Yeah. And those have had kind of upgrades in terms of the level of digital media that we have put into those spaces. Now, for the most part, that is kind of fairly simple, straightforward screens and listening posts. But they are being used as kind of case studies for our kind of future display strategy. And the museum as a whole has been thinking over the last sort of 2-3 years very much about our future display strategy, how we are looking at how the collection itself is grouped, and then how we bring in digital media to help with the interpretation of the collection, especially because 70% of our on-site audience is not English speaking, and so having that interpretation beyond a label written in English is really helpful. Now, whether that's bring your own device or having something that's very visual or sound orientated in gallery, it's a really interesting conversation, and it's something that COVID has slightly derailed, but also changed that conversation because of all of these, you can't have people gathering in groups, you can't have people touching things and like licking their hands and then touching something else. So yeah, it's been an interesting one, and I think these installations in the permanent galleries, as I say, in the Houghton and the Al-Bukhari galleries, but also what we're finding in temporary exhibitions, are really informing that discussion that will affect the way we approach display in the next 10 years.
Yeah. And of course, it must be stressed for one of the reasons for special exhibitions is they are meant to generate income. So obviously they get prioritized in a way with some institutions. I mean, we all know the big blockbuster exhibitions that are coming up and have been around. So a lot of things are being, are you finding that you're using existing things that you've got, or are people being hired in? Are you tendering out for certain things for your exhibitions? How does it actually work, the sort of process? If you're thinking about, I know the curators and everything think about lots of themes and exhibitions. I know they run into certain things that are long in the planning stage. It's the same thought. I know sometimes like 10 years out, they were thinking about an exhibition. 5 years out, they were sort of thinking about the loans. And when it comes, what's the timeline for sort of installing, getting an exhibition and taking that into account, the audiovisual aspect of it, or the planning, or the resource you need?
So we join core team meetings about exhibitions about a year before they open to the public, and those exhibitions have been kind of floating around, as you say, for about 4 years prior. So it takes about 5 years, really planning to bring about an exhibition. Now, sometimes that'll get squeezed so much, if we find that we have a gap in our schedule or something comes up that we're like, oh yes, we can jump on that. But for the most part, 5-year whole kind of scope. And yeah, we as AVP join about a year in advance. And, a year out, the curators and so on will have a pretty good scope of what the exhibition is going to cover, and a kind of idea. They'll have a think and think, okay, well, I know of this film or this aspect that I want to draw out and interpret in a slightly different way, and that's when myself and Clark and Nick and all of the team get together and start talking about hardware and then the content as well. And we really work together to kind of build those up with curatorial, with interpretation, with project managers, and so on and so forth. So it's a really huge team effort across the board. And yeah, it's been a really interesting one for, as you say, for Beckett and Nero, and coming up we've got Peru and Stonehenge, which are also very interesting exhibitions in terms of how we can use light and digital media and so on to really make it a kind of experience that audiences will pay for. And because that kind of ticketing aspect has become so important, to funding the museum, it's really important that we have that kind of wow factor, and whether that is from lone objects primarily, but also from these kind of interpretive elements.
Interesting. Well, stay with us, Sean. I'd like to bring a few people back together and we'll probably sort of have more of a discussion. But I'd like to welcome Thea Stevenson from Welcome. If you could, are you there, Thea? Oh,
hey, Chris.
Hey.
Thanks for having me.
I love the bird theme. It looks like a bird. Looks like feathers.
Thank you, my rainbow peacock. Yeah,
yes.
I'm actually in the office today as well.
Oh, you're actually back on site. Well, that's good. So from a point of view of if we can sort of look at what people are asking for, I'm trying to get a sort of an idea of what people are asking for, whether they know what they're asking for and they do it, and whether you've got the resource. Because Welcome is a slightly different model again. How are you finding it, on that front at Welcome?
Well, I think it's interesting because people don't really know what they want yet. And also there's this idea, particularly with like hybrid events or online events, that it's a completely new concept. And of course it isn't. We've been doing it in various forms for years. It's just suddenly really fashionable. So I think the first thing we tried to do is ask people what their outcomes are, what kind of accessibility they need. Does it have to have bells and whistles? Can we persuade them that actually it's more about the content, it's not going out necessarily publicly to like a huge audience, so it's more of a niche thing, and then we can assess like how much resources we put into it, basically, because we are in maybe a slightly different situation, because we have our museum, but we also have the charity side as well, so it's quite a big organization with lots of different things going on, and it's balancing, prioritizing different elements. So I think for me, self-service is going to be really important for people. If we've learned anything, it's that people can use video conferencing facilities themselves, and we should encourage them to do this, because there's an opportunity here for AV teams to focus and specialize and maybe move away from that, like moving the TV around the place or turning a meeting room on, which is really positive. But when you have a small team, you can't do everything. If you're expected to work on a exhibition project, design and install, make films, deliver online events, support live events, support hybrid events, something's got to give. So it's it's a good challenge, and we're lucky in a way in that we're not opening our offices fully until October, so we've got some time to kind of rejig things. It's amazing how many people keep asking me if video conferencing facilities are available on site, and I'm like, yes. Do you not remember? No. Everyone's forgotten for some reason. And
how do I get there again?
It's funny.
Where is the location, please?
But it's challenging. I think that if there's any silver lining, it's that this whole experience that we've been having has allowed us to change certain things. Maybe there were certain technologies that we wanted to implement, but people were afraid. So like touch-free stuff in exhibitions, and now that's normal. For some of our shows, we don't want people to touch things. One thing we experienced was, especially during on and off lockdowns, was that it's so difficult to load objects that we had shows that were just AV. So we had a lot of work to do in that respect. but also, you know, there's more space, and I don't know if anyone else is feeling this, like new shows because of social distancing, wanting to keep things more breathy, spacious. There's more room for stuff. We can have bigger installations, you know, because Welcome Collection is quite small, really. Our galleries are not huge, so we used to pack a lot in, and now the new season on Happiness is a lot more spacious, and that's quite nice.
So that'll make people happy in itself, that they've got more space to move around.
Yeah, maybe.
We're certainly finding that visitors are much happier in a much more socially distanced environment. You know, the feedback we're getting is that where we used to ram in 2,000 people, maybe we're only putting 300 through now, but the use of exhibits and the space they've got to use them in is much more pleasant. So the feedback we're getting is positive.
Exactly the same at Tate, same feedback.
Yeah, that's interesting. Would you agree, Thea?
I'm not sure, actually. I don't know. I would imagine, I mean, personally, on a personal level, definitely. I mean, I remember seeing shows and you can even, you know, you'd have to queue for the object, and that's no fun. But, you know, maybe it means we need to rethink how long we keep shows open for. Like the current show that's just opened here will be open until the end of January, which is quite long for us. But, you know, that gives everyone time to work on new projects. It gives audiences time to come. Obviously, we don't have to rely on funding, or like ticket sales. So that's, you know, we're fortunate in that way. Yeah, we'll see what happens. We're not doing any on-site events this year in our museum, which is quite interesting. Everything is online. And I was listening, I completely agree with what everyone else was saying in terms of the amount of work is invisible for these types of things. It's really hard to comprehend as someone who's not producing the event technically what could even be happening. You know, they just join a video call and it's a mystery what's going on in the background. And you know, maybe we probably need to do more to sort of shout about what we're doing and show people, and because obviously people are incredibly happy and respectful about what you're delivering for them, but they still can't really understand how it works. So maybe as an industry we need to tell them. I think probably we should do a little documentary about it, to be honest.
A little demystifying exercise going on. I think that would be maybe we should make a documentary. I don't know, that's a good this is what a day in the life of someone, you know, or several people.
Sure,
you know, this is the work that goes on behind the scenes that you don't see.
Good call, actually, Chris, because there's the behind the scenes at the V&A at the moment on TV.
There is, there's been
seems to focus mainly on conservation when there's us guys.
That's right. Yeah, we're right. We're getting the short end of the stick, guys.
Your next project, Chris.
Yes, I know. I'll just. I think we'll go out to tender with that. We'll see what we can do. So I don't know if let's see, is Caroline still there? Caroline from the Imperial.
I'm still here.
You're still here. Is this because you're in a slightly different position, because it's actually you're teaching things, but the demand on resource. Would you say any of the things that other people have sort of chimed in to how you're finding, you know, the nuts and bolts of just delivering things, like Thea's idea of having, you know, self-service, people know how to use things. I would imagine there's differing levels in the sort of competence of people that you have. It's kind of an interesting,
I mean,
there are some parallels and some, like I say, everywhere's kind of, you know, different in a way.
We try and have, in over our 600 rooms, we try and keep to 4 standards. And it is a challenge because we do seem to have 4 standards, which are kind of, you know, 1,000 different standards within the rooms, but they all look vaguely the same, which is good. So it is quite a challenge. But I do actually, one thing that Thea did say was, is the work is invisible. You don't understand how much work goes on behind the scenes, and people think it's so easy just to make a hybrid room, and it's not. And no, it's really hard, and it's also then the training you've got to do to the people on the ground who are going to help the academics who aren't technical.
No.
But then also you've then got the staff who are trying to help out who aren't technical either. So it's all quite a challenge.
I found there were certain people that wouldn't even touch a machine because it was below them to press a button, even a clicker to move something forward. Oh, can't you do that? It's got to be.
Those days are gone, Chris.
I can't,
honestly.
Yeah. But I don't think they've gone for everybody.
No, they haven't gone for us.
Sense.
They have if you meet me.
They have, yeah. Obviously, I wouldn't be asked, you know, if I ever give a lecture at Welcome, I'll be asking where's my clicker. Yeah. So just be warned, that's what's coming.
Yeah. I'll get you a special one.
and a magic lantern with big slides, just so you know.
But on the back of that, I do think that we have a responsibility to ourselves and our staff and our colleagues to say no. There are times when expectations perhaps are too broad, or maybe we need to delay things, and you know, we can train people and we can do the things to enable our less technical colleagues, and you know, we need to enforce that as well, because there's only so many of us, we can't do everything.
Yeah, I think that's probably now is a good time we can move. We've got some power behind the scenes now to sort of put our case forward. Would you think? It's like,
I had a question asked of me the other day to achieve something by September, and my instant reaction was maniacal laughter at high level. And then I sort of stopped myself and said, oh, was that a little bit over the top reaction? But that was my way of saying no.
I think that's perfect. That's exactly what I do most of the time at the moment. People say, can I have it for October? And I go, no, you're lucky to have it for Christmas. But there we go.
It's a bit like John's robot request, isn't it, I suppose?
I know. And another man who's been very busy, he's just like, can join this conversation. Liam, if you're out there, you could give us a little bit of an insight in how busy things have been, or what the expectations are of when people start coming back into the office, into your office, which looks very tidy, I have to say. I can't hear you always. Is Gabe muted? Is someone muted? No. Can you hear me? I can't hear you. Are you muted?
He's got his guitar pedal routed through instead.
Messing about with them new speakers.
That's a good one. I like that.
Not far off the truth, yes.
Remember, always press record right at the beginning. That's what I think. I don't know what that's got to do with it.
That's a good tip.
Actually, yeah. I know. Yes. I know.
Can you hear me now, Chris?
Sorry?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, that's great. So
yes, it was actually the case that I had something like a guitar pedal.
Yeah, I know you've got
instead.
I know your penchant for guitar pedals and music and everything. I know. I'm not surprised you've got that looped into the system somehow, somewhere. If we had a reverse view, perhaps we'd see all your guitars and different things. So, but we won't. Not this instance. Yeah, documentary is what needs to be made. So at the Royal Society, how are you managing expectations, shall we say, for people returning into, it's slightly different from a museum, but it's the same thing. People need looking after. What's your approach there? What's your tack?
Well, where to start? I think the problem we're finding is that what my boss refers to as the mood music. The thing about mood music is it has a horrible habit of changing, and it seems to change on a sixpence. So I've been told not particularly long ago that we would not have any physical events in the building, potentially until the beginning of next year. Then things have flipped around and the building's reopening. The building's actually reopening now to staff. They opened the second and third floors this week. And I've been in because I've got that annual maintenance we are desperately trying to fit in things that we weren't able to do while the building was shut, because for various reasons there were other contractors who's working for other departments who had priority over contractors from my department. We just completed an install yesterday, so I've done 2 days back in the office, and yesterday left the office at 10 o'clock in the evening, and thought this is a second day back in the office, and I've just done a 12.5-hour day. This is probably what the rest of the month is going to look like for us. We're starting to go in to do experiments in seeing what we can do. It's quite amusing in a way. Yesterday I had a day where I heard terms that I hadn't heard for probably over a year. Problems with HDCP conflicts, lightware, fiber extenders not working, embedded audio in the new Web Presenter HD that meant it was causing issues with our mixed minus. And it very much felt like being sort of shot out of a cannon, and suddenly landing back with a crash in the world of Pro AV, where for the last 18 months I've been sort of hooking up bits of Blackmagic kit and various laptops and doing things from home, and that is all very simple and straightforward. But now we've got the challenge of hybrid, which to a certain extent involves trying to make those aforementioned bits of equipment interface with big theatre Pro AV equipment and all the attendant issues that you have in those that you don't have when you're doing something from this room here. So I'm sort of on a bit of a roller coaster of being sometimes fairly confident about what we can do, and then the next day the complete opposite. I would say in general this is probably the most anxious I have been about a forthcoming autumn term of events. And from what I've been told recently is, we are going to be doing external events from 1st of September. And really, I don't have the resource to do internal hybrid events and also support a number of internal virtual events, which we've got going on. So I think it's going to be a pretty scary time and quite a fraught time. I'm just really taking every day one day at a time at the moment, because that's about the only way I can really cope with it.
Right. So I think what we're going to do now is we're going to just got a guest coming in to join us, Benji Fox from the Royal Academy. So he's going to come and join us on the sofa, and we'll, if you don't mind, John, we'll just take your place for a second, and just because the sofa, it looks more comfortable with two on. I think
is.
we're keeping the social
distancing.
distancing.
Don't really want to leave it.
I know. Yeah, it's like I keep
course.
ever since this morning looking over at that sofa, I've been thinking I just want to go over and lie on that sofa.
Yeah. Thank you, Benji.
So yes, joining us now is Benji Fox from the Royal Academy. Benji, hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Good.
Good.
Thank you.
So, well, are you finding the pressure to deliver big exhibitions, running hybrid? How are you handling it over at the Royal Academy? Or how are you finding it on the ground generally? Is any of this gelling with you? You know, the stuff that people have been talking about.
Absolutely, yeah, and to different degrees. I think it's fair to say that we were heavily hit. We had a restructure in response to COVID, which hit our teams. And at the Royal Academy, we're quite close knit. There are small teams anyway.
Yeah.
And you don't know what the future holds. And we found that actually we're moving quite quickly into new exhibitions and delivering online events, but with smaller teams. So that's been a big pressure. particularly when quite often internal exhibitions and online events need a lot of test time and troubleshooting. Quite often we're asked to do things for the first time. For example, in the coming weeks, we're doing 2 surround sound installations as part of the summer exhibition. We're installing 13 video works that require sound and video of international artists, as well as a public events program, and we're a team of 2 currently.
So it's
a lot.
A common theme that's going through is being under-resourced. I mean, that's actually not just because of the COVID. Generally, people have been under-resourced, and like Theo was saying, maybe this is the time for people to this is probably a good time to sort of try and make your case. But I know how difficult it is, because the Royal Academy, a bit like Tate, you do very big exhibitions, very well known. I mean, the summer exhibition is like a kind of, it's just one of those things on the calendar. To me, not being, it's like, it's almost like,
the exhibition.
Yeah. And your special exhibitions, I came over and saw the drawing exhibition, Michelangelo, which was twinned with, what was the other artist? It was a retrospective between a modern artist and
Bill Viola.
Yes, which was astounding, you know, but it's a big, it struck me as like a really big undertaking to mount something that size. And it just can't be done with a small team, I would have thought.
No, well, I don't know whether, Dan, you find this, the beast rolls forward. And somehow, you know, we have to find a way to make it all happen. And inevitably it does.
I find I do the business case and make all say all the right words to the management and stakeholders and try to apply constraint. Meanwhile, my team just roll their sleeves up and work extra hours and get on with it.
Yeah.
And I think it's the privilege of working in, you know, such an interesting and meaningful field in the world of art and museums and galleries generally. I think, you know, we believe in what we do. But sometimes I say to my team, slow down a bit. I'm trying to make the case for more resources. And they're like, yeah, but this has got to get done.
I think this is the thing, because, you know, AV people, and that's why I found it so interesting, they're problem solvers and they don't want to fail. And actually, sometimes that's quite detrimental to them, because you know, I mean, nobody wants, because that's the thing people will point to. Oh, that thing never happened, and that's your fault.
Well, it's like live sound. I come from a live sound background, and you can the audience enjoy a perfect gig, perfect musical experience, and enjoy the band and are engaging with the band, for example. But if there's one piece of feedback, then that's the thing you remember, isn't it? So nobody remembers perfect sound, but they remember, you know,
that
problem.
one thing. Yeah, it's a very interesting point, actually, that people will always pick up on that one thing that didn't work. I mean, it's got to resonate with most people working in this kind of area.
Well, and also, like, you know, Dan's teams and experience of our teams, it's the fun part of the job is troubleshooting and trying to get to an endpoint and not really knowing what the right path is going to be. I know I enjoy that most of all. I don't know whether that's a character aptitude, and that's what draws people to our line of work. But like you're saying, trying to draw back from doing the fun stuff, and, you know, whether it doesn't suit the management's agenda for, you know, budgets or what have you. But and I think the inevitability of deadlines is a driving force, isn't it?
Yeah,
definitely.
Well, I'd like to, I think now, if we can go to the sort of people with inboxes literally, so we can see everybody up on the screen, and we can have a little bit of a discussion. We can let it lead us where it may, but I'd just like to see everybody come face to face with everybody else, and we'll either all sort of jump off of this building, or I will, something, if I could get out the window. I'm stunned by the view, actually. I keep wanting to turn around and look at the shard in the clouds. Very dramatic. Hi, everybody. Is John there? I can see John. Yes. There, Siobhan. We've got everybody. Is Caroline with us, or is she probably been rushed off to sort of do something? I'm not quite sure. But anyway, so can I hear you? Can you hear me clearly? Can we hear you?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Good, good. We left you a bit abruptly at the beginning there, John. Did you manage to?
Well, this is a road test for a new facility. It's from the do it live and see what happens. It goes wrong. So either don't use dodgy Dell laptops with dodgy USB-C ports, or just don't touch it once it's plugged in, and you'll be all right. But it's quite a quick recovery, though. It came back quite quick, but you cut me off. You moved on.
Could actually, yeah, I know. We've come back and caught you in the middle of doing something. Where's your cable going? Actually, I can see it going up in the air.
It goes in that little. It's just off camera. You've cropped me, but it goes in a little hole there.
In the little hole there. That's a technical term. That's.
And I've got a little wireless charging thing there as well on the table. So
I wish we had the clip.
We're in the future.
Oh, you're in the future. Yes.
Yeah.
The cable's going into the future, to the event horizon.
Yeah.
Entropy. We're all moving forward to that. And there's Thea. Are you picking it in the general terms of this? We're looking at hybrids obviously coming over the horizon. That's a real challenge for people. But I think of all the things from this conversation, it's the resource side of things, mainly people in this case, of having enough people doing the right job, and also resource in educating, getting the message across. Some interesting things come up there, including making a documentary about a day in the life of a team technicians. So is there anybody got any more reflections on that kind of, any solutions? I'd love to give people a solution.
I like the mention of the saying no, which is something that I've discovered that I've not been very good at probably throughout my AV career, and I've had to learn how to try and say no more recently. And that's come from meetings with other colleagues that we work with them on certain bits of content, and they have more planning type roles. And when they come to ask about, how many hours does this take to do this project or to make this piece of content, and when you sit down and work it out, you kind of realize why you always end up working extra hours, because there's not enough people and there's not enough time. Deadlines are too close. And so saying no has been something that we've had to, a sort of new skill to develop, which has actually been quite helpful. But we knew that there would be a surge in demands on what we do, and we had previously had a fifth technician post approved, and then that was removed because of the COVID impact and lack of funding and income. But that post has not been approved again for this financial year. So we're wanted more, and we seem to be doing more, but we've still got the same number of people.
Yeah, it seems. I mean, it's interesting because there's a lot of hidden work, and you end up doing more hours, I think, generally within AV than, I mean, I was lucky, I used to get overtime, but it wasn't actually, there was no choice involved. So you've actually got to do it, and you end up going, I'm just here all the time. Do people find that? You're just, I mean, I think I'm warming to the idea of Thea just saying, no, let them go with it, but it's not, it's an interesting one.
Yeah. No one wants, having worked from home, I'm sure most of us have probably worked from home for a significant period now. We probably never thought we could. And actually things work really well in lots of ways. So we can't go back to the way we were. And we have to look after our staff. So we have to change people's attitudes. One thing for me, I've changed the name of, we don't have any technicians in the team anymore. Everyone's a producer. It kind of elevates the stature or like the skill set that people are delivering these projects, because I don't know if anyone else has felt this, but particularly with the online events that we've been doing, the power has shifted exponentially to AV. We are front of house, we are delivering the event, we're telling everyone what to do, we're briefing the speakers. We didn't do that before. We used to sort of stand at the back of the room and do a sound check, and now we're very much in control, and we need to reflect that in our in the way we kind of value our staff. So that's why little things like changing job titles, calling people producers because that's what they are, helps. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what October's going to bring for me. I have no idea. I think, like Liam, we just have to take it as we come and try and put steps in place to be prepared. But equipment costs, time, people cost. We can't necessarily deliver everything. Maybe companies will have to get used to outsourcing some things because we can't deliver everything at the same time. But we'll see what happens. It's a really difficult one.
Yeah. So you've started a revolution already. My team's inbox is pinging now from my technicians who are obviously watching. We are now producers, they are claiming.
Yeah, damn straight they are, though. Technician is someone who plugs stuff in. I mean, it's obviously not. It's not. But, people's perception. We need to change people's perception. We're obviously really valuable. The AV industry is really valuable to people and companies. Let's reflect that and reward our staff accordingly, I suppose.
I think one of the things,
wanted to have the name producer. That was great. There's something about that. Yeah. Executive producer.
But that's a downgrade from emperor, Chris.
It certainly is, yes. King of the world, yes, I prefer that. I'm going to take this big chair with me, but no, you're right, Thea, that's quite interesting. In fact, what people call themselves is quite a good indicator. If you look, I've seen some great ones. I'm not going to say any examples because sometimes they're too specific and people would know who they are, but there are some things you think, well, they've just changed that name because that department wasn't working or this wasn't working. Mm-hmm. And then, but for us, it's like chewing glass. Asking for a name change somehow is very difficult.
Yeah, it took me 3 years, but I got there in the end. But if job titles like Scrum Master can exist, then AV producer or multimedia and AV producer can exist as well.
Global
just got to keep going.
Let's see. John, what do you want to be called? What shall we can, within this group, we can just make up our own names. What shall we call you?
Ian has just suggested magician, which is quite topical, Chris.
Yes, that's something. Yes,
that's taken by your good self, though, isn't it?
My back history would be partly magician, yeah, but I wouldn't use that actually, because people will be asking you things like, can you produce a rabbit? Can you saw someone in half? Can you, I've got a children's party you can come along and do. No, I don't perform for children, stuff like that. But yeah, maybe Sean, what about you? Would you like to, are you happy with your job title? Or would you like something?
I guess I'm traditional. I'd love to be head of. I think that would be just a simple, read inside the museum, read outside the museum. But I am an AV and production manager, and I'm not sure that definitely translates to what I actually do to anyone, anywhere, inside the museum or outside.
You've got production in there, and AV and managers. Well, it's a discuss point. I used to joke, actually, I used to be called head of audiovisual, and I always joked, and actually it was more than a joke. I said, that was the most useful thing that ever happened to help me, not necessarily on the inside, but from the outside, because if you said you were head of anything, then, oh, really? Even CEO, nothing comes close, I don't think.
Yeah, it conveys a certain amount of responsibility, I think. But there we are. And I think just obviously I'm extremely happy with my role. So but one thing I was going to say was one thing I've experienced during COVID is that yes, AV has become very much a sought after commodity within the museum, but I'm not sure how high that goes, if you see what I mean. So a lot of colleagues at the same level as myself and my team are extremely happy with how we're working and are using us more and more and more. And that is getting recognized to a certain extent by the powers that be. But I'm not sure how much that responsibility is being asked for from those levels. So when we're talking about, you know, having hybrid meeting rooms or whatever, a lot of that conversation is trickling down through a lot of people who don't know what they're talking about and getting to us. And they're then trying to translate into the technical vocabulary to try and make that work. And it's a really strange situation where we're becoming more and more important, but not getting to have those conversations at that level. And I don't know whether that's related to job title or salary or, you know, just that we're not allowed to talk to the great and the good, but there we are.
I know, it's like, why am I always the last to know this is happening? You know, before this is the final hurdle before your big thing, your big day arrives, or, you know, and I used to say, well, you know, we're like undertakers in a way, because one way or another, you'll be coming through us, or you'll be going, you know, there are certain things that are destined to happen.
Chris, that's not a food.
Yeah, it's like, you know,
metaphor.
I used to say that wearing a menacing and they used to loom out of the dark. One day, my friend, you will come by this department.
I always find people find it disconcerting when I get the tape measure out.
You should just be eyeballing it. That's how a pro does it.
So, does anybody else want to throw in their lot for making a sort of fantasy job title? Liam, what do you want to be called? I'm going to call you that from now on. You are the master of music in my mind. You know, you are one of the masters. If foot pedal, but
I'd take head of, definitely. I'm just happy. It's really not very long ago that people would refer to me as the projectionist. So I think some progress has been made.
Thing is, historically, I was in absolute awe of projectionists.
Yes.
You know, back in the day, but that's a whole other subject. Maybe.
Yeah, I think, yeah, because it's an interesting debate to be had. But I like the idea.
Don't call us IT. That's the.
Oh God!
Yeah. I am now firmly fixed within the IT department. I have moved.
Same. Yeah, we are.
We've just moved out of the IT department. So it's all shifting about. Yeah, now we're digital.
John, are you actually, is there plastic on the floor in your room that you've been moved away? Because is there anybody around you at the moment? I think you need to watch out.
In here?
Yeah.
I think everybody went home from this. All the builders left probably about an hour ago. If it goes dark, I've been shut off. Yeah.
Also, do Turners have particularly good acoustic absorbent properties then?
No, but they've basically put up some acoustic paneling all around the other walls that you can't see. How does it sound to you, by the way?
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, it's good.
Sounds all right?
Yeah.
Sounds quite noisy in here to me, but that's what's in the cupboard behind.
Yeah, it sounds good to us. So, content, well, you know. I'm just kidding. You are my go-to person on many levels of advice.
What questions have you got coming up, Chris?
I'm speechless, literally. I can't. I'm trying to think of a really interesting question to ask you, but it's escaped me. Does anybody want to contribute any more as we move forward.
I
think actually, yeah, sorry, carry on.
I was going to say something there. I think it was Thea mentioned it earlier on about empowering people. And one of the things that I've always had to do being in the college is make it 2-minute proof. So if you can't explain how the room works in 2 minutes, and this includes a lecture theatre, then it's too complicated. So in that empowering, if I can go and right, press this button, press this, connect that, do this, everything else does itself. They go, oh, great. You never hear a word from them all day, and they have a fantastic experience. So I think that empowerment is a really important part of any room with VC in it, of any amount of control. If you can do it, explain it in under 2 minutes, or if I can explain it to my mother, then you've done it. You know, that's what you need to do, and then it releases you to get on and do stuff. They have that good experience. So I think it's back to the whole keep it simple thing, just to make life easier.
Yes. Making life easier. I like the sound of that somehow. That should be another mantra that's built into.
I've got my name as well. Remember, if you remember, Chris, I got nicknamed the Duke at one point, and maybe I should have that as my, instead of AV Services Manager, I should have that on my card in brackets.
I remember that. That would be, yeah. We can have nicknames as well. We could come up with nicknames that are suitable to people. And does anybody know anything about Slido, for example? I'm just having a small issue because I've got some more questions, and it was on my Slido device. And that's being fixed as we speak, so feel free just to extemporize on any thoughts you might have. Let's go back to Benji, because I like Benji. I like his jacket, actually, somehow. It's like...
Thanks, Chris.
It's very bright. It's good. No, it suits you. It wouldn't suit me, but it wouldn't fit me.
Cheers, man.
I just thought I'd do that. So... It's all going to chaos, isn't it? No, it's not. But
can I?
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
Whatever you want.
Did you just do it?
I did. I think what's so interesting, like between our institutions and departments, there's so many familiar stories, and it feels very familiar to me. You know, the question of resource, or us turning into like post-production studios and broadcast studios, and all having to react and do it really quickly. I would like to extend some thanks to Liam. He really helped me out early on.
All right, yeah, that's good.
Yeah, so like even within the AVCF community, and just sort of helping us. Thanks, Liam.
What you don't realise, Benji, is that I can't actually remember how all this stuff works, so this is why I created PowerPoint presentations.
Well, but do you know what? It's all changed since then. I'm sure your setup has changed, and you know, the hot topic at the moment is NDI, and certainly it looks like it helps us out to do some things easier, but then it also introduces new problems. The things that we had a meeting room set up the other day and a USB microphone, and you'd think that would be the easiest bit, and actually that needs half an hour troubleshooting, and it's these things that we don't expect that take loads of time, and sometimes the most complicated setup is actually quite easygoing and easy.
Nice, like that.
Also, here's a thing, it just cropped up in my mind, that if we're AV people, obviously, AVCF, and I just mentioned projectionists, that has a sort of traditional side, but obviously there's the whole IT side. And so Ian just mentioned about the 2-minute sort of rule, if you like, or principle. And to what extent are we dependent on our IT colleagues, and are we also kind of moving into that side of things, and to what extent do we have control to be able to bring that into the sphere of what we do? Because I speak for myself, but I would imagine it's the same for all of us. We're so dependent on all of that architecture working, especially now in this UC kind of world,
I've had to argue
challenge,
this,
isn't it?
Yeah, there was a restructure and there was a decision, not a question, but a decision that AV would join IT until my reaction, which was over my dead body. And the distinction I made was, yeah, that we're codependent, but we're independent. And the argument was that the AV understands audiences and understands our artists. We have to work with people. We're the human element of that. Not to say that IT aren't human, but they don't understand audiences. They don't understand acoustic spaces. It's a different journey to that endpoint. And I suppose a hybrid is a shared platform where you have to, the online delivery and acoustic space somehow meld. I don't know. Help me out.
I mean, I think one of the things I would say is that there's been this IT-AV convergence thing, which has seemed to translate as AV have to get with the program and become more like IT. But actually what I'm increasingly emphasizing in conversations in my world is, well, convergence is like that. It's not like that. It's like that. We need IT to understand artists and audiences as well. And I am, to be fair, seeing more of that. I think there's a kind of an awakening. But I'm interested what other colleagues think about that in other organizations.
Yeah, if we can call in the group so we can see everybody and just sort of talk about that. What do you think of those points? Anybody?
Having recently, like last year, I moved over at home into IT, but I've been trying to teach the guys in the team certain kind of aspects of it, and there's some of the stuff that they get, and there's some stuff that they don't get, and they're slowly learning stuff. They're expanding their knowledge base. Conversely, there is that bit of I've had to learn suddenly becoming an admin on Microsoft 365 platform and going into the whole deep back end of Teams and things like that. That's quite a bit, that's a bit of a challenge for me to learn. So I think it's a bit of toing and froing when the two departments are mixed, but there is that, Emma's right, there's that convergence thing. You've got to do it together. You can't be heavy on one side or heavy on the other. You have to be a partnership in it if you're going to be in the same team. There's only 5 of us in IT and me, as AV as it were. So that makes it a bit easier. If it was a lot bigger, then it might be difficult.
It's interesting.
But you're a fully fledged member of your IT department if you've been given admin privileges.
yes, definitely.
That's something that we've even when we were sitting directly within the IT team, we weren't allowed admin for any on-domain machines. And the other thing that came to mind was sort of day-to-day issues with AV boxes that would sit on the network or have either for a web GUI control for any reason. If our network manager would always flag up with kind of panicky messages about what's this device that's still running XP, and it would be like our analog way Ascender 16 switcher, which isn't doing anything over the network, or I'm pretty sure is of no security concern, but it gets flagged as an XP device, and so you have to have these conversations all the time about it's not actually a computer that can be used in a way in that way. But things like ClickShare in meeting rooms, we've never been able to put ClickShare on the network to give internet to those devices. So if someone has an iPad or whatever wants to connect to the ClickShare device, they can't continue to use the internet because they're using their Wi-Fi link to connect to the device. And that's, I don't know, there's no time to sit down and talk about all these security protocols. All those devices are proven devices and sit in banks all over the world and with high security levels, but but the AV boxes seem to be treated with a lot more suspicion.
What was your solution, John? Is it to use off-domain computers?
Yeah, I managed to get a second laptop that isn't on the domain. That's quite a recent addition, but always very helpful because you can test things out much quicker, install, deinstall, update, and just generally experiment a bit better.
You know, there's a phenomenon at Tate, which is we've always in AV used a fleet of Apple, MacBook Pros and whatever, simply because, well, apart from the fact they're brilliant machines, but because they are completely not built into the Windows build for standard on-domain units. We can manipulate them how we want for AV purposes. I'm sure all you guys have done the same. And what I'm seeing now are more and more colleagues across the organization specifying Macs, probably for the same reason, not to do with AV, but that because the whole kind of locked down Windows environment thing is very problematic. And I was in a conversation recently where IT were basically, to cut a long story short, discussing how do we lock down the Mac kit now, then, which I thought was interesting.
I don't mind being part of IT, work with digital and technology. I think AV can sit anywhere. It can sit in comms, it can sit in facilities, it can sit in, IT. It's sort of, I think it's quite useful being in IT because you've got like the power of this traditional body of people behind you. It's great having a networking team that you can call upon. This is obviously my experience. Having a networking team who can just take care of certain elements of things. I don't care. I don't care where we are. We'll do our best wherever we are. I think this is the thing. Like in AV, we just want to do our best in the best way possible. And if we can use the support of like an IT department behind us, then that's great.
Yeah, I agree. I think because we're also part of the IS department, which is the same. And it's really useful having, especially a head of department, but also the IS support team who know how to get funding for technology and the support system and infrastructure around technology. The one thing I would say that was quite fundamentally different is the way that we are seen as a service provider. So when people go to IT or IS and ask for a service, they just agree. IS come back with a solution and they say, right, great, I'm sure that'll work. Whereas with AVP, when we come back with a solution, they'll be like, oh, well, let's have a conversation about it, which on the one hand is really great creatively and to have that collaboration and conversation, but can also be quite frustrating when you know that that's the solution that they're going to end up using and you just want to say, this is it. So yeah, that's my 2 cents on this issue.
Yeah, you need to talk the language, I think. I think we have like a responsibility to be better project managers. I need to do this. I need to be trained in Agile and all these things that are very popular in like digital technology worlds so that we can talk to them and get what we need. But, equally, and everyone probably has the same thing. We work with whoever. Doesn't matter what department you're from, doesn't matter what level you are in the organization. We just work with people directly. So we'll just get on with it.
That's Chris's people, not boxes.
Exactly, yeah.
And it's all about forging those relationships with the people that you need to help you get your job done.
Yeah.
That's just the key thing, really. Yeah. Wherever you sit, we've been moved around lots of times in different restructures, but you still do the same job.
Yeah, we've moved back and forth between to IT, out of IT, back into IT twice now. The cycle's gone round twice. We've been with IT for about the last more than 5 years, and it's been really good in terms of things like securing capital capex expenditure for doing projects. We've had far more success since we've been part of IT than we did when we were part of conferencing. Never used to get money for stuff when we were conferencing. I think the last 18 months working from home and delivering either just looking after hosting Zoom calls or up to running fully fledged virtual events from home. I think definitely the dynamic has been very different, and one of the things I'm quite looking forward to getting back in the building and doing face-to-face and doing physical events is that I think it will bring that dynamic back more to how it was before, in that AV were AV people and we weren't kind of working for IT in a way. I mean, the last year I've not really been a manager. I've just been a tech. I've been supporting events all the time. Before I used to do that some of the time, but most of the time I was managing the team and looking at the strategy and developing the infrastructure. The last year has been quite weird. I just feel like a tech again. It's really strange.
This is like, it's brought us full circle in a way back to, it's been a far-ranging discussion, and see John's come back to the sofa. John's joined us again. It's big enough for 3 people. It's good. You feel good socially distanced and things. And in fact, I think it's really nice. It's just such a novelty to see people. And this has been a very interesting debate. Just as a matter of interest, to sort of wrap this session up, is anybody planning to get in touch with Jack? I know already that you have, and you're an example. Is anybody thinking of getting in touch on January the 22nd to get any apprentices in or people from this kind of thing? If you're in that position to do so, I'd be interested if anybody's thought about that, bringing new people in.
I think I've thought about it, and I thought it'd be a really, really interesting thing to do. But I'm a bit worried that they might find it's not dull, but is there the breadth of what I do here? So lots of rooms, there's small events, there's not the great big theatrical things go on, or it's all very it's kind of a bit, back to the food analogy, it's a bit meat and potatoes.
Got to start somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. But this is what a lot of AV life is like. So yeah, I'm going to raise that question with my people team and say, what are the chances of something like that happening?
Anybody else? John, are you?
I've just picked up, not really AV related, but on the apprenticeship side of things, this week, in fact, I've just picked up the ball and started to run with it again on the Heritage Engineering Apprenticeship, which is something that I'm trying to spearhead for a think tank. Obviously, we look after lots of steam engines and things, so sorry to go off the track a bit, but on the terms of apprenticeships, there is an apprenticeship out there for Heritage Engineering that on the steam side of it, which is the side we're interested in 3 years, not a single person has been sent on that course. So I'm trying to change that within the industry.
Yeah.
And this week I've had some really good feedback from my colleagues in other institutions where they're very keen to send people as well. But yeah, sorry to digress to other facets of what we do, but it's not all AV what we do.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
But it's generally it's a resource thing, because we will be looking for people going forward in lots of different disciplines.
Yeah.
And obviously, primarily, Jack's got his AV technology course, but just the general principle of like new people coming in and learning, even if that's any particular thing is very interesting.
Yeah, we run the risk of those skills dying with, going into retirement, people going into retirement and taking skills with them, which is a real worry. So I've kind of tried to get that going again this week, get that conversation going.
Brilliant. Well, I think this has been discursive. We've gone around lots of things. I can't sum up everything in one go, but luckily this is going to be on the website so we can look at it again. And I'd just like to thank everybody for contributing to this discussion. Ian, Liam, John, Thea, Sean, and the people on the sofa, as I'm going to call you, but I won't call you. I'll call you by your name, Benji, John, and Dan. And Dan, it's like you're very close to your work. You've had the least.
See it.
He's just over there somewhere.
Yeah,
he's on the other side of the river. He's south of the river.
From here, isn't it?
So I'd like to bring this particular section to a close. And what we've got now is I think we're going to go over to D&B. Is someone from D&B there to speak to me? Wayne. Hey.
Hey, you right?
Yeah. How you doing?
Yeah, sun's out. It's all good.
So you're looking very uniform in your, like you've been thinking about this. You're two sides of the screen.
Yeah.
You want to balance that. It's like different dimensions and.
Me and Andy normally send each other a text before we go out just to make sure we don't match. That went wrong this time.
So where are you? Where are DB these days? How are you coping as a business? I mean, I see lots of your tweets going out, and it sounds as though you're very busy. But I think you're going to talk to us about something in particular today.
Yeah. Things have been as good as they can be. Obviously, us working in a lot of live events has brought some challenges in the last year or so. But on the positive side, we've been able to spend lots of time on some really nice creative projects and lots of installation work. So actually, it's been kind of a nice opportunity to do lots of cool and creative things that we wouldn't normally be able to find the time to. So especially with some of the new technologies that we've been employing. Actually, it felt like a bit of a luxury sometimes to actually spend some time and explore a few things and get all those to-do lists done. But yeah, of course, it's now getting really busy again, which is great. We haven't missed that side of things.
Brilliant. And so what themes we've been giving out? You've seen some of the things through the day, the hybrid nature of stuff and the work. How is it reflecting in your area? How are these things reflecting on DB? Both hybrid, sound design and everything. It's like a different end, because I associate with you mostly as like big rock concerts or theatre sound, big line arrays. How's that sort of side of it getting on?
I think we do a lot of AV work and AV installations, not just more, as well as some of the more traditional auditoriums, I guess, but also, and actually a lot of that work is sort of kept up, but also we do a lot of artwork and gallery work. And so especially with the hybrid events, I think just to echo what we've heard throughout the day, everyone's trying to figure out, it's not, there's not one answer to that. It's trying to understand what people are trying to achieve. And I think especially Andy and myself within the D&B team, we spend a lot of time working on these sort of hybrid and sort of AV events and installations. We've just gotten used to asking, what do you want to do? Instead of kind of putting something in a box or trying to let them give us a label, just asking, what is it you're trying to do? And actually, for us, that's probably been the most pragmatic way to approach these things. I'm sure, as I say, that echoes from a lot of the other conversations today.
Brilliant. Did you, did you bring a presentation today? I've got my schedule's been covered up by something else, but or we just sort of chatting away about our usual?
We've got a little presentation just about some of our sort of collective ideas. Me and Andy kind of thought through some of what hybrid events look like from a PA point of view. So we've got a little presentation about that, but it's just more of a kind of where does the PA come into it, especially as a lot of these events are happening in systems that have been designed for another purpose, I guess.
Yeah, that's interesting. So it's more to do with, because I know you clued me up on the exhibition, the big digital exhibition over at, was it in the Strand?
Ryoji Akida. Yeah.
Yes, I mean, that was spectacular. So were you involved with the sound? Because you're doing some projects there coming up, I believe.
Yeah, we've got quite a few. Yeah, we kind of find ourselves getting more and more involved in, I think AV in general is becoming more of an art, taken seriously as an art form and as a creative tool. And it's interesting, we're starting to almost, from that sort of heritage in rock and roll and live music, where you have a rider and people get to choose. Actually, these AV artists will have their own kind of riders, mechanisms where they want to use a particular projector or a particular sound system. Yeah, and it's exactly the same as I mentioned earlier. We're finding ourselves working with more creative types, where the question's not, you know, what SPL do you want to achieve? What's the audience coverage? It's more of, what do you want to do? Well, you know, and supporting their kind of narrative, which is really interesting, but obviously quite different from how we'd normally approach a project.
So can we have a look at your sort of more art, less noise? That's a catchy title. We always start with a good title. So please take it away.
Yeah, it's all about the blag, Chris. If you start with a good title, then you can wing it from there on, kind of. Hello, folks. Yeah, so for those of us who have not met us before, we are D&B Audiotechnik, a sound solutions and technology company. Most people know us for sort of amplifiers and speakers. We're based in Germany, where we've been producing and engineering our systems for over nearly 40 years. We're based all over the world, subsidiaries in 9 countries, loads of partners. Again, that kind of rich heritage we have in live touring means that, you know, we kind of need to be wherever like the big tours are. But actually, as we've kind of evolved as a company, we found ourselves branching out into more and more. Sorry, I'm waiting for the clicker to catch up. There we go. Yeah, as we've evolved as a company, we're taking all those lessons we've learned from doing those tours or theatre shows and applying them to lots of installations. It's not really a massive leap, I guess, if once you've kind of honed in your skill set to be able to put up a sound system in the O2, for example, as quickly as possible. There's a lot of skills you can take from that and make installation better and quicker. And a lot of that comes from our workflow. Ever since the kind of the concept of the company, where we started off with a speaker and an amplifier being kind of designed and manufactured in synergy with each other, this has grown into a workflow that we have adopted, that we apply to all of our projects, whether it's artistic AV, live rock and roll, theatre, or installation work.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Wayne. Absolutely. So the workflow is something in the technical team we introduce to customers, and really, as you can see on the screen, there's a 5-step process. So we start with your project through the planning phase. Somebody said earlier that they brought in a year before a gallery exhibit opens. So through that whole year of planning, we are simulating the space, we are adding the right speakers into the right place, making sure that that client brief, whether it's artistic, whether it's just vocal fallback, works. The second stage obviously is control. So we take that same design file, we can send that to our amplifiers, and that becomes the R1 control. So we can again customize the views, customize the layers of control that a user might have. So if it's a fixed installation, we can lock the system down, and if there's an on-site technician, we can password protect it and they can have full access. We're going to talk a little bit about this third stage, where we've got some new things that help with the processing and distribution of sound, and in this hybrid world where everyone's discovering what it is, where our products can fit in and help. And then, as Wayne said, we move to the last 2 stages, which is the amplification and the reproduction via speakers, which most people know us as a company for. So yeah, moving on to the true title, Chris. We are designing spaces for now and tomorrow.
That's an interesting point. We like to show the workflow a lot, because I guess a lot of people will see the sort of the end product, the speaker, and not always realize just how much work goes on before we get to that point of delivery. Yeah, so I'm sure we did the introductions earlier. It's my colleague Andy Horsburgh from our Education and Application Support Department. My name is Wayne, work in business development. And yeah, as we've learned and heard so much today, that hybrid events, whatever they are becoming more and more prevalent. I'm not sure if I can't tell you if I've heard of them actually until about 18 months ago, or just exactly didn't know where they were. But what do you think hybrid events are, Andy? What's your kind of preconception of?
Yeah. As Wayne said, mostly in our team, we are, and I think Chris, you said it, we are dealing with rock and roll shows. We're dealing with in-person events, in people in a space, in an environment, engaging with something. So that was our traditional model, and then suddenly we are on Zoom and on Teams and on whatever video chat. So we're removing that audience relationship. So for us, I think if we click to the next slide,
that's just on one more thing.
There we go. We're on this hybrid space that sits in the middle. So we have an audience on one side in the space. We have a virtual audience, and we're trying to find a position that's somewhere between a live event and a broadcast, which has been mentioned. And we're trying to make those two things work together.
I guess historically what's kind of happened is it's either been a live event and there's been some kind of remote access, whether it's via video or camera, or it's been a remote sort of online event with some audience capacity, but there's always been a heavy bias. And I think what we're seeing now from a lot of conversations and just actually within our own industries, the organisers don't want it to be that anymore. They almost want to keep it open and let the punters, as it were, decide which one do they feel more comfortable or which one works for them. And so to this instance, I guess we've gone from, I guess the crux of the matter is for a long time, it's always been, you've kind of got two gigs now, but still probably one engineer, as we've heard today. And so if you're the guy or the gal or the producer in the room doing the AV, and it's a live event, it becomes a challenge now, because not everyone has a Jacob Massey team behind them to kind of help deliver that online content. So what can we do? So what we thought we'd like to look at is how does the PA affect that? Again, we can kind of see that a lot of spaces, people are going to be using a lot of traditional spaces that they already have, but they're going to kind of want it to become not only just a live system, but they almost want it to be it could be like a 150-seat auditorium, for example, and now it's also a studio, obviously with very different functionalities, but I think it's a very common place we find ourselves.
Yeah, and I think as well, when we talk about the design and installation of a system, I think it was the representative from King's College said there's a staff of 2. So how do you create a hybrid event with a small staff that maybe has to span multiple spaces? So we've taken today the approach of, you have a space, like as Wayne said, 150-seater, you have maybe an installation already. How do you then transform it easily into something that's a hybrid space? So we can very quickly look at the existing systems in a space, which is going to be, here we go. If we go back one, sorry, Wayne. So if we look at our current loudspeaker systems, they're probably in D&B, they're high Q, so they're high directivity systems, which means that the loudspeakers are narrow, or they're focused on the audience. So we're not exciting the room, we're not exciting the space. That's great, that's good. But if you have a 150-seat venue that's empty, then there's not much ambience, there's not much atmosphere, and that helps really nobody when you're trying to broadcast it, because you then just have a dry feed and a kind of empty room. It doesn't really have much audience interaction. So as Wayne said, if we actually now go to the next slide, we can look at what is immersivity between a space. What do we mean when we sound design, when we design a system?
I guess it's we've all been on those Zoom calls where you can tell someone's, I wouldn't say in the bathroom, but there's that echoey sound. I think while we're talking about what are hybrid systems, I think what's really kind of fascinated me was I saw a research on immersive audio or 3D audio and how that helps with engagement. And I guess no matter what form that hybrid event takes, wherever the bias is between remote or live or any sort of juxtaposition in between. It's engagement is primarily what we're all kind of looking for. There's a really cool and interesting research project a couple of years back. It was put together by Sky Sports and DAX and Neuro Insight. And what they did is this is for marketing purposes. Obviously, they can increase some maybe advert revenue or such like. But what they did is they researched over 100 people, and they looked at their sort of memory encoding and emotional intensity and attention levels when they listen to stereo and when they listen to immersive audio. And what was really interesting is, of course, this has great monetary value when you're trying to get people to pay attention to advertising. But when you think about it, there's these hybrid events or such like, there's a lot of investment. You're paying for a lot of staff, a lot of time, a lot of equipment. And especially, for us at D&B, we have company-wide meetings. And what they found in this research was actually by using something like an immersive audio, like a 3D or a object-based mixing, you can increase the long-term memory of that people take on board by 36%. The emotional reach was up by 15%, and more importantly, the attention was up by 15%. So I think there's lots of cool leaps that we can be making from using as these hybrid events kind of move on. And actually, when you've got research like this happening, it also kind of shows that it's an investment. So it's a kind of really interesting turn that this narrative can be kind of an upscale, as it were.
Yeah, absolutely. And as it says on the slides, just repeats the numbers that Wayne mentioned. So how do we get from a design that's on screen, which is a simple 150 seating space, how do we introduce this idea of immersivity that we know now would improve engagement, long-term memory, and people are kind of taking that message and really absorbing that and becoming immersed. So we have our space here, which is
so this is quite a simple,
yeah,
this is, I think, pretty box standard shoebox auditorium. So we've drawn this up on our ACalc software, but just kind of gives us a quick, easy narrative. There's 3 large displays. Got to have the video walls. We always put the audience plane, regardless of the size. It's always good to understand which part of the room we need to kind of cover from a speaker point of view. And there's some additional repeat displays further down the room for our friends at NEC. So we've got a space, we've got a room, we've got a challenge. We want to use this space as an auditorium and kind of as a broadcast. So let's start with something nice and easy. We're going to put 2 speakers. I guess we've got those video walls on the back. So we could put a speaker left and right. I guess that makes the kind of the easiest go-to, left and right behind the to either side of the screen. What we can do in our ACalc software is you can put those 2 speakers in that same auditorium and we can kind of see what it's doing. So on the right of that box, we've got our stage area and we can see those 2 color marks. Actually, Andy, maybe you'd explain maybe what we're seeing here. On the left-hand side.
So on the left-hand side, those 2 colored balloons, the kind of dark orange color, that's the loudspeaker positions. Yeah, there we go, zoomed in. So we've got our areas of where the speakers are, and every color change is 6 dB, and we're focusing purely on direct sound, and we're also looking at 4 kilohertz. So we're looking at the most sensitive frequencies in the ear, and we're trying to make sure that speech intelligibility in this fairly standard space is as best as we can get it. So we're trying to make sure that if this is a boardroom, people can hear in that space. As Wayne said, the clients dictated they have to have big video screens, so we've got to put our speakers into the wall. As we go to the next slide, if we click on, we might find that actually bringing the speakers forward into the space is going to help potentially even out some of that coverage. So we're never going to get it perfect, but we would like to get as much of a singular color through the space as possible. So,
and I guess if we can see there, we've moved those speakers they're still the same left and right. We've just moved them further forward.
Yeah.
I guess on the good plus side, we can see there's that big purple area on the stage now.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. So we said at the start, hybrid events, we're going to use existing spaces. We need to do, quite a few people have said it today, it's got to be broadcast quality. I think one of the museum chaps said that their management team, people refer to it as broadcasting. So we're not in a broadcast studio. You might be in a theatre or somewhere that's quite lively. So the more we can reduce on-stage noise, the more likely we are to have control over that sound through whatever the mixing desk is. So yeah, as Wayne's pointed out, that purple strip on stage allows improved gain before feedback for our perhaps untrained microphone users who speak quite quietly. And we're just trying to improve the sound down that microphone to start with.
I guess on the negative, you still got that kind of big gap in the middle, haven't you, by those two speakers?
Yeah. So as is typical of a speaker manufacturer, we could make this better by adding more speakers.
That works out nicely, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. So if we there we go. If we take an example of a distributed system, so as you can see, we've updated the image to now it's got 3 speakers. We can actually make these smaller, so they cover less of an area. If they're further forward, the listener distance from the speaker to the listeners is hopefully shortened, so they don't need to be as loud. And you can see here we're getting more similar colors through the space. So
even coverage.
Yeah, so it's going to be easier for people to engage and immerse themselves in whatever the content may be.
So there's a little drawing in the top right-hand corner that I kind of included from a project I worked on last year. And it just really goes to show that valuable real estate, that video wall or whatever you're using for the visual side of things, by looking at a distributed system with those smaller boxes, you're actually, the aesthetics is a point of view of, no one wants to see the speakers. Sometimes everyone wants to see the speakers. But what we're trying to show is you can achieve quite a lot with less speakers, more speakers, but less size. And again, they can really tidy up that valuable real estate and line of sight around those areas.
Yeah. So we're gonna quickly divert, just looking at the time. We've talked about it briefly. We're gonna look at energy in the room. So why we're concerned about, for hybrid events, what happens not in the direct field of the speaker, but what happens outside. So the pictures on the screen show you the green is the audience coverage, direct sound from the speakers, and those black lines, the reflections that are produced. So obviously the larger speakers, we can control those reflections down to a lower frequency, but you might find with smaller speakers, it gives like a characterful reverb that is useful possibly in your hybrid event to make people at home feel like they share that acoustic space, which is a kind of fairly standard broadcasting way to do it.
But I guess it's quite interesting. Again, we kind of, from my layman's point of view, we're trying to keep the stage quite clear, but it's interesting that energy that you focus on the audience is also trying to keep it off any reflective surfaces. So if you've got some nice glass walls or such like, then any energy that hits them is just going to come back into the room.
Yeah. So there's this is part of the design process and understanding, is it going to be a multi-use space? Where the hybrid events sit in on a loudspeaker design. So if we just skip on, just to kind of be a bit more kind of specific in an example, it doesn't seem like physics is on our side. What does that mean? There's our direct signal. So this is our loudspeaker to a listener, is a single black line. And as Wayne clicks through the next 7 slides, this is first, second, third, fourth, fifth, 6th and 7th order reflections from that loudspeaker. So we are hearing the small black line that's hidden under these images, but actually what perceptually we get is that black line plus tens of thousands of reflections.
It looks a bit of a mess.
It does look like a mess. It looks like a child's drawing that's been well coloured in.
But this is what you're getting in those lively spaces, all those extra reflections.
Absolutely. So it's something to consider with your events of how you treat the audience at home or in that other space of what part does these reflections have in that, or the acoustics rather, what part does that have in your production?
And it's an interesting balance, isn't it? Because if if you've ever been on a call or a broadcast where everything sounds really clear, almost clinical, it feels a bit alien, doesn't it? So it's finding that balance between getting the feeling of a room, but not, not that.
Yeah,
not that.
Trying to avoid that. So that's a bit of the physics. So we can pick the right speaker, we can really control the directivity, we can play sound where we want it, but we can actually, the byproduct of that is that maybe we have produced too sterile an image. And yeah, the benefit of using a high directive loudspeaker is we get excellent speech intelligibility for those in the space, because they're close, speakers are close to the listeners, but we might find that at home it's quite sterile. We also have to think about the perception of those at home or in other spaces, in other venues. If you're a company like ours, you've got offices in multiple countries. So how can we perhaps go a step further and not just do a broadcast, but do something that's a bit more what we consider immersive, using something like object-based mixing? So this is not something that we've heard much of today, about advancing technology in terms of the audio. So bear with us as we try and explain this quickly. So we started with 2 speakers. We then added a third. And if we make our speakers smaller, but make them more numerous through the space, once our clicker catches up, we can make a distributed array. We can use our DS100 signal engine, and we can turn our audio feed into an object. An object is just an audio stream. Our DS100 processor then adds level and time within our software workflow to each of the loudspeakers. And so you can see here we have an object and a listener in 2 positions. We have a third position coming up. And basically, depending where you sit and where the object is relative to where you're sitting, the perception of direction is true. So if a person is standing in the middle of the stage, everybody in the room perceives that sound to come from the middle of the stage. And obviously, if we're talking about hybrid events, this is now an ability to both make it seem more immersive in a single venue, but if we can transmit these object feeds, then hopefully we can make it feel more immersive for those not in the space at the same time.
So it's quite an interesting thing that we've seen this being used in some AV and some events. It's used throughout the West End, just for the reasons we were talking about earlier about the engagement side of things. For those in the audience, if you can see a performer or a presenter, whether it's a singer or someone with a PowerPoint on stage and they're talking, nothing helps you engage more than if your eyes can see and your ears kind of agree with each other about where that sound's coming from. And this object-based mixing, this is the kind of key fundamental of that engagement. But actually, it can also help with, I guess, if you've got lots going on stage. If you have multiple people speaking on stage, your brain's really good at going, that's where the sound's coming from. And if your eyes are kind of agreeing with it, then it helps you hone in. So I found it really useful when I've done some esports events and when I've done other AV topics, presentations, when there's been quite a lot of video and people talking over video, so that you can put the video content through like maybe more of the left and the right, and then the speech could be on that object-based mixing. Then all of a sudden you're relying on the audience and their own sensory, what's the phrase? Yeah, their own sort of own sense system to hone in on that, and they can differentiate themselves between the video and the voice rather than kind of cluttering everything up and putting it all on a left-right bus.
Absolutely, yeah, and it's something that, you know, during the install phase, if you design a distributed system, as we've shown, it's better for your environment anyway. It's better for your presentation space. And this object-based mixing is an add-on to that. It sits within the workflow. It's not an immediate install. It's something you could add or be flexible through your space, because it works on Dante and it's networkable. So you can have it in a central room and then patch in and through, depending on which space you want to use.
And we've already done a few projects ourselves on, I guess, again, the last time I'm going to use the term hybrid today. On hybrid events, you can kind of use object-based mixing. So maybe if you've got 2 different venues, how would that work? So I guess in the moment we've had some events where we've had 2 very different venues. One can have a presenter that's object-based mixing. We're already transmitting video and audio to that remote or that second space. How would we get that object-based side of things? How would that work?
It's quite easy. I think the screen guys earlier had the same thing of we just transmit. It's this one here. We just transmit our control data. So we just have a second, more advanced network, maybe with a couple of VLANs, which for us is easy peasy. And we take that position data and we transfer that over the same network to the same switches, and then come from there. And we've done quite a few successful tests where we take the, as you've said, 2 very different environments. We take one space, we mix that into soundscape. Because we control the tonality of the systems, it's really easy to transfer one space, the sound of one space onto another space. And it's really
and I guess from that point of view, because you're using that object-based mixing, it's not the same as sort of using a traditional left and right stereo. So the necessity of having multiple engineers is starting to be reduced as well, because you're just recreating what's happening naturally in the first room and transposing it.
Absolutely.
It's really, when we first started playing with it and start putting it on practical projects, should work. It does work. It's really quite exciting.
Yeah. And as part of the next slides, we'll go back to the workflow just to kind of really prove this point. So this is the process we've talked about. If you're doing multiple spaces, you're doing this process anyway. So you build the same models, you have the same control files. The only thing that's different, as I said at the start, is this third point where maybe you're routing signals into DS100 and then the outputs of that get transferred by an internet connection to another set of amplifiers and speakers. So don't view this as like double the amount of work. You're probably doing the same amount of work anyway, trying to connect these spaces. So it can be quite a simple, rather quick process. Because we manage from end to end with the design software and the control software, all of the heavy processing, the thinking about scaling the arrays and placement is all done. So,
and from a design point of view, Andy and the education application team are kind of a large part of what they're here for is to help through that sort of planning and design process. But it's just really exciting that that there's kind of a for the malarkey that's happened over the last year or so, that people are looking at events differently. People are looking at spaces and how they deliver engagement to people differently. And I've got a really strong feeling that this is because it's measurable, because we're starting to see people more engaged with it, that this could be a nice new tangent for us to explore.
Yeah.
And if Chris hasn't opened his first beer yet, maybe we could probably wrap up on any question.
Are you reading my mind, guys?
I heard a clink on our internal Zoom.
I know there's some sort of there's things going on around me all the time, but basically that was a very interesting. I love the slide when it said that's not what what's the title of the slide? That's not how physics works.
Physics doesn't help, I think, or something.
So I looked at that and I thought that's me all over. Not having a real grasp of actual physics. I never studied that at school, but there you go. And that clink there was actually a beer being delivered to my table. Can you believe it? It's great.
I'm looking around. I cannot see any sort of delivery mechanism here at D&B Towers that's going to do the same thing, unfortunately.
No.
Fantastic. You should get your own branded beer, I think. Yeah. So, thanks, guys. That was really interesting. And I'd like to thank you for coming along and presenting with this. And you're looking good, Wayne. I've noticed there. You're all. I look forward to a sort of more informal chat. We can sort of get together. And is there anything you'd like to say to me and to the audience out there that are looking?
No, just thanks for putting this all together once again, Chris. It's not lost on us how much work it is for you and the team at Jacob Massey and everybody else. So and it's just nice to see some friendly, familiar faces after.
Yeah, I think
we kind of eke back into some normality.
Yeah, I think there's an acknowledgement here, a general theme through all the different. There are positives as well, and I think actually we're coming back into the, things are gearing up again, which is great, and that's going to be good for us all. And our next section, when we move on, I'd like to thank you personally for sponsoring that. More will be revealed in a second when we get to it. But you're our go-to guys, DB, for sound and all sorts of things. Very good.
Yeah, thanks, Chris.
I'd like to give you a big thumbs up. I'll give you 2 thumbs up for both of you. There, can you see my thumbs? There are. And this has been someone sending the question actually. What's that thing hanging around your? That's actually a mask. It's not a glove, but I could improvise on that a little bit. But I won't. This is not the place and time. Now I'd like to bring back to the stage my friend Liam Helm from the Royal Society, because now is the time when we're going to make an announcement or sort of put things into context about the Harrison Award, Liam. So would you like to explain for people what it's about? It's new. This is the 2nd year. And just for people who weren't with us last year, just to give a little bit of context to it, and then we'll get to the presentation of the winners.
Yeah, absolutely. So for those of you who weren't in the sphere of the AVCF last year, we did institute a Harrison Award, and we did the first award last year. The background to this is that Dave Harrison was a fantastic AV guy. He was my assistant manager at the Royal Society. And on March the 30th last year, he sadly passed away after contracting COVID. And Chris and I, and Graham and most of us in our group were absolutely shell-shocked by the news. And I had a conversation with Chris, and we were both kind of thinking along the same lines that we should do something that would honour Dave. Now, for people who didn't know Dave, he was just the nicest guy you could ever meet. He would never say a bad word about anybody. You'd have to push him extremely hard to even think about saying a bad word. If he did say a bad word about somebody, which very occasionally he might, then they would have had to have done something pretty despicable. He was a superb professional. He was really hardworking. He was just an absolutely lovely guy. So the idea we had was that we would award people who embodied his qualities, and we would do this. The winners would not actually win a prize as such, other than they would have the kudos of being the Harrison awardee. But we would give a donation to charity, which comes from our sponsors, and I'd like to thank D&B AudioTechnik this year for being our sponsor and helping with some of that. And the Royal Society, who Dave worked for, should be putting in money again this year as well. Last year, we were sort of still in lockdown, I think. We might have just come out of lockdown when we did IAV. And as a result, we didn't really have the interaction with our peers and the community. So we didn't have an awardee last year. And what we decided to do was that we would simply celebrate Dave's memory and give a donation to St George's Hospital Charities, which is people who looked after Dave. Chris, I don't know whether you want me to just carry on, or if you want to drop the bombshell about this year's winners and the number of winners we have.
Yeah, it's very interesting that you allude to numbers of winners there, Liam, because it was this year we could communicate a little better, and we did get nominations from several people, and the standard's very good. But we took an unusual decision this year, which is in keeping with our kind of approach to things. And since you worked with Dave, I think I should leave it to you just to announce what decision has been reached in this instance.
Well, yes. This year we do have 2 winners, and basically Chris got in touch with me a while back and said, what do you think about the idea of actually awarding it to 2 people? And it immediately cast my mind to a Zoom committee I was hosting. I wasn't the chairman of the committee, I was the Zoom host, if you see what I mean. And they were trying to decide who to give an award to that year. And they were having terrible trouble, and somebody suggested that they maybe gave a joint award that year. And somebody pointed out that they shouldn't really do that because they actually did that a couple of years previously, and that if they were to do that again, effectively it would just make them look like a committee that couldn't make a decision. So when Chris and I discussed it, I thought, well, actually, you know, we are the cultural forum. We are not conventional, and if we want to do something unconventional, then we damn well shall. And actually reflecting on it today, I was thinking that in a way, because we didn't actually award an individual last year, we're in a sense making up for lost time and combining 2 years into one. But anyway, with what I said about the committee in mind, don't expect us to be awarding to 2 people every year. So I should get straight on to the winners, I guess, Chris, yes?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Also, I think the other thing to point out is, from my perspective, there was a kind of 2 sides of the coin here in the different roles that they sort of fulfill, and there was a kind of combination thing going on because there's more than one thing that's involved with AV. There was a kind of duality about it that pleased me in a lot of ways. So it wasn't an arbitrary decision. It was like these people complement each other in many ways.
Yes, absolutely. I did sort of pick out that there are particular characteristics and situations, and which will come out when I get on with it and announce it, that actually really does fit with the ethos of the AVCF and what we're all about. So Chris, now when at the Royal Society, we're a very formal organisation, so when we do actually give somebody an award, they tend to read out the citation. Now, I do have some material that you gave me about our 2 award winners. Do you want me to read that out, or would you like me to just say who they are, and then we can all get to the snug?
Well, maybe you can just sort of paraphrase it a little bit, just sort of get us there. Just otherwise, it would take a long time to read through the citations of these people.
Yes, well, we are slightly ahead of schedule, Chris. So you know.
I know how punctilious you are.
On a point of order, Chairman.
Yes.
Anyway, I'm going to put people out of their misery. I'd like to announce the 2 winners, and the 2 winners are Shino Saigusa from Tate, and secondly, Lewis Sellers from Welcome. And I'd like to congratulate you both. And I will read a bit from the citation. First, I'll start off with Lewis. Lewis has been working in the AV industry since the autumn of 2019, and we've been lucky enough to have him at Welcome since then. Lewis is unfaltering in taking on new challenges and requests. He is endlessly committed to training individuals, groups, and spends time to work out the best way to do things. He is not only an incredible asset to the team, but also to Welcome. Offering new and revitalised ways of working, he has given a breath of fresh air to the department. It has been a pleasure to see his confidence grow over the last 18 months, taking on the new challenges the pandemic has thrown at us and being a lovely individual. We wouldn't know where we are now without him. And of Shino. Shino originated in Japan and moved to Europe many years ago to pursue her interest in theatre, music and art performance. Working in theatre arts with an emphasis on special needs, accessibility and inclusivity, Shino developed a practice which includes movement, music, filmmaking and performance. Shino is currently studying for a BA in Theatre and Drama at Birkbeck, University of London, with my full support, that's Dan's, full support for the time needed. This and her role at Tate, plus her own artistic practice, are more than full time, but I never hear a complaint, only endless positivity. Shino has been with Tate for over 7 years, starting as our AV administrator and having been promoted to diary manager a while back. She is the essential linchpin that holds us all together with a spirit and enthusiasm unmatched. Her role is to keep on top of the many complications of service delivery, including finance, procurement, and freelance contracting, as well as providing an overview of how all our activities fit together. On top of this, she is a member of numerous committees, including the Tate Staff Council and Tate's Disability Network. With great good humour, a kind and compassionate manner and highly professional approach, she is universally popular with our team, suppliers, stakeholders and artists. Dan finishes by saying, I believe she should win this accolade to acknowledge her commitment to the people, not boxes, of AV at Tate. So congratulations to you both. I want to just flag up that obviously Lewis was the first person to come through Jack Laidlaw's excellent apprenticeship scheme. And that's something that a number of the members of the forum have been involved in over the last sort of 18 months or more, working with Jack and advising. And accessibility and inclusivity is something that AV is a key enabler of, and I was very pleased to see that in Dan's comments about Shino. I've known Chris for many, many years, and I can say that Chris Power is an absolutely lovely person. Now, he didn't win this award, so I can only imagine just how lovely these two individuals are. So congratulations to you all. Thanks again to D&B Audiotechnik, and back to you, Chris.
It's nice to have that validation from you of all people, Liam. And I like the touch with the glasses at the very end there. Very almost Michael Caine-like in delivery. It just instantly reminded me, but thank you very much.
Middle-aged long sight, Chris. Nothing glamorous.
I think they are both worthy winners of the Harrison Award. And again, I'd like to thank D&B for sponsoring and the Royal Society. And they represent all that we believe in here at the Cultural Forum. And I just look forward to meeting them, and for them, when we all get together, meeting each other. And that's going to be a great day. And hopefully that day is not going to be too far away. Thank you very much, Liam, for announcing that for us. And we're slowly now coming to the downside, the downturn of this particular event. So I'd like to thank everybody here with me today, and the people who've been watching, and everybody who's contributed. I'd like to sort of particularly thank Shure UK for loaning me this building. John Ellis, who I can see in the background working away, he hasn't stopped. So Shure UK for the Rose Centre, for this is wonderful. If you ever get a chance to come here and see what's going on, it really is an impressive building. It's a great view, and it's nice to sort of sit here, you know, with this all going on around me. I'd like to thank Sharp I'd like to thank Sharp NEC, Jonathan Cooper, who also has delivered very interesting stuff. And I'd like to thank Bird Dog for helping with the presentation. It's all been very interesting. And the word interesting is cropping up a lot during this conversation. I'd like to thank, first of all, for kicking things off with such an excellent presentation and packages, which I'm still thinking about now. In fact, everything, I really will be watching this again, because, you know, the intro from White Light, from Jason and Richard with Brian and all their constituent parts, there was packed with things, and it got the day off to a really good start. And the pre-record bits we did, I'd like to thank Bart, and I'd like to thank Jack, and I'd like to thank this chair for holding me up all through the day, and maybe finally I'll be released from it. And as we moved into the afternoon, I said Sharp NEC with Jonathan Cooper, and the museum's discussion panel, everybody that took part, all the members, this really gave some interesting content, interesting thoughts on the themes of the day that have been running and been touched on and have resonated with so many people, about resource, about hybrid, about the office working, and many other things, mental stress. It's all been very stimulating. And I'd like to thank D&B, as I've already thanked them for sponsoring Harrison, for coming along and just explaining some of their thinking behind speaker systems and line arrays, and Liam. And I'd like to thank everybody from Jacobs Massey Productions, Graham Massey, Gabriel Thorpe, and Terence, and everybody, and Karen Warden, who's been in the background, and she refuses to come in front of the camera because she doesn't want to be seen. I don't know what that's about, but if you hear her laugh, that's, you know, she's around, and you know you're in good hands. So there are many people to thank, and if I've missed anybody, I will buy you a drink and I will do pre-record. I'll just run through a list. And now, so I'm signing off here from the live broadcast, but in about 5 minutes time, I'll be opening the Snug, which if any of you want to join, it'll just be like a straight Zoom call. I'll be there and a few other people around, and it's sort of behind the scenes, but basically just a celebratory drink, and just say hello. Just come and say hello. And I'd just like to thank everybody for being a friend.